Breaking all the rules. Working on it, Steph. I'm working on it. We're not just kind of starting a little early, just try to get going here. It's up late. Take it easily. We're starting a little bit early here, but just don't worry about it. Just going to play a few things before you go on, Chris. You know, anybody sees this and anybody's looking at it now, got a couple of things. What's up with these black hand monkey things that always are covering this like old lady, wrinkly Bigfoot thing? I don't know. And then baby Bigfoot being born or just hiding in the leaves. What are these things right here? Does anybody know what these things are? There's two of them right there. They're like these things that leafy. Look at that. Anyways. Dang good question. Dang good question. Hey, it's Mike. Some religion dystopia. Belief. Allegedly, it is 1/24/2023. This is an image. Allegedly, 9/16/2012. So that's what he's talking about. I'm talking about that photo was taken. How many times have there been these photos being taken at night of these ethereal looking beings that look like ghosts, look like Bigfoot? Even going to be having David Hallis on next week, Wednesday. He filmed something similar to that. It's weird. Check out what NBTV found, man. This is pretty wild. It's not making me else's camera. I can't see it's right there. So what's up, brother? Expand that right now. Anyways.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
All right. Good. Yeah, I can hear you. You're not super loud, but I can hear you.
We got 5 minutes, so I'm going to play some of this big TV.
some more supportive evidence that we're dealing with something that's multidimensional, spiritual in nature, that we call Bigfoot. And so, excuse me, Oklahoma gave cam footage of unexplained subject looks like that was right. And then he says he's not saying it's Sasquatch. I'm not saying it's so. I'm saying it's so. I have nothing to lose, and I don't care if you care. I do care, but I know I have no control of that. So anyway, so this is what that is. And then we're going to look at this interesting footage of these things running around in her backyard. It looks like in her neighbor's yard. They film. Same shadowy things. By the way, M.K. Davis, so he himself was able to do some work with a gentleman from family, East Texas, and when they filmed similar things to this. But in the morning light, in which you could actually see in more detail these things. More evidence, once again, that we're dealing with something that's interdimensional, what we call supernatural, right? Of course, you can't say that, right? It's not scientific. But yeah, interdimensional, something that's able to roam in multiple parallel universes, dimensions. In other words, we're dealing with something that our ancestors were talking about. They called them poltergeists and ghosts and demons and angels and stuff like that, right? And I'm sure we'll make up our own terms. And so it is. Life is a lot, yeah, things just repeat itself. That's what really happens.
And in today's video, I'm going to share with you the greatest, probably one of the greatest video clips that I've captured before of a Sasquatch. I know that I have got a lot of video clips out there of things standing out there, even dark figures standing. One of the dark figures I saw back in December. I've got plenty of videos of things walking back out through the trees, and I can all explain these as not being humans. There's what I always think of as being And in today's video, I'm going to share with you the greatest, probably one of the greatest video clips that I've captured before of a Sasquatch. I know that I've got a lot of video clips out there of one of the figures I saw back in the 40s, and I can all explain these as not being humans. There's what I always think of as being the Sasquatch or Bigfoot creatures. This here is pareidolia. This is a walking bipedal subject that is much like what we would think of as being a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch. And it is not human. The motion of the way it walks is fluid. It's fast. It goes from point A to point B in a shorter amount of time than what a human would be able to. And you can tell it's not running, it's walking. It is a very fluid, smooth walk. So the bottom line is that I have captured this on Linda's security camera. I'm at Linda's again tonight, and we were literally just analyzing the camera footage, and we went to the live feed, and it was purely by chance. We caught something walking by the back of one of her neighbor's house. So she has a neighbor right across from her, and right there behind Linda's neighbor's house, there is something very fast, and then the second time, it's walking back the other direction towards the woods. Okay, so that's two shots of it walking. And then the bipedal subject can be seen a third time walking right straight, very close in front of the camera, closer than it was the previous two times. It is about.
All right. Hey, anyways, that's the most professional way to start a show. What's going on, Chris? Hey, Sheldon. Hey, Ozzy Sue. Hey, Sasquatch Confessions. Hopefully, he'll be with us Saturday midnight. Damien. Hopefully, he'll be joining us soon. He can share us some insights on the other side of the pond. He has filmed some amazing stuff too in the little forest around his area. Who else we got here? I thought I saw Sean. Sean is still there. Hey, Sean. He chasing the truth with Sean G. Always be able to that, man. Everyone who doesn't, I think everybody here knows about him, except maybe Jared from Sasquatch Confessions. Go look up Chasing the Truth, Sean G on just go on YouTube and follow him. Maybe someday you guys can get together and do a show together. And hopefully, Chris, maybe you and Sean will be able to do a show together. What is this about Todd Standing, whatever.
Well, I reached out to him because, my recent find. So I'm still trying to nail it down.
Did he reach back? It sounds like he reached back to you, right?
Yeah, actually, I was kind of shocked.
Hope you don't mind talking about it, but to me, you brought it up.
Yeah, that's fine. I really didn't expect anything, because I'm sure he's probably busy, and I know, everybody's busy these days, but.
We'll always actually have, well, that's life, right?
Yeah.
Who isn't busy, right?
You got to stay busy to keep up with this inflation, huh?
You get a little closer to your mic. You get a little closer to your mic. That would probably be better too.
Okay,
if I'm having a hard time.
Earpiece then.
Meanwhile, it sounds much better.
Is that better?
A thousand times if it's possible. There's Sean's website, or not Sean, Chris's website. Chris Miller.
All right.
It's one of his. So tell us about. So yeah, so what are you hoping with Todd?
I'm hoping that maybe he'll have an idea just by looking at it.
Are you talking about the findings you found?
Yeah.
Okay.
In my.
It's up to you if you want to talk about it or not. I mean, it's like the cat's out of the bag, but I mean, we don't have to show you.
You're right. Basically, I just found some teeth and.
Let me set it up for everybody. So Chris was on Bigfoot Odyssey. No, what's the new name called? Her new show.
Hidden Existence.
So
with Daniela.
Daniela, certain true show, and when he was on his show, he showed some very interesting images of some things he found, and I'll let you say the rest. That way, you can say, yeah, it's probably a good idea not to tell anybody where you found it.
Yeah.
So keep it from there. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I'll just say my property. That's kind of a good luck narrowing it down. I've been looking my whole life for something like that, and there it is. So, either way, I found what looks like a finger. Looks like a fossilized finger, which is crazy. What looks like a fossilized sacrum, which is the major bone kind of in between your hips. I was calling it a coccyx. That's the little bone that's on your tailbone.
Right.
Let's see. Four teeth that kind of look like I don't know. They look like they could be from like a big monkey or something. They're
some big big molars.
Yeah, they're pretty big. So I'm not so worried that they're I don't think they're people, but anything's possible, I guess.
Anything's possible. So yeah, that's gonna should be interesting to say the least. Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting. You've said a few things that are golden on that show, and bro, I hope you have great success. I am not going to have myself live. I don't have green screen up, and I got to figure out how that, like the top of my head, so he's chopped off. It looks like I'm bald, so I got to figure out what to do about that, the lighting or whatever.
No,
It
you're
says
just
here,
growing taller than your hair.
yeah, something like that.
Oh, I'm part of that club too. It's happening.
It's all good. It's all
It's happening.
shifting from the top
What's
of our
happening?
head to the bottom of our head, right?
I'm not
Chris,
shaving nothing.
yeah, don't if you don't have to. Chris Miller says here he is was his U.S. United Army infantry veteran, published artist and survival instructor. Growing up in an abusive foster homes, it gives me a unique way of looking at the world. Art helps me express that view. Now, one of the things is, let's talk about that a little bit. We don't have to go into personal details, but I noticed that
No,
a
it's
lot of
fine.
folks,
My life's an open book.
a lot of us who have had kind of traumatic or challenging lives or childhoods and end up having some of these encounters, experiences, maybe more than the general public. This what I'm observing. I'm not saying it's so, but I created AOS Squatch to help me do a few things. One, inspire myself and those around me to share hope and break the abusive cycle. Two, fulfill my dream of being a professional artist. Three, use extra funding to bring awareness to the abuse and neglect that takes place in the foster care system. Most of my art is Bigfoot related because I heard something a year ago that changed my life. I hope you enjoy my artwork. It's very cool stuff. Let's start off at the bottom and work our way up. What did you a year ago, my brother?
Yeah, about a year ago, I'm sitting in the same exact spot where I heard it. It was about 12:30 at night, and all of a sudden, off to my left here, which is my front yard, I heard the biggest, longest, loudest whoop. I sent you a voice or a sound clip that I pulled off of YouTube, and it literally sounds exactly like what I heard. Um, it didn't match anything that I've ever heard. In fact, I actually ran it by a survival guy that I know who spends more time than most living outside. He teaches for Sigma 3 survival, and he lives kind of local here. And I was talking to him today, and he said, I asked him, I said, you know any animals that make a big, long, loud whoop? And he said, maybe an owl. And I said, well, that's what I said. So it scared me. I actually could hear my heartbeat in my ears, pounding
Seems
in
to
my ears.
scare
And I thought,
everybody.
I got to figure out what this is. So I ran out there and I didn't see anything, but my cat was freaking out. He was literally he was just scanning everything. And then he zeroed in on a tree. So that's why I ran with an owl for a long time, is what I thought it was. And I've literally went on a mission. I ran it by every person that I can think of that's a outdoorsman, deer hunter, uh, just anybody that I think would know, and nobody can tell me for sure. Oh, that's a bobcat. I know it. Here's a recording. Here you can test it. So some people say it's a barred owl, which it has that same volume and that same kind of footprint to it, but it was louder than that even, and I could feel it. I could feel it in my chest, which
Seems to be having
you know. So fast forward about a week
conflicts.
or two, but
Yeah, I bet that's what we hear a lot. Go ahead.
about a week or two after that was deer season last year, and my buddy came over. We hadn't seen each other in like a month, so we had lots of catching up to do. And we look at the clock, and it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. And I said, we got to get up in 2 hours. We either stay up, it's not that big a deal. We'll just keep each other company, for the next 2 hours, and then we'll hit the woods. Well, he said, okay. I said, I'll make us breakfast. And my puppy, German Shepherd, he's a puppy at the time. He was kind of just acting crazy. So he took him out for me. Well, when he came in, I heard some stuff crashing and I didn't think anything about it. And he said, hey, man, I just heard that thing. And I knocked over some stuff backpedaling in your house. And I thought he was messing with me. I thought he was pulling my leg, but he heard it too. So he's an outdoorsman as well. He's an infantry guy like me. So for him to kind of feel the same way I did, it made me feel better and kind of validated what I already heard. But just to know that someone else has got your back too. They heard it. We hunted opening morning from the shop, and I'm not ashamed to say that. I didn't make
Okay.
him feel guilty, and he didn't make me feel guilty. So
I don't know why you would.
there you
I
have
don't know
it.
why you have to be ashamed about it. What's
Well,
what
yeah,
I mean? You experience these things. You know what? If you don't have at least one experience of terror, literally, that's what it is: terror, dread.
yeah.
If you haven't had the full "quote unquote" Bigfoot experience, and there we go. So,
It was
yeah,
about 8 months. I was really kind of. I was on guard. I was on guard for 8 months, and I really wanted to nail it down. I heard it one more time, and I haven't heard it this year. So
thank goodness.
I don't know if it migrated off or flew off or walked off, or I hope to figure it out.
Oh, I'm sure you figure it out real fast if you wanted to. Yeah, I mean to hear that sound, I have not had that experience. I've heard the chatter. I had other things. They did other things to me to terrorize me. Um, yeah, but I'm not looking forward to that one when that happens, and I imagine someday it will. I think part of it might be the reason why I haven't heard it like other people is because all my experiences have happened in town, right? We've had this conversation already, so as far as my experiences being in town, right? It's funny, and I don't know if New Jersey Diesel of New Jersey shows up tonight. He just did a video. He found a tree structure right in the middle of his town, right in the middle. Now, you could say there were some kids that did that, although I don't know why they would waste their energy time to make that tree structure. And, but they might, know about Bigfooters and tree structures. But, it's like, or, maybe somebody Diesel knew did it. I doubt it. He's not a faker. And I have filmed TP structures in the middle of my town. And so, in fact, like I always tell everyone, and it's still there last I checked about a month ago, there's a TP structure 350 miles due east of me. 350 to say miles, 50 to 350 yards. So, anyways, so it's just people keep on proving to me from their own researches that these things are everywhere, many different forms. And I think the important thing in our evolution and research is going to be to determine what we mean by, or what I mean by these things, because I think we're just labeling just about everything as quote unquote Bigfoot, right? And I think there's a lot more going on than just Sasquatch or Bigfoot.
Yeah, which I could never get into Dogman.
Yeah. Okay, there's big men, dog men, but there's also like a whole bunch of other things that I've filmed myself. You know what I mean? So
whatever that thing is, I like.
And the rake. I'm talking about things about the size of, just generically say a quarter to 3 times the size of a foot. I mean, I'm serious. There's stuff out there it's a multidimensional smorgasbord of spirits out there. It's just not one or two of them. You know what I mean? We focus on one or two things like Bigfoot, or, Dogman. But I think that's part of the narratives that have been, presented to us. But as time goes on, people are going to realize more and more that there's just multiple entities. You know what I mean? So you guys know what you're dealing with until you really film these things, or get to that technology, which we're getting there. We're getting closer and closer every day. By the way, if anybody's here, I'm excited about next Friday. The Orb Whisperer. He's a cat from Australia, and he's been filming orbs, and he's figured it out. He can how to summon these things, how to film it inside his house, outside, and he should share an awful lot with us. He's a very bright guy, very, very bright guy. So, but anyways, um, let's go to the background. Now, I know you and I have had this conversation. You and I have talked at least a dozen times in that ballpark. We've had hours. I mean, you kept me up last night. He kept me up
we've
till
logged some hours.
4:30 in the morning. That's why I'm tired.
You
and that's why I
kept
don't
me
have.
up.
So he kept me up till 4:30 in the morning, and I'm like, man, I don't know how much. I didn't get any sleep. So, but yeah, man.
I'm kind of dragging today too, but it was worth it. We covered some ground last night.
Oh yeah, we did. I can't wait to share. I probably won't be. Maybe not tonight. When I break down the story of Esau and Jacob.
I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, if you can't see Bigfoot written all over that, I don't know what to say to you.
Yeah.
These things, whether interdimensional, whether the spirits, whether at one time, maybe still, my hope, like so many others, is there's still some roaming around, strictly flesh and blood. But I do believe at one time we were walking side by side with these things, and I really believe that the story of Esau and Jacob is actually that story, hidden in allegory form. But that's something that each person will have to decide for themselves. But I can see it pretty clear. But let's talk about because the reason I want to talk about this, because I know you're sensitive about this, you care about this. You, as far as people who grow up in abusive homes and are neglect, and I am too as well. I mean, I had my rough time growing up as well. So it's more common than people talk about or admit. But I also noticed that a lot of times people end up having these encounters during this time period in their lives, or soon after, or because of it, because of all that abuse and stress and trauma. It seems like it almost opens us up to have these encounters. Are we sensitive about it? But you personally, you've had. You want to talk a little bit about this?
Yeah. Like I said, my life's an open book, so
Right.
none of it bothers me. I've dealt with it all. I've forgiven, I've forgiven my abusers, and basically I was just kind of, kept like a pet, kind of kept in my room, and
Yeah.
I wasn't under lock and key, so I could come out, but every time I went to the bathroom, is, well, what are you doing? I just need to go pee. Okay, go pee, get back in your room. Well, after a while, you don't even, it's just, normal.
It's like
But
being in prison.
it made me really quiet. I'm still that way. I'm a ninja when I walk around my house, and, I don't like waking people up. It's given me some things that, you carry, but all of those things, I wouldn't change it, because that's who made, that's how I became who I am today. So
Yeah.
there's a long road to get here, but I feel like God, rather than like be mad at God about it, it's like he downloaded certain information into me, and I really wouldn't want to change that. So
It's a long, strange
It was my
trip it
faith.
has been. Instead of walking on
That's what got me
sunshine, you're
through.
walking on eggshells. I know what it's like. My dad was hardcore. I think the Korean War screwed my dad up big time. Part of that. Plus, he had a crew in a home where my grandpa Adams was an alcoholic. In fact, that's how my parents met, was in a children's home. So both sides of the family had problems with drinking. I ended up turning him. I was talking to Jared, Sasquatch Confessions, about that. Texting on TikTok, and I was like, "Oh yeah," I said, because I've been sober for 17 years, and I'm like, "Yeah," we're talking. I said, "Well, I was drunk." What I mean? I was. I loved a fifth of Jack Daniels every day, anyways. But and I think that was the reason I think it's important. It's multifaceted what's going on here. It's just not going to talk about Bigfoot if you guys haven't figured it out. But for me, my first 20 years, it was about coping. Then the next 20 years or 2 decades, it was about dealing with the first 2 decades. And then it wasn't until I was in my 40s that I started to really start to find myself, or who I was. You know what I mean? My place in this world, as they say. Or just accept myself. That's where it comes down to, acceptance. Of the circumstances, and my dad and my parents, and dealing with it, making my amends and doing all that kind of jazz. So it was a journey. I mean, it's still a journey. But I know it's tough on you, man. I mean, you go through this neglect and abuse, and it's weird too. It's like I'm like the complete opposite with my son. And the door always open, and I always encourage him to go and play with your friends, and go to your friend's house, do something, right, for a couple hours at least, because I think it's really important. And he don't want to do it. He just wants to hang out. It's complete. I think maybe it's because
I tell you what, I love hanging out with my son.
Yeah, I think
I'm hard on him. I'm quite the opposite. I wish I could be. I mean, I try to be, as good to him as I can, but still, instill some discipline. But it's a tricky balance.
My relationship with my son, is all I have to do is just look at him.
Oh yeah,
I just give him that look, that dad look,
too.
And that's pretty much it. And it's really, so far, knock on wood, so far that's how it is. So I think the biggest thing that I just think about what I wanted growing up, and that was to have open dialogue with my dad. Not my mom. I love my mom, but here's the thing, men are men and women are women, and that's just the way it's always going to be. And we just think we see the world differently, and we always will.
Yeah. As men, we have to think about those things that nobody else really has to think about. We see those things when no one else sees those things. So,
yeah.
I wear a lot of different hats.
Well, we all do, right? It's the older you get, the more hats you have. So, but yeah, so this neglect and child abuse, we don't have to go into great detail what you're going through. But I know you and I have talked about it, and we don't need to. I know you.
I think it's great. Yeah,
you are open. You're open about it on Danielle's show, which I keep forgetting. What's the name of it again?
Hidden Existence.
Hidden Existence, right? And you brought that up a little bit.
I tried not to.
But and then you brought it up somewhere else. I think it was on Facebook, right? And then your parents, your step parents, all of a sudden showed up again, huh?
Well, it's kind of interesting because let's see, here it is. My wife, through some of the stuff she works on, I was able to speak to a bunch of foster kids that were aging out of the system. And that hits close to home with me because when I was in that home, they wouldn't take me out because of my age. I was 16 and they were like, well, just leave him, he'll age out here real soon, because in the state of Missouri you can walk at 17. So that's they took my sister out but not me. So that was a weird But my foster parents now, I mean, they've known me over half my life now, and they really swooped in and did me a really good thing for about a year. They let me live with them, and they were my mom and dad, and then I joined the Army, and so we haven't really had that real mom dad relationship, but over time it's gotten to that point. So um, I couldn't call them mom and dad just because it's just, I don't know, I haven't really called anybody really mom and dad, other than one foster home. um, Either way, um, I try not to let it define me. It definitely shaped me, but I have to move on from that. I learned survival skills, and I've got faith like a mile long, a mile deep. It's really important. I want to share that at every opportunity if I can. Yeah, so this whole Bigfoot thing kind of threw me for a loop because I wanted to know where it fit. I'd ask everyone I knew, adult, growing up, and everybody had a different answer. Some people told me it was demonic. Some people told me it was not real. Some people told me, it was like the boogeyman is just an urban legend thing. Um, but I read book after book after book after book, and I still couldn't really get a good handle on it. And
Right.
then, so I've kind of been really interested in it my whole life, but like I did not set out to be here. I'm not trying to proclaim myself as a researcher. Um, I am, though. It kind of hit me the other night that I've been researching this thing most of my life, trying to figure it out. And
I think we
I
all
don't want to
are.
warn anybody. There's a lot of people that waste a lot of time on this when, they could be reading their Bible instead and really actually getting something, So, but at the same time, I want people to be prepared.
Well, I have discovered for me when it comes to the Bible to make it becomes more alive with life experiences. It's one thing just to be book smart, and it's another thing to actually have apply in your life. So, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So, yeah, and like you said, we're all researchers. That's what we are in our lives. Hopefully, if you're learning, regardless if you get paid or get a recognition or accolades, all of us are researchers, right?
Do you have the audio clip? Can you pull that up and play it?
Yeah, but I don't have it. Did you send?
I sent it right before the show. If not, I might be able to look it up.
Oh no, the only thing I see is a missed phone call.
It looks like it's a YouTube clip. If that helps.
Oh, let's see, maybe right there. So, anyways,
Probably
what we're
one of the
talking.
last things that I sent you.
So, yeah, so we're this is one of these things, investigator researcher people get all like cynical about it. Listen, we all are in our own way. Some have more experience than others, but it's you don't have to have a title or a certificate to be. If you're living life and learning, you're a researcher. This life is all about research.
Oops.
Learning. You know what I mean? Let's see what's missed. There's the audio. I think I got the audio here. We'll see what happens here.
I was about to say, if you don't have it, I got it pulled up right now.
Wait, no, no, that's not it. You just.
Here, I'll go right to it. I'm right here.
Now you didn't send me an
audio. 3 minute. Well, it's actually a. I did a screen recording. It's kind of something new that I learned how to do.
Oh, is it? But you didn't.
Okay, so.
Yeah, you do that. Put it next to your mic or
your
speaker.
Yeah.
Don't hear a thing, man. Not a thing.
That's fine. You gotta wait for it. Nope.
Rough start. Hey.
Did you hear that?
I heard that.
Yeah, so that's exactly identical. I'll do it one more time. Let's see. Where's my microphone here?
Oh, you can hear that. That's from your backyard.
That was in my front yard.
Play that again. That was no owl.
Okay. No, I was about to say. I mean, that's what my buddy said. He's like, you can hear the W and you can hear the P. You know, you can hear the whoop noise. So that's why I understand when people call it a whoop.
Oh, look, the Cisco says she saw a young Bigfoot. We have to get her in here. Oh my gosh. The Cisco said, check out the message. And I did, yeah, I'm sorry for being neglectful in the messages, folks. Wow, I didn't know about that, Cisco. From Jersey too. Okay.
Yeah, here we go.
We'll forgive you, Cisco. Just kidding.
Nope.
Yeah, trauma.
So it's on a video called Screaming Sounds in the Woods.
Well, we'll play that
And
again.
it says rocks thrown at camera.
Can you play that again? I wish you would have said that.
I'm working on it right now.
There's an audio call. That's us. There's a missed call. You did not send me a audio though. Maybe you thought you were doing that, or maybe you did, and I just. Is it with a picture?
Yeah, kind of, because it's a. Is that gone?
No,
It's at the 3 minute. There we go. Oh. Okay, let me do that again. This one's actually it's a little earlier.
that ain't an owl, dude, and that ain't.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That could have
There we
been,
go.
you know, that was more on the wild man side.
Everyone I played that for, they get the creepy. You can tell they're creeped out by it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's only one or two things. Is the person doing it?
That's a deer
Or-
that
Yeah, we'll
found
go.
on my property.
Is this the one you saw that had the broken neck?
Yeah, you can if you look at the picture close, you can tell that the neck has been twisted a couple times.
Jeez.
At least one full rotation or two.
Yeah, there's nothing going on in Missouri. Yeah, so that says I don't know how long. I guess we can get away with having that stuff. This is not TikTok.
Yeah, you might have gave everybody a warning there. Not
Oh yeah.
everybody's got an
Hey,
infantry
if you're not adult enough to handle a dead carcass of a deer that you've seen a million times inside a road, I don't know what to say. Anyways,
You just ruined somebody's appetite. Is what you did.
yeah, well, hey, he saw his daddy. He liked venison.
Okay, so that is something I looked up just to kind of show you what you're looking at on the elbow.
Is this right here? Is this the bone you're
That
talking
is the
about?
sacrum. That's the
the sacrum.
sacrum.
That's the sacrum. So we need to go back one. Dang, this is not working the way I want it to. There's something about that. It used to, I tell you something. I'm going to be honest about this. This is what we're talking about.
Yep.
Ever since Facebook changed, it's gotten worse, even worse than it was 2 years ago.
It's just gonna keep going that way too.
Yeah. So that's a big tooth right there. Big molar.
Yeah.
And,
That one's the one. That's the first one I found. And if you look real close, you can tell the enamel's cracked on it. And it's actually, I don't know if it shows up in the other pictures I sent, but you flip it over, and it literally looks like it was cut with a saw right down the middle of it. Like it's cracked perfectly right down the middle.
Let's see. There's that image.
Yeah, that's the inside of the elbow. If you kind of, I mean, if somebody wanted to go back and zoom in, they could pause and zoom in, but you can see where the nerves and the tendons.
They should say be able to see halfway decent there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see it. I actually have found a couple of those. I just thought that was cool. A buddy of mine has that. One of my favorite expressions or quotes or whatever.
So, yeah, it must have been. So you found some of these bones and big molars, and there's some other stuff. You guys can. We don't have to push this too hard unless you want to. It's up to you. I don't want to push
It's up
this
to
hard.
you. Yeah, either way.
I mean, unless you want to. I mean, I have some
It's
images of others that might be halfway decent that I took off from the show you did with Danielle the other night.
I mean, I got them. I mean, I can reach over and grab them and show you firsthand, but
Yeah, if you wanna, it's up to you, man. I don't feel like you have to. This is another thing too. It's like we talked about this, and it's like you're it's in a tough situation. Everyone's in a tough situation, okay? Regardless if it's photos. I just like when I started taking stuff, I just said, I don't care if anybody takes it and uses it and they want to put their name, I don't care. As long as the information gets out there, that's what, to me, the big picture is more important than my ego or whether or not anybody records. But I also say, it's like when you with this yeah, and let's get out of, so we can get very, okay. And I wonder if we could get.
yeah, it looks like it's cut right down the middle. Oop.
Yeah, so
I'm getting better. Oh, I'm getting better at it. But either way.
Hey, that's me, people.
So that's the first one. This is what got me. I don't know. This is kind of what made me. Yeah, I know I don't like my reflection too much anymore these days. Let's see. Here we go. It kind of looks like a phallus, but I'm pretty sure that's a finger. And it's stone. And it's kind of hard to see because it's in the bag, but you can kind of see, it even looks like it's got like bone or something in the center of it. Let me see.
Dude,
these aren't the best bags, but
is that like blood vessels or capillaries or something going on
I'll
inside?
pull that one. I'll go ahead and pull that one out because I mean, it's probably the one I actually held that in my hand quite a few times, and the rest of these I actually tried to be careful with them, and see, I'm trying to not wash it out.
I'll stop this camera so you guys don't have to look at my ugly mug while you're doing it. Now, if I make you full screen now, you won't be able to hear me, okay?
Yeah.
But I wanted to make it full screen for you. I can
It actually
figure it
works
out.
out better for me the way you have it. I can actually see it a little better. There you go.
All right. I'll leave it like that.
On my side. So this is the back of it. And let's see. It doesn't seem like it has as much detail. But I mean, this is definitely stone, so what kind of fossil that would be, I don't know. I'll try to show you the end of it from the very end.
Well, there's a guy out there called Mr. Mud Fossil.
Yes, I'm very familiar with his work.
And there's some like is that like, what is that? Pinkish, reddish color to it?
Yeah, it kind of looks like, he talks about on his show, anything that's black is actually blood. And anything that's red is definitely blood.
Hey, I think like Sheldon says, that might just be a fossilized.
Let's see. I have to go backwards.
What's up, Diesel? Diesel, you got to come on here. Actually, I want to play Diesel's his video tonight. He just did. We were just talking about your video, Diesel, about you finding a tree structure in the middle of your town, which I've done several times myself, to say the least.
All right. I'm just going to flash this one here just for a second. Not long. And I'm kind of going against advice here, but either way, I've kind of already let it out of the bag. But
yeah, you let it out of the bag of the show. And it doesn't really, listen, if somebody, the biggest issue is going to be is if you transfer that to somebody else, right? To have to be tested on. I've heard it so many times, and it doesn't have to be the Smithsonian Institute.
College. It's all.
It could be. It could be your best friend. I mean, you got to be careful about when you hand over the stuff. You know how it is. You mean you lend a book to somebody and you count on never seeing it again, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's how people work. So, you know, got to be careful with that. So, and here's the thing: is like, because I was telling you, I know several guys who have some great hair samples that they just made a decision. He said, you know, they know what it came from. They know what it is. They don't need a geneticist or a scientist or some institution to tell them what they have. You know what I mean? So
I don't
regardless of
want the
how
topic
it
to be
turns
laughed
out,
at.
it's
I
always going
want
to
to
be
kill
like,
the stigma of it's okay to be a man and it's okay to be scared. You know, it's okay to bring it out and talk about it.
well, you're in the military, you're infantry. If you'd ever get scared a couple times in that situation, then you probably have a few wires loose. You know what I'm saying?
I was more scared. I was way more scared the night that I heard the noise here than what I ever was in the military.
Oh, I understand completely. I've never felt
Uh,
more the terror and dread that I felt. My second major encounter with Bigfoot was for 3 days. I'll never forget it. It changed I mean, the first encounter certainly changed my life, but the second one it changed it drastically. It
I
actually
challenge
caused me to
anybody to
believe in
look this
God.
stuff up.
Huh?
Like you ought to tell them the name of that. I can't remember the name of it, but it stuck with me, and that's why I reached out to you, is because it really stuck with me.
Well, Sean G, of course I told you, you know, he's in there. Go to Chasing the Truth. Sean G, maybe he'll interview you as well. He's a good guy. He's the one who gave me my chance to share my story without somebody interrupting it or chopping it all up or taking out the parts they didn't like to hear. You know what I mean? He just let me go for 2 hours. You know, so it's funny what happens to you when you get the opportunity to speak your what's in your heart and what's in your mind. It's like when last week it is Sean was generous enough to come on my show and he talked about some of his personal experiences. And I remember at the beginning of the show, and I think it's funny, and I'm not knocking you. If you're still there, Sean, I'm not, it's funny. It's just, I just want to do it for about an hour. It ended up being 2.5 hours. And I said, because once you get going talking about your stuff, it's like so cathartic. You know what I mean? You can talk about it 100 times. And there's always something new that comes to mind. There's always something, you know, it's really important to talk about your experiences, what you're going through. It's not about being popular. It's about dealing with a situation, come to terms with it, to really embrace the reality of, you know, what you're going through. So like when you heard that sound, which sounds pretty impressive to me, I mean, I think, and they say, you know, I've heard chatter. I've never heard the sound or had, you know, the speaking in the head and all that kind of stuff. But I tell you, I know there was their presence there, and I knew when I was having a spiritual warfare with them, and I know when I saw the dang thing when it's 15 feet in front of me, and I can still remember the faces, especially the second one, because it wasn't at night, it was in the evening. So I had, you know, I still remember the almond-shaped brown eyes. I remember the leathery tan skin of the face, and the rusty brown hair, the shit-eating green smile. I mean, listen, we don't forget that stuff. And anybody else can think that I'm crazy. I know it doesn't matter to me because
one of these days we're going to sit down and I don't like making eye contact. I never have. And it's part of, you know, my past. So drawing gave me an excuse to not have to make eye contact. You know, so it's great. I could sit there and listen to somebody while I'm drawing, and they don't get upset with me because I'm not making eye contact.
what's going on with this? What's going on, Cisco? She says, "Can you see me now?" I can see you on here, and I saw the what am I check your comments on your shows, Laugh at Law. Catch me here if we get lost in the email. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna get Cisco. Cisco's got some amazing stories too. I listened to her Saturday, some of her stories, and like every time this you can find out with this Cisco, she's pretty cool. And it's like every time I hear something from her, there's something new, and I'm like, this gal's actually really cool.
Where's she from? Where's her experiences come from?
Oh, she's had Bigfoot. She just said she had a Bigfoot experience. She dealt with ghosts and spirits and all sorts of stuff. She's pretty smart on top of that. So
Hey,
and,
I can't see the comments. Just so if anybody has any questions for me, I
okay.
can't see it, but
I don't see if anybody's asked you. There's a few people have said stuff like,
I know we're approaching an hour, and I thought, just in case somebody's got to go to bed or.
let's see. There was one thing. So Diesel from New Jersey said, I drive past that area at least once a week to mail my art packages. Diesel's an artist too, I understand. Structure wasn't there. Yeah, we can play that soon. We'll play that soon. And no one's really asking anything. People saying, nope, that wasn't an owl. And nice buck too, Sheldon says. Even though it was,
yeah, I can't see what's on the screen. I'm really proud of that because I actually got out there this year after hearing that noise, and I was hunting by myself. So, and the rifle I hunt with is only a one shot, so I'd have to break it open, clean the shell out, and put another one in, and it's pretty slow, but it's a straight shooter, so I really like it.
Let's if it's all right with you, let's watch Diesel's video. This is how, and you see this. I mean, I've had this experience. I mean, I've seen teepee structures literally as close as we're to see here, next to office buildings. And next, it'll be like a grove, and then there'll be a parking lot, and it'll be office buildings, and you see if we can find the proper setting here.
I told a guy I'd name drop him if it came up, and it's come up. He deals with stick structures quite a bit, and what they call,
you're gonna see this. It's real simple, and you just look at it, and no kid's gonna waste their time stripping all the little tiny branches off it and then making that. So, right. But watch this, and I've seen this. I've seen literally. You'll see this. I've had these. I have images of it too. Exact same, about that distance from the curve as well. Except there, instead of this grassy area, this would be a grove, and this would be the parking lot. But it wasn't a very busy street though. And across the street, actually, there was a children's nursery school. As usual, they seem to like to watch children. Check this out.
My stories I'm going to share is that.
So the first thing to notice here that sticks out for me, and with high improbability that was a human being, is you see how old the branches are. First of all, there's no like little branches on them. You know what I mean? And there's some rocks. Now maybe somebody could have still done it, but I wouldn't put my money on that a human being did this. Notice here. I've noticed those with these small tree structures as well. If you notice, all the little branches that are right there, all placed. Like some people might say it's like a bedding or something or whatever. It's not. Whatever it is, you can see the little details that a teenager wouldn't even think about doing unless they spend an exorbitant amount of time of their life, which they could have. Studying tree structures, right? Or knowing about them in the first place. I can't see, in the end of the day, to be honest with you, I can't see why anybody, kid, adult, human, would want to do this. So. So I'm gonna leave it at that. The rocks are there. All those little sticks are strategically placed in that area. And anyways, it's
How big
something
is that?
can't be more than 2 or 3 feet high.
Yeah, I
Can't
was
be.
about to say. So like a Bigfoot's not gonna fit in there.
But the thing is, I have seen teepee structures only maybe a foot or two taller with really even thinner branches. I've seen them do it with stuff like with dried up um, like corn stalks and stuff like that. They don't just use branches.
I've
The
actually
thing
seen
is,
them
okay,
do
now
that.
you could see we could reason this out and say, okay, maybe there's a group of witches decided they wanted to do this, okay, in the middle of town. Maybe there's always a possibility. You could say some kids that wanted to do it. Maybe there's some Bigfoot researcher or somebody just messing with people. I mean, just think about effort it took to do it, the detail, all the small branches, all the worn out larger branches, all the stones. To put it in all that specific area and location. Sorry, I would bet my left testicle that a human being didn't do that. That's
Is
how
this
I
on
feel.
somebody's yard?
Now this is in the middle of
It looks
town.
like it's yeah, it looks like a street front property.
And he said Diesel says here that the rocks came from 2 blocks away, where I parked and walked there or here. Um, Small teepee I've seen in person. Yeah, I've seen small ones, and they'll make small ones in the middle. When I first started seeing this stuff, I swore it had to be people, maybe some was into witchcraft or teenagers, but the more and more when I started actually filming stuff around it, I started filming entities. I started filming things that looked, jet black and looked like Bigfoot. And it was like, no, this is now the thing is, this is where I have a question is because I have filmed Sasquatch, Bigfoot, whatever, with other entities, smaller entities. Are these smaller entities the ones that are actually doing this? Does the Sasquatch actually waste its energy time building these things? Are there smaller entities, interdimensional beings, now spiritual beings, that are wasting or not wasting their time, are are doing it? You know what I mean?
Man, that's too woo. I can't go there.
Well, you're going eventually going to have to go there.
I'm teasing. I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
So,
I've seen some small stuff on the internet. YouTube way back when, where they caught this little creature. It couldn't have been more than a foot tall, and it had a tail, and it resembled to me. It looked like a kind of like an alien gray type, but you could see it had a skeleton and it didn't have any hair. It kind of looked like a little monkey, but they caught it in a trap, and who knows what that was, but
and here's
leprechauns.
the thing, like when you were talking to Danielle, and if she hears this, upside down, but if she does hear this, and she lives in the UK, and she says, well, she can, she don't. Basically, she was saying, what can I do? I live in the UK, as far as doing investigative work, or you know what I mean, researching Bigfoot. And I just slapped my head and I said, I can't believe what she just. The number of encounters in UK, in fact, the number of encounters throughout the whole dang world. In fact, it doesn't matter where you live.
Well, she's
These
focused
things,
right now. She said she's focusing her attention over there because she says she's kind of had her eye on the U.S. this whole time, so she feels like she's neglected her own backyard.
Damien, he's from the
So
same area, generally speaking, and the same that British Isles, and he films stuff all the time. And it's and then people are reporting the stuff you and I seen when you've talked. I think we talked about that video, or maybe it was somebody else, but they just one was came out maybe in the past year, maybe that was, and about all these sightings of Bigfoot and dogmen and werewolves and things that look like black jaguars and I mean it's just, I don't think it has so much to do with how big the forest is around you. I think it has that these things are everywhere. They're interdimensional. They're not.
Well, yeah, people are spotting Bigfoot in the middle of town, and I'm thinking it would have to cross streets. It would have to cross intersections. Depending on the town, some
And if
towns
he's
just
just
don't.
foraging out of the garbage dumps, there should be waste everywhere. I tell you one thing: you have the greatest dinner habits, right? The dining habits, and if that's the case, because most things would just throw the cartons all over the place, right? I guess I'm trying.
I wouldn't recommend personally trying to gift one of these things because
No, I wouldn't either.
the night I actually had my encounter, I pitched out some old apples, and I'm
That's a
thinking
great comment. Did you hear? You
that
didn't see this?
I can't see the comments.
It says, well, first of all, okay, Sheldon, I didn't, I sent you a picture of that tiny skull, Mike. Oh, okay. So I have to go just now, Sheldon. Diesel says, I've always thought that these things could be us when we are dead. With more and more activity happening, could it be that people in hell said Sasquatch lived on the outskirts of town and cities? You know what? That's something I'm thinking about recently too. So you're not the first one. I had a guy call in a few times and called himself Owlman. Oh, Owlman. Oh, yeah, the same guy from.
His dog.
I wonder if he's the same one that emails. If
How to
Owlman's,
hunt.
well, he would be in northern Michigan. He just and howtohunt.com, right? And he talks about these emails from Owlman. Is that the same guy or a different guy, Sean? That's he has some interesting insights. He's a Ojibwe Indian. I'm part of Ojibwe, and sometimes I wonder if that's. Anyways, maybe we're marked. We can see things maybe a little different than other people do. I don't know.
I want to try to get to those stories.
Yeah. Well,
Before I forget, I'll quickly run down these stories just to kind of give like the main highlights.
are you in a hurry or something?
No, but I just in case because a lot of people, not
I'm
everybody stays up all
I'm
night.
being funny. Well, we do
It's 9
apparently.
o'clock. Well, a lot of people have to go to bed about 9 to get up at 5,
Well,
6 in the morning.
If you have to go to bed and you're listening to a cat like me, and you haven't figured out by now that we talk and talk, I don't know what to say. Anyways, go ahead, man. Let's hear your stories.
This comes from Missouri. These come from Missouri. I told her I was gonna butcher the people in it by accident. So I'm gonna do my best to just kind of speed through these. She told of a story where they found a footprint on one side of the road, and I guess this mud puddle crossed the road all the way across, and they could tell where it had left a footprint here, jumped all the way across the road, and left another one on the other side of the road.
Right.
So she said she could see the mud where it kind of taken that big leap, kind of slung the mud as it jumped.
Now let's talk about this real fast. Though she said it looked like it jumped. So this Bigfoot, how big did maybe 300, 400, or 500 thing that jumped that far in the mud?
I think she said it was twice as big as her mom's foot. And she also mentioned that it looked like, this is what's interesting, is she said that it looked like it had bent in the middle of the print, like a mid-tarsal break that people are talking about recently.
We've been talking about for a long time. 1 footprint, 2 footprint on.
I believe it's 2. I didn't inquire,
one
if
on
they saw
each.
anymore.
Is it 1 on each side?
Yep.
Or so
yeah,
see,
one here on one side of the road.
That doesn't make sense if it jumped, because if you're talking about that big and it jumped, it's going to jump. Even if it jumped on 1 foot, I mean, it could, but then the landing, that's got to be a deep and huge imprint. This has to be. You can't.
I think that's
physics.
I think that was partial. That's kind of how they knew it was not quite right. I don't know if this connects to this story or not, but she said it sounded like a tree got pushed over, and that's something you
Always.
hear a lot. You hear that a lot,
Oh, yeah.
and I don't know if it's because like they felt the vibration in the feet, because that's usually kind of what a tree does. It gives you that like kind of jolt. Um, okay, so back to watching kids. What you're saying earlier, I think it was like I said. I'm gonna screw it up. It was I think it was her or maybe your cousin or aunt or something, and they were looking down over this pond. They were in the house looking down over this pond, I think, and they were kind of watching the kids. And she said she looked down and said, it looked like a Bigfoot leaning up against a tree. Well, she looks over at the girl and says, "Hey, do you see that down there?" And didn't tell her what she thought it was. And she goes, "The thing that looks like Bigfoot?" And then they locked eyes and they're like, "Uh-oh." And then the kids started running towards the house. They took their eyes off it, and just a second later, it was gone. Um, if you want to, you ought to look for that handprint picture because I'm coming around to that. Um,
Yes,
so
so
I guess her dad, they've got a big picture window type thing, and they found a handprint. Like I want to say it's anywhere from 10 to 12 feet high, and it's on the
very
outside. And he's 70 something, 76, 77. So, he's not going to be up there messing around. And I've seen it, I mean, everybody's going to get to see it. They Googled it right after they found it. And
there's the handprint, folks. Look at that, and that you look at that close, and you can see clearly that it ain't no human handprint. Reminds me of Claudia's Eckley's photo of the handprint.
see how the
Yeah,
thumb kind of comes out to the side?
it's and notice how far away. You look at
Yes.
the space between the index finger and the thumb
Yep.
print.
Yep.
That is not what of a human. Hold up your hand. And
Well,
she's
that's what I'm getting ready to do. The drawing that
you can
that I was
just see
working
the
on last
weird
night.
shape of it. Yeah, look at that. It's just, you can see the rounding, like horseshoe shape. That a human being. Our hands are not. I mean, we can kind of mimic that way, but you got to look how long that thumb is, and how extended farther it would be normally of a human being, and even the palm prints on. You know what I mean? They wouldn't line. And another thing I noticed about a lot of these quote unquote Bigfoot handprints is that the fingers are long and skinny. They're not like short and stubby like ours. So
All right, you see the hands here that I drew last night?
yeah, it looks like something to
I'm trying to make a heart. And what I was trying to make is, it's almost Valentine's Day, but I was trying to do something kind of like this, right? So I had to actually take my own picture. My wife had to take my picture of me doing that. I took my son's picture doing it. So I had to have 3 different pictures just to where I could even like just get a mind's eye around it. But looking at the
that's
structure, see that big old pad, how
yeah.
it actually sticks out way further
Than humans.
than,
I'm just looking at it in my hand. Everyone can just look at your hand and you just see and
yeah,
ask
exactly.
yourself if you were to put your hand on in the window, would it turn out that way?
Look how dirty the window is too. Being that high up, it's not one that you're gonna wipe off easily. So
But perfect windows to get handprints.
well, yeah, it's perfect. So back to some of her other stories. She told a story, I believe it was her aunt, and I can't remember exactly the details of it, but she was very upset and she was very vocal and crying and kind of like, I'm not going to say shrieking, but that's the vibe I got. And the more she was upset, the more this thing kept chattering and talking, almost like it was really getting
Say that
into her.
whole part again for me.
The more she got upset, the more this thing kept talking and chattering, like it was
How
getting
would the
into her.
thing know that she's upset?
Because she's very vocal, almost like I'm not gonna say shrieking, moaning doesn't seem like the right word. She's just very vocally upset. Like sobbing, sounds
she
good.
was crying, and was she crying? Where was this
She was
at?
freaked out. She was
Where
scared.
was,
She
where,
was
was she in
upset.
was she in the house or outside the house?
I believe it was outside. Like I said, I'm just gonna kind of give you the highlight reel, and she says she wouldn't hold it against me if I get the details wrong. I guess her dad, kind of a tough guy. I think it's okay to share. They called him Popeye. Kind of gives you an idea. It's kind of short, kind of stocky, real strong guy, and I guess they had a problem when they're camping, and something was messing with them out in the wood line, and he calls out, "Hey, you better let me know if you're a person, because I'm getting ready to sling lead in your direction. You need to speak up now." And nothing spoke up, but it kept messing with him. So he actually he shot into the wood line. Well, it sounded like there was like 7 of them, they said. And it was so bad that they ended up leaving all their camping gear, I believe.
Yeah.
So you got to be pretty scared to leave all your camping gear because,
And where did this
that stuff,
happen?
I believe, I think it's roundabout. I think one of the nearer towns she mentioned was Shirley.
And this is in
And that's,
Missouri.
yep. And that's really about all as far as detail wise. That's about as close as I want to get. Let's see.
So they heard 7 different voices,
Or 7, they could
or it
tell there was
seemed
7 different
at least.
places where something was messing with them.
And how did he describe the sound? Was it something that, like everyone else talks about, something that was just piercing and loud and sounded like a woman in distress, or a child, or like what? I mean, the traditional Bigfoot
I really
howl.
don't. I didn't walk away with a good idea of maybe what that was. I got the vibe it was like shaking stuff and maybe breaking limbs and that kind of type
The
thing.
traditional thing, right?
Yeah, kind of just like we're gonna stand over here and we're gonna mess with you until you get scared. That's kind of the vibe I got. Let's see. I think there's another good story. But yeah, what do you think of that handprint? I think that's something else.
It's special. It's a special handprint. It is. It's really it's a nice
It's
one.
supposed to be calling me, and I'm like I said, I'm not I'm not gonna stand here in front of everybody and say I'm a Bigfoot researcher because I'm not. Call Sasquatch Encounter Brigade. That's kind of where I
It's
went.
okay. You're inquiring. You're doing your own personal investigation and trying to figure out stuff. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, yeah, my brain works just fine. So,
I'm-
so I went on his show to share my experience, and it was therapeutic to get it off my chest. And I picked a smaller channel because I was worried, being in a small town, that people were gonna label me the Bigfoot guy, because they laugh at you around here. And
Where was this?
just because they deer hunt doesn't mean that they know everything in the woods.
No, I mean you could spend. I mean, the kid was always outdoors. I mean, hunting, trapping, night hunting, fishing. I mean, as an adult, I was designing nature trails, wildflower meadows, bogs. You know what I mean? I love the outdoors. You know what I mean? I spend it in. I think a lot of time. Our familiarity of our environment and our surroundings sometimes actually may cause us to miss things that we might have noticed in a different, strange or unfamiliar environment. Does that make sense? Because when it's a new place, you're maybe a little more paying attention to the details and the uniqueness of it, right? And that's where we'll go on vacation, right? And sightseeing, right?
Yep.
So yeah, but I spent tons of time. I'm totally convinced at this point that these things were watching me the whole dang time. Because a lot of my encounters, my sightings, were all in areas where I was running around as a kid. And I was one of these kids in my town, and it's more developed than it was 40 years ago, 50 years ago, right? It was not, and I would be running around in the woods in the field by myself, not seeing anyone else, no other kids or anything, right? Just like it always is. There's some people that are just, I guess, more connected to the outdoors than others. And to me, it was a refuge. And we were talking about earlier about, and this is another reason about, talking about growing up in an abusive environment, that a lot of times we run to the outdoors. I did. My refuge was the outdoors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I built
I know.
ground forts and tree forts and underground forts and all sorts of stuff just to get away and just to explore. So, I was the kid. I mean, I knew where the salamanders were. I knew where to catch. Back then, you could, where the box turd were, where to catch the garter snake or hognose, or because that's what I did, to get away. Because it's either that, I was going to stay in a house that where nobody want me there anyways, right? So,
Right.
so I might as well go out and play out in the wood. So, but saying that, my point in all that is that a lot of people, they can spend days and years in the woods and never see anything, right? Ever. And then somebody else. So I don't think it has anything to do with that. So go ahead.
I'm not one of those people that every time I hear something crack in the woods that I'm automatically like, oh, there's a Bigfoot, right? Well,
Is that your
not that long ago,
who's Shasta?
maybe this is literally like a month ago.
Who's
My
Shasta?
neighbor came over here and we were
Is that
standing
your
there
wife?
talking, just look. What's that? Don't
your
say her
wife-
name, please. Don't say her
She's-
name.
She's
Yeah,
in
don't
the
say her
room.
name.
She's in the room. It says Shasta
No,
Miller.
I don't believe so. She might be. Yeah, don't say her name.
She says, hi, all. It says, hi, all. I know Chris very well. And
Okay.
she's introducing herself. She jumped into.
Well, that's good. She mentioned she was going to try to find it. We'll see. I have to be careful a little bit. Either which way. I'm pretty, they call that OPSEC in the Army, operational security. So don't make any more guard duty for me.
Yeah, Shasta,
way.
look what you did being from friendly.
Hey, names on the radio. Golly, man. Making it hard on me. So
Sorry.
basically, I've got this, I've got all these stories that people have shared, and there's no good place where I feel you can really get it all out. And one of my good buddies, he told me a story where he was working nights at Walmart, and if I get his story right, it's about 2 or 3 in the morning, and he's coming up his road, and he sees 2 or 3 figures off in the distance, and that's not normal for where he is. And he said it looked like they were football players, with football pads and everything, like that kind of type shape. And he said as he got closer and closer, he kind of realized that that wasn't the case. He didn't get super, super great details, but he saw enough and knew enough and felt enough that he left his truck running all night long in his driveway because he just bailed out of it as soon as he got home. So for him, of all people,
you
to do
say
that,
there was
that's
3
just,
of them? There was 3 of them?
I think it was 3. Yep.
And this is under the light?
Yep. Yeah, they were near like one of the street lights.
Did he say they were jet black?
Dark, like that. Like he could tell that basically he just kind of made out the silhouettes, but he could tell that they were moving. And I'm not sure if they were walking towards him or away from him. I think originally when I thought I heard it, I thought he was talking about how they were walking away, but I think that they were actually getting closer. As he's coming up to them, they're walking closer. So I think that's kind of what really kicked off the fear. Because I'm still on the fence with this whole thing. I'm trying to weigh all options. I'm not trying to I don't have an agenda. I don't need to make it one thing or the other. I just honestly just show me more evidence and I'll weigh it all. I've listened to every snippet on this topic since I was little bitty, 6. I learned how to read when I was 5, so It
Right.
wasn't long after that I heard about it, and as a little kid, you're thinking, is this really a thing? So the longest time I thought it was like a, astro, what do they call it? Gigantopithecus, or
Yeah.
like a, caveman type. Because that's I've heard everything. I've heard everything from it looked like a hologram to it looked like it was, kind of see through, to it floated. It looked like it was floating. It didn't make any noise. And, I'm pretty good at walking through the woods without making too much noise if I want to. But you have to slow down. You can't move through the woods very fast without making noise. It's just from what just from my,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're snagging on something. Something's going to reach out and grab you. There's so many plants out there that they're just designed to do that. So I don't see how deer can be as quiet as they can be, but that's why I'm starting to kind of your experience really kind of open my eyes to maybe there's something else. And once you entertain an idea, then you can start to maybe see it. But if you don't entertain it first, then you can't see it because you don't want to see it. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Back to
Yeah. Kind of.
back to my neck of the woods. My son and I were in the woods maybe a little over a month ago, and I think I shared it before, but I normally don't like binoculars just because they're big, bulky, heavy. Just one more thing that I usually don't use. And for whatever reason, I got my binoculars. I was going to show him maybe how to use one, and we found a stick structure or a X, a perfect X, which you've seen it, and I've sent you pictures of too. But that kind of got me. He noticed it. I noticed it. Right after that, I pick up my binoculars for the first time. Already focused everything. I didn't even have to mess with the knobs. I see what looks like a Bigfoot head on the other side of this log, and I said, "Oh my gosh!" I said, "What the hell?" And I don't usually like curse in front of him or nothing, so uh, he could tell by my voice that I was concerned, and I wanted to go check it out just for I have to know, I'd rather know than not know, but I didn't want to risk his safety, so we just kind of walked back to the house. But I've since went out there and I don't see anything that I would have seen that made sense like that. I don't even remember recalling a tree that big out there, so that was a little weird too. But I've had Bigfoot on the brain so the last 6 months for sure. So, and I'm creative. I can see faces and anything. Like, oh, back to your stuff. Some of your pictures. When I first saw them, I thought, man, you're really reaching. It's real vague. Like there's no real clear. There's something there. That's what I thought about your stuff at first, and then the longer and more I looked at it, you mentioned the Native Americans got the totem poles.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I've noticed, not just on your stuff, but other people's stuff. And you can see, if you see one, you look a little deeper, you can see they're stacked up just like that totem pole. So that's kind
That's
of
right.
interesting.
I've seen it, filmed it. Yep.
The aunt we live with, she mentioned wood spirits or wood sprites or something. And literally, like these things can move between trees somehow. Like trees are doorways. And it's like, wow, that really lines up with some of the videos I've seen. Like that one I sent you. You can see the thing hanging out. There's no room for it on the other side of the tree, but somehow it's gone. I hope I
So,
never see one.
you hope you never see a Sasquatch?
I mean, I'd like to know, but if it's what I think it is, Nah, I can go my whole life and not see it. I like being outside in the woods
Well,
too much.
don't you find that I find that very strange to say that you're someone who draws them, you
I literally am looking it
artwork
all
on
up.
them, and you're paying attention. I mean, well, I hate to tell you this, but the odds are you're going to end up seeing one. So
I feel better about it now
you
because
don't, the more you focus on this stuff, it's like the power of summoning and the power of attention, and there's just they recognize that you recognize, and they know what's going on, and the odds of
I
you
heard
not seeing one is being slim to
I
none.
was I was talking to
Hey, Joe.
somebody the other night. I don't have you've heard of a thought form where if
Yeah.
you sit there and focus on something, you give it energy, right? It didn't exist before, it's just a thought, but it grew because you kept feeding it and feeding it and feeding it. And I think that's potentially what might be going on here is the more we talk about this subject, the more we give it rights to be here or something to that effect, which it's
Well,
just a brainstorm, but
well,
it
but here's the thing: they have a right here anyways. They've always been here. The only thing is that they're paying attention to you and your thoughts and your actions, and if they're going to reward you once in a while. You know what I mean?
well,
By
based
showing
off
up.
well, based off of our conversation last night, I don't believe that they're blessed. I think that they're cursed. I wouldn't want to look like that. If they look like anything like what I think they do, not my drawings, but other people's renditions of them, they don't describe them to be very good looking. So, you know,
It's I think that you can't just blanket them all as like I know this the people have called them tree devils or forest devils, right? But that
I've
doesn't
seen
mean
them
that they
too.
all are. And actually, Jared was from Sasquatch Confessionals when I was sharing my first encounter with that Crow Indian medicine man, and we got talking, and I started kind of thinking. I said, "Did that thing?" I've been hanging out with a really dark dude that I really didn't know, and because that thing popped up and because that thing crawled up that ravine and got 15 feet in front of me and him, he was scared too, right? We're both like, let's get the heck out of here, right? No,
No, thank you.
was there a possibility to that thing? I'm just thinking that thing actually saved my life because of the
Oh,
two
for him?
entities of the two beings I was interacting with that night. The one of the two that I didn't trust or that I had concerns with, and I've shared this numerous times, it wasn't the Bigfoot. It was the Crow Indian medicine man. The guy that wanted to be called Crow and then bragged about being a part of human
Oh yeah.
sacrifices and all that. And I'm like, and I didn't know that until after fact. And I honestly, sometimes I wondered if that wouldn't have happened, what would have happened when we were there? Who knows? The guy might have tried to bug me, knife me. Who knows? I have no idea what he could have done. He could have threw me down in that ravine, and no one would have seen me for days. You know what I mean? So
15 foot isn't that hard of a distance to close. You can close 15 feet before you can even like react.
for Bigfoot, and as far as I'm
No,
talking,
for people, there's something called the 21-foot rule that if you're standing there with a gun and I have a knife, you're 21 feet from me, I can close that distance before you can even get a round off.
the Crow Indian guy was he was about 3 feet from me.
Hmm.
I'm talking about the Bigfoot was 15 feet from me.
So what does he say that they are? What was his thinking of like?
Like I said, as we're leaving and as I taken him allegedly to his home, that he just magically vanished. We didn't talk anything about that. He ended up bragging about being part of a human sacrifice and seeing Lucifer and talking about all this dark stuff. And like it was nothing to him. He didn't really care. So It was really bizarre, and it was one of the most bizarre the most bizarre hour and some minutes of my entire life. It will never be replaced in the most bizarre situations. So, and so yeah, it makes me think. Maybe that I don't know if it was the Bigfoot's intention, right? The booger, the grass man, whatever you want to call it, the Sasquatch. I don't know if it was his intention to save my life, but because it did show up and we got 15 feet in front of our grills, it caused us to leave and bail. And you know what I mean? So, um, who knows? Maybe, I started to think maybe that thing actually might have saved my life.
One of the things that people that a lot of the encounters like yours, you said they were super super dark, right? Almost like they absorbed the light.
The first one I saw was darker than the darkness of the day. Yeah, there was no light except the edges of it. It looked like it was shimmering, like it was electrical. Right? It looked like every single hair, like a little electrical spark to it.
Right
But
after right after you shared that, I heard on Sasquatch Chronicles a guy mentioned basically the same type of detail.
yeah, I mean,
And
when you're up close like that, you see those things. I don't know how you cannot see that. You know what I mean?
there's
The
something to
shimmering.
that. I think it's really important.
Yeah, well, especially if they're an interdimensional spiritual entity type of thing. They're energy. We're all energy, right? And they're a different energy form, a different density. Obviously, they are. That's the only way they can go through trees. I mean, not around trees, through trees and through tree branches, and not break the trees. Um, that they have to be at a different density and energy than us. And there's times that they might manifest totally in the flesh. I've seen, like, my brother. By the way, yeah, I always butcher his encounter. Someday I got to get that right. It was him and his wife that saw Sasquatch in Northern California, and it was jet black, and it looked like it was. They could tell that it was like 100%, a flesh and blood entity. So, how do they go from these different forms of density and uh, like
Well,
looking like flesh, behaving like a flesh and blood animal, to all of a sudden to being absorbed or absorbing themselves into a tree,
well,
right?
some people that what do they call it? Astral projection.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not saying that it's similar, but it is kind of. I
Oh,
mean,
there's just a lot of
you're
similar.
kind of changing perspective, if you will, changing your perspective. Um,
Well, in order for you to leave your body, and that's what I'm reading right now, right, is that book, and how, Adventures in the Out of Body, right? Out of Body Experience, whatever that was called, from William Bowman. And this is the whole thing about its frequency, thought, um, density. So the just a form of electricity, right? And so we ourselves are we're discovering through quantum physics and through serious science that we're multidimensional beings. Yes, there's the meat suit that you and I recognize and everyone recognizes. When we see with our eyes, the image that I see of you, the image you see of my head, that that's
mhm.
this is the flesh and bone avatar, the meat suit that we're in. But the soul, the spirit, they're discovering is itself multi-dimensional. It's not just. In other words, you can be. They're even starting to theorize and suggest, and people have suggest they've had experiences where your spirit, its energy, the essence, can be split up, and you can be in more than one dimension or different environment.
I've
Based
never heard
on.
you could split it before.
I didn't either until I started reading about this stuff, man. Because you're
That's
not going to
interesting.
learn about this, without doing some serious, crack a few books open at least, if people know what they're talking about.
Well, as a kid, I actually read a book, and it was talking about how twins, they would be
369.
on separate continents, daggone it, different states, and something would happen, and they would be connected. They would know And so extrasensory perception in my book was that's like a superhero, and I want that. It's just something I can develop. Why not? But then I get to looking at it, and you read what the Bible says. I just kind of saw
It
it
really
as
doesn't say much of anything about it, to be honest with you. You'll read one or two verses in the Old Testament, but you got to remember Daniel was the head magician in Babylon. Understand what I just said there? He
that's
was the
interesting that you say
head
that.
magician for the king of Babylon. That means he was the number one guy out of thousands and probably millions of people, and he was the head magician. He wasn't just somebody who was playing magic or playing whispers. He was the head magician. That's what the story says. And so, if you read the Bible accurately, it's not necessarily, it's the intent for one thing. You know what I mean? What is your intention? If a lot of these people who are trying to understand what the afterlife is, what's going on, I don't see anything wrong with that. That's what our quest is about. And the Bible doesn't say much of anything about even what heaven is. And I nothing.
True, but it does say you don't talk to the dead. It says you're not to pray to the dead.
Unless you're a king, and then you can do it.
That's what it says. I know what you're speaking of. It says
Soul.
it kind of has all these different you're not supposed to mess with magic, and it doesn't say
unless you're powerful and the rich, then you can do it.
Well, it doesn't say
So you really have to really define. First of all, you have to understand a couple things. The Bible was written about people from an Eastern culture. Nothing, we're not talking about a Roman Greco culture, an Eastern culture. Something East, from the Middle East, Asia Minor, all the way to Asia. Their mindset. Now we keep on trying to put our mindset into what their mindset was, and that's not how you're supposed to read an ancient text. Like, you're supposed to understand the people and what they were really talking about. And when you look at it more carefully and be more disciplined about it, you're going to realize that we just generally have blanket statements based on our own Western perception of what they're talking about. When you actually, it's not really saying that much about negative when it comes to magic.
you can
do good.
Check it out. It says there's necromancers. There's it talks about these things, and it doesn't say that there's no power there. It just says to stay away from it. It says it. It's in there. It also says lean not on your own understanding. And my own understanding of the Bible is, why would God leave me a love letter that I read as a kid that doesn't apply to me?
I don't know. Why did God have his most beloved Daniel? Was he the head magician? So you have to be more disciplined about
there's
things.
magicians. There's magicians. They're performers. I literally went through that phase.
He was more than a performer. He was the one that had the prophecy about Jesus. He's the one that prophesied about the four kingdoms. He's the one that prophesied about Babylon's own demise. It was more than he wasn't a performer. He's the head magician.
Yeah, but a magician is a performer. David Copperfield is a magician.
Back then, a magician was an astronomer, an astrologer. He was an alchemist. He was a person that understand about.
So, like witchcraft type. Because the Bible says, it's pretty specific. You're not supposed to play with that stuff. Horoscopes. Did I lose you? I don't hear anything. Can you hear me? Hello? Well, maybe God likes what I have to say, and he gave me the floor.
Nah, he didn't do that.
I can hear you now.
No, if you not this is not the platform. If you want to have an intelligent conversation and discussion about it, and I'm more than happy to do it. I spent my time
Sure.
on one.
Sure.
It's real easy to take a couple verses out of the Bible and think you know what you're talking about. You got to read it all in context and talk about it. And context also understand who are the people, who is the audience, who are they being talking about. We just say, oh my gosh, it's necromancy. Well, first of all, necromancy is, I would never recommend, and most people who aren't even Christians would not recommend, summoning the dead and playing with them too much, or trying to get, prophecy about it. I mean, yeah, you don't know what you're going to get yourself into. You don't even need that one part of a verse to understand that it's probably a bad idea.
I mean,
by the same token, the same people that say that, like, let's look at Roman Catholics. Roman Catholics do practice Roman necromancy. They do.
how so?
Well, one of the things they do is their icons and the bones and the skulls of the saints, religious things. What I mean? And they do worship and they pray all these things. And so there's more to it than meets the eye. So it's right. I used to be that way too. I used to be the guy. I mean, I've been doing this for 10 years. I do all sorts of shows, exposing witches and all that. And then I started learning that I don't know what I'm talking about. You can't just generally blank. It's like blanketly saying all Christians believe the same and behave the same. No, we got 48,000+ different sects and denominations.
I didn't get to finish my thought either. My thought is that's just how I interpret it. It says you don't mess with pharmakia and some of these other things, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you fast forward, anybody that was dabbling in wild herbs, they used to call a witch.
Yeah.
So by that definition, I would be, because I'm interested in wild plants.
You know what we call them today? We call them doctors.
Holistic.
We call them doctors.
Nah, doctors don't play with plants.
Oh, sure they do. Where do you think you get a lot of our medicines?
Do. Well, they're poison.
Where do you think your opiate-based drugs come from?
Yeah. There are plant-based stuff, but then there's also chemical-based stuff too.
Anyways, we're getting off track here. Let's get back.
Yeah, you're right. We're getting in the weeds.
This is something for you and I. This is what we and Chris do. This is because we know each other. We have these conversations, so it's like probably gonna. What are you arguing about? This is what happens
it's
all
fun.
the time.
No, I like it.
So, anyways, tell us more about. Let's see, Mike.
Can I bring up my website?
Send you some pictures. What's your email? Oh yeah, I'll give you my email. Yeah, what's that?
Can I give away my website?
You mean give it away like for free?
Just tell it. If anybody wants to find it or get in touch with me, that's not the best way.
Okay.
That's just a way to, I'm trying to turn my artwork into just some kind of form of income.
Right.
They've got some pretty decent products on there that you can pick any one of my drawings, scale it onto whatever painting, coffee cup, whatever it is, pillow. I think my wife ordered a pillow as well, and it's really cool. They print it and they ship it to you.
What do we do? Go to shop for art? What is the best?
It's called it's called Art Storefront, but my website is www.aos-sketch-squatch.com.
Yep.
I've been putting it on my recent.
I'll put on the comment section again, it's just the image that we've been showing you all this time, folks. So for most of the time, yeah.
So since I started, I'd kind of like to give a little rundown. I started drawing Bigfoot, and I can animate it, and then I sing for it, and it's just something fun to do. It's therapeutic, and I'm kind of making light. That one right there, that one you've got pulled up to the left of there, That's
This
the
one right
one I
here?
put up. Yep, I put that one up this morning.
Do you want to play it?
and
Want to
yeah,
play
go
it?
for it. Yeah, it actually took off.
And there we
You
go.
made you run from me, and I can't get enough of you, baby. Why you gotta run from me?
It's a Kiss song.
I
I changed
was
the
made
lyrics.
for chasing you, baby. You were made to run from me, and I can't get enough of you, baby. Why you gotta run from me? I was made for
It's bad.
chasing you, baby. You were made to run from me,
So
and
if
I
anybody cares,
get enough of you, baby.
that's my website right there underneath the heart.
Okay.
Hey, I told a friend of mine I'd mention his channel. If you're not familiar with Project Sasquatch, I reached out to him, and the guy's a really cool guy. He
Two
he
glowing
does kind of what I've been doing. He goes out in the woods. He sees all these stick structures. If you're not familiar with him, Mike, you should talk to him because he's
who
really
is
got
this?
some good stuff.
Who are we talking about?
His name is Zeus, and I believe he's out of Colorado. And I've got him on Facebook. He's got his own. He's got a Facebook page, as well as we kind of do the same thing through Messenger and phone. I'm actually drawing something kind of with him in mind. I haven't even had a chance to show it to him yet. I've been so busy, but I think he's looking for maybe like a T-shirt design. So yeah, he just I think he just joined the show maybe because he just texted me. So
I think Shelly's saying that there are eyes in this picture. She says she sees two eyes. Okay,
oh, I
what's it
think I
says?
know it. I think I know what she's
If I got it
talking about.
right. At old, let's see. Oh, so it's Gmail. Let's see. If you guys could send it to that email, which it'd be a lot easier for me to access this right now live, and maybe I need to change that on my YouTube channel. So it's M.A. Herschel ART at yahoo.com. If you can send it that way, that would make it a lot easier for me to find. That way I don't get too distracted with everything. Because I'd love to see it. If you don't mind resending it there, if that's okay. If you can't do it, then I'll try to get into that Gmail. I think it's a Gmail account. It must be. It must be part of my. Well, let's try it. I have never done it before. Yeah.
I'm gonna hold up a picture. This is another drawing that I haven't turned into anything yet. I already shared it with you, but I kind of worked on it a little more.
Let's see.
I'm gonna have to bend this thing.
A proton? Is it a proton? Oh, if it's a proton, I haven't even used it. I have to open it up. That's can't be. Is that? You guys send it to a proton? Sorry about this, Chris.
Oh, you don't have to.
Yeah, and sorry about your gal. I did, she's the one who got into there. Tell her, if it's an issue that she needs to have a pseudo name, to have a different name besides her own name. Okay, because how's anyone going to know that it's a big deal?
Oh, no. That's not her. That's me. I've actually had a few stalkers, and if you've ever had a stalker, if you've ever had a stalker, it's a creepy feeling.
So you actually came in there pretending to be another person, or are you just making that up?
Me?
Yeah.
No. No, I've actually had a stalker before. I actually had a lady show up at my house, and it was not good.
I do not know where they went. I don't know, guys. You have to please send it to that email. address if you want me to respond. Which is the Yahoo email. So, anyways, once again,
She accidentally hit the comment. She accidentally submitted it. She doesn't understand why I don't want to. I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah, that's
Because I'm not using aliases.
Yeah, there's no
You
reason
know, a
to.
lot of people make up pseudonames. And
It's 2000. This is 2023. To be surprised. For every one person that makes fun of you, there's 9 that don't. And you know that, and regardless, whatever you do, there's gonna be people that make fun of you, and there's people that are gonna disagree with you, and there's people who want to argue with you, and people want to do this and that with you, and then just you're never gonna get along. You know, you're lucky in the end of the day to 1 out of 100 people you get along with, and then even that, as they always say, is you'll be lucky when time of your death that you got 1 or 2 good friends. So that's the way the world works. So, but yeah, just make sure you don't let her know. You know, get her a different.
it was
YouTube.
she's
Yeah.
not.
When
She's
you're
not
ever,
concerned. It's me.
right. So here, listen. So we don't have
Anyway,
to go. So we don't have to go through these again.
Bigfoot. Check out my page there. That's my personal page there, and I made it public.
Is there a reason why we can't talk about this, Chris? Because I'm just going to tell you real fast. Have her to have a
No,
pseudonym.
to me, I just
change. Make sure she
Yeah.
doesn't go under her name. Okay.
yeah, she doesn't. She's not worried. It's me. So
Right. I understand that. So I'm saying instead of
So that's why I
not talk
started
about-
operating under a different name rather than because there's a lot of Chris Millers out there. So I actually know, if you look on my friends list, I've got 2 just on my friends there, and I actually know a couple more. So it's a really common name. But
Sure is. Dang, I'm really feel like
So,
I'm missing
so-
out on something, guys. It sure is
the
a
top
common.
right drawing,
Mm-hmm.
that's probably one of my favorite ones.
You talking about the Uncle Sam
call
one
him
or the
Uncle
other
Sam.
one?
I call him Uncle Sam Squatch.
Okay.
I can't get him to animate, and I'm not gonna dare risk erasing it. It was one of the first ones I drew, kind of, after I heard whatever that was. That's my.
Well, you're very
puppy dog
talented
right there
dude.
in the bottom
You're
left.
definitely a talented. You're a very talented drawer. You got an awesome dog,
I appreciate it.
and you got a few good stories. That's for sure, don't you? And I hope
talk
that
to a lot of folks.
I hope that you have a lot of success with your art and your art project. I hope that you well, not only will you be blessed with yourself, but bless other people, especially those in need. Yeah,
That's the idea. That's the idea. Is I know what just the noise did to me. So, if somebody's wrestling out there and they don't know who to talk to and they don't want to get made fun of, and I think it's therapeutic to talk about it. And
oh yeah.
it helps me to draw it. I mean, I'm over it now. Like, it's no big deal. But there for a minute, it was. I mean, over a year later, no one can for sure say, yes, that noise is a such and such animal. And I've had it all over Bigfoot websites. I've had it all over the internet. I've talked to 100 people and played it for them, and not one person can say for sure, yep, that's a so and so.
All
It's
right.
not a good feeling. It's weird. We're in the day and age of instant info, and you can look it up and find it. Excuse me.
Well, it's always going to be that way, though, isn't it? There's always going to be people that are just based on, this thing called learning gets learning that we're all being exposed to, where everything in the kitchen sink has been thrown at us. So there's like a billion things to learn about or to focus on. And so, and there's a lot of people that I know, and other platforms and other topics that, when they find out that I not only do I believe in Bigfoot, I know that it exists and it's real. It's not even a belief. It goes right over the head. They can't even believe it. They can't even comprehend it, I should say. And yet, I have empathy and compassion for them because I know what it was like. Because for most of my life, I just thought it was Hollywood stuff. I mean, this is even after I knew my brother and sister-in-law had an encounter, right? And that, and other people, right? I just blew it off and said, "Yeah, well, in 2017, my whole life changed after that." So I understand where people are coming from,
I'd like to mention
and
that Jesus' name
honestly,
has power over these things.
yeah, well, of course I do. I tell people that all the time.
If you're ever scared or having an encounter, whether you believe in Jesus or not, just uttering his name, we just lost power. That's not good. Oh no, I'm really like.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you, Chris, and that's something that I would tell everybody. And I don't know, but I have to also say, to be honest with you, of you're going to find that in every, there's a lot of Christians who are extremely abusive and very judgmental.
Oh yeah,
very condemnatory. In fact, I would have to say the vast majority of them are, when it comes to theology, doctrine, or Bigfoot, or things that you know to be true, or you believe in, is like, oh my gosh, you're that. It's really it's a life lesson that I've learned. And the older I get, the more
they're not
I
all
realize.
bad though. I'm trying to break the stigma.
Yeah, the older I get, the more I just I realize it's more detrimental to me to be condemning other people or judging other people or think I even know what I'm thinking or know about them until I get to know them well. You know what I mean? So
yeah, we're not supposed to judge.
Yeah, but there's not a more judgmental group of people that I've ever met in my entire life than Christians. And that's somebody who I'm a believer in Jesus. And I've told you about this. And it's true. I mean, if they hear one thing that they don't believe in and they don't accept, they get all bent out of shape. And I think a lot of it, if you're getting upset and angry about stuff, it's probably because you really don't know your stuff. Because if you really know what you're talking about and you really know what you believe in, it's not even a deal. It's not a big deal. You just like, okay.
Well, back to the magician thing. You thought I was judging the magician stuff, and I wasn't. What I was trying to say is, me personally, because I don't know where that boundary is, I create my own boundary on the safe side, and I'm okay with that. So I'm not judging. I just choose to not engage.
Right.
But you're talking to somebody who loves. I've seen David Copperfield. I've seen Siegfried and Roy. I've seen Darren Romeo. I've seen Kirby Van Birch. I was into it. I tell you what, like, to me.
And the magician in Daniel's day and the magician in Las Vegas are 180 degrees different from each other. 100%. They weren't, people that were just making tricks to entertain the king or the courts. They weren't performing tricks.
Moses didn't set out to do that.
He's just like the Magi's. Magi's, they weren't just magicians. They're men of great knowledge and
magic.
They're men of great knowledge and wisdom. Think about this, okay? When Jesus was born, right? Who were the people that knew about it, and who were the people that were most excited about when Jesus was born? Was it all the Pharisees, scribes, and elders in Jerusalem and the king and all that? No. It was a group of magi's from they were the ones who were outsiders. Beautiful.
Based off of a star.
Beautiful allegory. And they followed what they said is a star. It was also, when we read, you go through New Testament, the star also refers to an angel. And no star would ever help you pinpoint somebody dead dead center, right where the manger where Jesus was born. And my argument is that they were actually following an orb, a spirit, an angel
I
that looked
don't.
like a star.
I
Because that's the only way you could be to, because stars are light years away. If they to move that distance from that, you would never even be able to even see the movement. You wouldn't be able to even follow it. It had to be something that they could
I
see.
don't. I don't. I don't. I don't agree with that. Me personally.
Why?
The Bible says that. The Bible says that God hung the stars in the firmament, and it says that they're not luminaries. They're actually angels. It says He named every one, and the same
You're not okay.
stars the Egyptians. Hold on, let me finish my thought.
So are you saying you agree
The
with me
same
then?
stars the Egyptians used.
Are you saying you agree with me?
I don't believe that they're light years away. No, the constellations that I use to tell north
Okay,
don't
so
change.
so you're
They're the
saying you
same.
do agree with me. Is that what you're saying?
What didn't you say? Light years away?
I'm saying that they followed an angel. They didn't follow a star up there.
Oh, yes.
And
They're
the New
angels. I
Testament
don't care what
refers
science
to
says.
angels, and stars are interchangeable in the New Testament. And what I'm saying, they followed
I
an
just recently learned.
angelic being that looked like a star, like an orb, like a ball of light.
Falling
Right?
stars. I just recently heard
Not
that
not a falling star.
a falling star is actually a bad angel is basically trying to take your misdeed to God to say, look what he did, and he can't get there. So and then he falls back down. I don't know how true that is, but once I heard that, it really kind of like is a different angle that I'd never heard.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, falling
he's like,
stars.
all right, next subject.
No, I know it is an interesting thing, and sometimes I wonder
Teasing.
because I filmed orbs, and orbs behave in a very similar way, where they have these. And I think we talked about this last night. Where they have like contrails when they're streaking across the sky, and sometimes I
You know
wonder.
what? That is so weird you say that. Okay, go for it.
So I'm just saying, sometimes I wonder if the things when we see that we call falling stars are actually just energetic beings, angels, spirits that are moving really fast through the sky. Now, a lot of times, there's a lot of times there's, there are. Here's the thing with these. We have meteor showers. You don't find like
Yep.
rocks and iron and all this other stuff from meteor showers. They burn up in the sky. Like they look there, they appear like they burn up in the sky, right? Now, asteroids, if they're big enough, they'll land on the ground and they'll be made, different metals and strange looking rocks. But we're talking now falling stars, and we look at those things and we just assume because of our education that we're looking at some piece of rock or ice or something that just cascading through the upper atmosphere and burn up, right? Because that's what they told us. But once you start filming this stuff, you start filming orbs and seeing how they create like these streaks and these like contrails and other. The question then as logically happens is, well, maybe some of these things that we call shooting stars are just some kind of angelic spiritual being, interdimensional
Yeah,
being,
that's kind of what I was.
right?
Because the Bible also says that they have to follow a course, and if they don't follow that course, then there's a penalty. I paraphrased, but it
Right.
makes sense because they talk about the wandering stars, which is what we call planets. The Bible doesn't actually say planets. It never really,
So yeah, that's something that's interesting. It's and I'm going to read that again at some point because I find that part of like Matthew is such a wonderful, fascinating. Whether it's in the end of the day it was some people say it was put in there after the fact, or somebody's. A lot of people argue about it, right? About the Magi's or the wise men of the East, but they were the East, and they were not Jews. They were wise men from the East, and they're the ones that were waiting for, of all the people. They are the ones waiting for the Messiah. They knew that the Messiah was going to come, right? And they followed. And just all you have to do is just a little bit of logical thinking, and most people don't do that. I spend a lot of time with this, at least thinking about this particular thing. Is like the only way that a caravan of Magi's and their servants and maid hands and all the people who are carting the goods, the only way they could follow something that they call a star, that would lead them directly to the place in which the baby Jesus was at, with no help from human beings, right? Then that would have to be something angelic. Now let's think about this. You talk about orbs, and people are like filming this with Bigfoot research and other things. They're seeing these things, they flash, they move, they seem to want to summon you. They seem people talk about sometimes if they just get this feeling like they're trying to draw you into the woods. What's to say they weren't having a similar experience to that? Maybe because 2,000 years ago, people were much more connected with this creation, much more connected with the Creator, and it wouldn't have been such a big deal. They could recognize, say, a spirit or an angel, an orb, a being of light that was good. They could recognize it. They could recognize me.
Kind of, you sound like a transformer.
Was it really that bad? Did you say that bad, guys?
Okay.
Optimus,
what'd you say? Oh, there you are.
Did it choppy for you guys? Just let me know, because it's all plugged in and it's moving, so it's saying that it's registering. Maybe it was just my voice, but hey, if you want me to stop talking, maybe that's what it is. Do you want to?
I'm having a hard time. I'm only catching about every third or fourth word.
Really? Can the rest of you guys hear what I'm saying? Because maybe it's your phone.
It's totally possible.
Yeah.
I'm going to try taking out my headphones. I'm going to hook it up to the charger and see if that does anything.
So the rest of you guys heard what I'm saying. It's something to think about when the Magi's are following the quote unquote angel, to think about orbs and not, or following the star, right? Think about orbs instead of something that's light years away, that even with the most powerful telescope, you could barely notice any kind of movement like that. You would have to have something extremely close to you. So
they said the stars are going to fall to the earth as well in the end times.
Wow, you sound so much better there. What the heck's going on? You can actually hear you.
I took my headphones out.
You actually sound
better. I took my headphones out. Oh,
okay. How do I sound? Do I sound all right?
Yeah, I sound good now.
Well, maybe that's half the reason why you're so irritated this past hour, is you can barely hear me.
No, I like to finish. Sometimes I take a long time to finish a thought. So it sounds like I'm done or I've made my point, but I'm just getting started.
We just spend hours together, buddy.
Oh yeah,
I know you.
Oh yeah. I like to brainstorm. I'll brainstorm with you.
So yeah, what do you actually think at this point about what Bigfoot is? What is it? Where you're leaning at this point? Camp. Hopefully you don't belong to a camp, but if you,
I don't belong to a camp. I'll tell you that right now. I want to be as realistic as possible. I do believe that, I set out because I believe that God doesn't let us go through anything that he doesn't prepare us for or give us away. So I'm pretty sure that they're in the Bible in one way, shape, or form. I like where David Paulides was going with the, kind of wild men thing. I don't know if that's where he's settled, but that's kind of where he's at now. And that made a lot of sense to me for a long time. And to me, I could see that maybe being a little more realistic than like an ape, because animals make mistakes. Animals do. I mean, they run out in front of cars, for goodness sakes. And oh, that's another story. I guess one of the girl's friends saw one on the side of the road. Didn't pay her any mind at all. And I hear that a lot on the internet, quite a bit, where these things are on the side of the road and they don't even register there's a car going by them. So
Yeah, isn't that weird? I mean, what happened to them? Did he just say anything about what happened to them when that
they turned around so the other people in the car could see it, and it wasn't there.
But when it went by the first time, they didn't react at all, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, it just
it's just still. And did they say what it looked like?
Not real good details.
No.
I'm waiting. I haven't met too many people that can put what it looks like into good words to where I can draw it. You know, like if you can paint me a mental picture, I can create it. And it's part of, I don't know what questions to ask, you know, because I really do want to do this. I would love to sit down with you and try to get it as close to, I'll redraw it 10 times if I have to, and you won't hear one complaint come out of my mouth. I think it'd be awesome to do it on a video call. That way I can hold it up every once in a while, and then, okay, that don't work. All right. You know,
Okay.
erase it and start over. And
Wow.
hey, not just you, that's anybody who's seen one that, I don't know. I doubt they want to see it again, but you know, if they think it'd be beneficial for research or whatever, then I'd like to try.
We did talk about the at least the idea of maybe you doing this here on a show like this, right?
Yeah.
Where someone would call and describe what they see, and then you would draw it. I mean,
I've actually tried to do that with a couple people in the past, and I show them, you know, what I can do, and it's literally right after that they get somebody else to do it, and I'm like, heck, darn it.
do they say oh, don't, I mean, did you ever get a chance to do the drawing and then they
it's actually happened a couple times now. So I've just kind of showed them a teaser of what I can do. You know, so that's indirectly, some of this is why I got started doing this.
right.
Just for personal research. I just want to know for myself. I don't know. It's intriguing. It's never gotten old, you know, in 40, well, probably 30. I'll just estimate 30 years. I haven't got sick of it yet.
Sheldon said he sent me a couple of drawings. Yeah. Although
just
I don't know why you guys are sending. You say you're sending me emails, but I'm not getting them. So I don't understand what that is. Because I don't recall the drawing, Sheldon. So sorry about that. If you did, please send it again. And maybe it's the same one or not. I think I remember a drawing. But I can't remember. No, actually, I never did see a drawing. I think we talked about that and it didn't go through. So it might has something to do with was it JPEG or whatever? Whatever format is it? It might not go through via email. You know, and so that's another good reason to something like Facebook is good, folks. You know, if they're sending images, Chris knows that, you know, through Messenger you can send them as well. It's actually easier, and then you use just like snipping tool and to copy if you need to, or you can copy it straight from there if you need to.
Has there been any questions at all for?
So yeah, well, let's see. Ashley says, Chris, you have a fantastic attitude. I feel for you, and I think you are awesome. Way to make lemonade out of lemons, man. And
That's the idea.
do you have an alternative email? If you're talking to me, I do, but I don't have it offhand. I don't use the Gmail that much. If you're talking to Chris, maybe ask me who it is. I'm assuming it's me because of the conversation, but if it's for Chris, then we'll find out if he has an alternative email.
Yeah, I've actually got an alternative Facebook page too. A friend of mine, he's pretty good at tech, and he recommended that I do that. So right now it's just called Sasquatch, and I know it's hard to say, and it's even harder to spell and stuff. But there's actually 2 other Sasquatches out there, so I'm really shocked that Facebook would even let me name it that. So that's why I added the AOS to the front of it, so that way maybe sets me apart. And it kind of helps me because I didn't set out to do this. I've got other things that I'm trying to work on, and I've got a direction that I'm headed. And this is just kind of like I'll just call it a stepping stone that I would love to keep active.
Okay. What's more about it?
Yeah, if you look at my other Facebook page, it told me that I think today I have 33. Today is my 33rd or 34th constant growth, 34 days in a row. And when you do that, it gives you a little more. It kind of spreads you out a little further, and they show your stuff to other people more. Does that make sense?
No, tell us more about this. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so it shows that I engage with people. I'm making good content that people like. So as people are coming, my channel's growing.
Oh,
so,
you're referring to your actual channel and your artwork and interact and context to the people world. Okay.
Both of these pages, my personal page, it has they give you more. They show you off maybe a hair more than just somebody else because you are up and coming almost. So that's the only way I know how to describe it. But it just keeps giving me updates saying, yeah, just you keep growing.
Yeah, I mean, you and I have been talking for about a month, 2 months. We started talking before Christmas, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm happy to be able to help you out, man. You know, you've been talking to me a lot about your plans and your ideas and your strategies about what to do. I do think you need just something that I thought about last night, but we didn't get a chance to talk about it. A YouTube channel. You need to get that going as a platform.
I started one. I have one. I actually shared my backstory on there, and that's what started a lot of this. Actually, it gave me the confidence to get up and I want to try again. And I've always wanted to share my story because you can see God's fingerprints in my story, and it's a beautiful story in my opinion. If I could share the whole thing, and it's going to take me hours to do so, and not pull any punches. So one of these days I might write a book.
Yeah, why not, man? I know several people that have written books. Actually, I'm going to be having someone on Wednesday that written a book about his Bigfoot experience. But whatever that is, I've also known people that have written their basically like a journal-like or autobiography of their experiences. Yeah, so do that. Now, what I mean by Facebook, YouTube, because there's nothing on your YouTube channel.
Yeah, there's not much on there. I actually put my very first Bigfoot drawing, and they gave me a copyright strike. They're very, very, very picky. And I really thought that YouTube was going to be my shuttle, but Instagram's not been good. TikTok was good for like 3 days until they changed the algorithm, and things are getting ready to change for me drastically. So I'm actually going to have to change my format quite a bit.
Yeah, well, see, with YouTube channels, you can, like the interviews that you can put on your YouTube. You can mirror them on your YouTube channel. Images, if they're giving you strikes as far as your little short videos, then just share the images and speak a little backstory about it. And you
Yeah,
know,
to me, it's just not
at
very
some point,
entertaining.
at some point, it's you know, your YouTube channel will grow, especially you're staying focused on this area. People will show up, and then you know that you can have more visibility on YouTube in the long run than Facebook. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what
Facebook
you're saying. It's just the stuff that I've put out
to be
there
working.
on all these different platforms. YouTube was one of the worst uh, as far as views go, because I didn't realize at the time I shared one thing on YouTube and then I also shared it elsewhere, and it did quadruple over here than what it even did on YouTube. So to me, it's all about exposure right now because I've got a mission. You know, I've got a plan that I'm trying to stick to. I was
Yeah.
gonna give it 1 year of super hardcore drawing as much as I possibly can, as good as I possibly can. But I can't keep it up forever with no income because I'm basically about 6 months in. Everything that you see on all these different platforms, um, I haven't made any money at all. Which, not that I need to, but that's kind of the idea. Is I wanted to be able to feed me, and
Yeah.
yeah, here soon I'm actually going to try to sell stickers. I like stickers. I love them. So they're going to be a little expensive, but those sticker sales would all go to me, and that would help pay my bills and take care of some of my responsibilities, to where that would free me up to where I could draw more often and I could do these shows and my content will get better. And that's kind of what I'm really shooting for. I want to make really good content. Um,
Yeah. There's multiple platforms. You know, it's a tough gig as far as art goes. I've before I got sick, I was an artist. I know many artists. My mom was a professional artist, and she was a fantastic artist. In fact, amazing. She painted Rubens perfectly, you know, Rembrandt. But yeah, it's a tough gig, man. It is. So and when it comes to the art thing, obviously you got to do multiple things to help prop it up, right? And use it to help
Yeah.
prop up other things. If you just stay focused on solely doing your drawings, I'm not saying nothing will.
I've got some paintings that are out there.
So yeah, you would have to, you know, put sort of like thinking like Facebook seems like it's working for you. I think that actually the YouTube, I can't see how. I don't know why they're giving you copyright strikes unless it's because of the program you're using. But
Yeah.
you know, if you prove
They're
to
getting
them,
ready to change the rules to where I'm no longer going to be able to animate them, which it really hurts my feelings because that's what really got me to this. They get you using something and then you like it and then they take it away from you. So I'll find another way to kind of do the same, but it won't be quite the same.
yeah. And then you know, here's another thing, Chris. You probably would do good doing lives, like you know, like what I'm doing now, like StreamYard or some kind of platform like that, where you just do lives, invite people in. They can you know join you in the conversation, that kind of stuff. Or you know where you're doing your art. So it is an idea. I mean, you're a sociable guy. You know, for the most part, you're a great guy. So yeah, why not? You know, here's another thing you can do. Like we last time we were together. I think it was or the time before that. You did. You walked around your property. It was a live thing.
That was totally impromptu too.
Well, you know, the strangest thing is that people like watching that. I mean, I know guys, and there's several guys I know, that's all they do. They just walk around, tromping around the woods in the middle of the day, investigating, right? They are. They're looking for signs. They're looking for footprints. They're looking for tree structures. Maybe you see interact with Bigfoot, you know. And most of the time they don't really find much of anything, but you know, you could have hundreds of people watching it because you know there's like I think, human nature is such that we like the chase more than we like to admit. So, you know what
You're
I mean?
right.
They
You're
like,
right. No, I know that with my drawings. Yep. I was just thinking that this morning too. That's funny.
so I just don't understand what Shelly does. If you join us, it gave you a link. You can join us here. This is my live. You can join us and you can talk to them about what you're looking at, because I have no idea what you're doing. I don't even make any sense to me. And he can't see what you're saying. I'm not trying to be rude, but I mean, it's like maybe Chris can forward link to me and Facebook Messenger him. I guess he could. Or,
How's
it's,
that work?
here, I will do this. That's what I will. He can't do it. That's what you're asking. I get it now. My apologies. I'm so sorry. You want his Facebook address. There you go. There it is. You have his Facebook address. So you can go message him, okay? I wasn't trying to, I couldn't figure out what was going on. It's the thing is, here's a funny thing about texting too. And you know what I mean? And I love that, people say, I don't like the tone, your tone. And I'm like, what do you mean? As if they know what you're even thinking about when you're texting something. It's so easy, you're texting a few sentences or a sentence and make me interpreted in several different or more ways.
Yeah, that's why I hate it. That's why I call people so often.
Okay, so all right. And it looks like Chris is gone. Or he's back.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I hit the wrong button. I don't know what I'm doing. I told you me and technology don't like each other so much.
Right.
I got a message and I was trying to check it. It's not as late as I thought it'd be.
Well, Shelly Ashley is trying to, I don't know why I said her name wrong. Is trying to reach out to you on Facebook. So
Can I
maybe,
do that? Is she trying to friend request me, or how's that?
I think so. Or trying to message you. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what's going on. That's between you two, I guess. And
Okay.
you can't see. Problem is, Shelly, Chris can't see you in the chat because he's on a phone, and so he can't. For some reason, he can't see the chat, which is weird. But he should be able to. But I don't know why.
Like I said, let me hit the. I'm gonna hit a few buttons. I'm gonna do some experiments, and I'll get back to you if I lose you.
All right.
Oh my gosh! I just figured out how to see the comments.
You got him. All right.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
but I can't see myself.
Well, that's okay. You don't need to see yourself, So you can look up those comments, and if you see something, maybe say something to Shelly. No, I got you. I said that before. My laptop just finished restarting. Okay. Let's see. Chaos in the house. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun,
I really wanted to take requests, like if somebody, if they thought of a song, or if even they thought of a sketch or something like that. I love trying to just do something for someone else. It's easier for me it gives me, I don't know, it's a different kind of motivation.
Yeah, so there you go. There's something to do. That's a great idea.
I have a tablet.
I apologize. I'm fixing it. They click link and literally finished. This already starting. Okay. What I want to do is take a break, watch a video, if that's all right with you. Looks like you finally got a message on email too. Let's see. Sheldon has sent me some talking to the moon. And is this something you want me to wait a minute.
Okay.
Attachment cannot be downloaded, Sheldon. I think this is the exact same thing that happened before. There's something wrong with your format that it does not allow me to open it. Sorry, buddy. That's another reason why, Sheldon, you need to get on Facebook or something like that so you can do Facebook Messenger, and you can send them. It's much more easier to send images, believe it or not, through Facebook Messenger at times than it is emails. So we should try to friend each other. So I'm going to actually put my Facebook account as well. And so you got Chris's and now you got mine if anybody wants to get to it. And you can send me images that way or messages. Also, my yeah. Now, Chris, if you got other stuff and all that, you gotta let us know where we can go and where we could find these things, right? You know, additional. I've shared the website. I will share it again of Chris's. I shared with people. Bigfoot's a Spirit. That's one of my groups. I got 3 Facebook groups. So there's Chris's website. Shared his Facebook page. And once again, so let's see what's going on. I sent him to a Facebook message with those pictures. Oh, so she sent you, Chris, if you could still hear, because Chris has dropped off. That Chris sent me video. He dropped off and sent me a video. What are we watching there? Before we get my some screaming sounds, what's okay. Oh, let's see. So this is screaming sounds in the woods, rocks thrown at camera in Georgia, 2013. So I guess it's supposed to be the similar sound of what you experienced, Chris. It's not the sound, it's just it's similar sounds, what you're saying, right? And I can't hear. Maybe I need to get you in here. That's what it is. You just. So, anyways, can you hear me, Chris?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So, screaming sounds in the woods, rocks thrown at camera, Georgia, 2013.
Yep, that's it.
Now, is that yours?
No, that is not mine. I just found that.
But it sounds just like what you heard, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I've actually found another video that has the same noise.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's one hell of an experience, Chris. I can imagine. I can only imagine.
It was
all the other
creepy.
things. I know. I just was all freaked out when they did that samurai chattering stuff in my neighbor's yard along the railroad tracks. And when me and my next door neighbor were taking garbage out, we both heard it. And we both turned and looked around and couldn't see anything.
Yeah, there's been a handful of times I've actually heard things that I just kind of wrote it off, but now I really feel like I need to pay more attention.
So, what do you want to do now, buddy? You want to go do that? Do some walking around, show the world?
If you want to. I need to take a potty break, and then I'll be right back.
Yes, indeed. I need to take a type. Oh,
I just said potty out there to the world. So.
Oh my gosh.
Tinkle. I'm gonna go tinkle.
Okay,
I'll be back in the flash.
What I will do is
read some of your book or play a song or something.
Yeah, I need to take a little break too. I'm the one who's been sitting here and talking probably more than you have. Well, it's supposed to be the other way around. But
click on a whole bunch of my videos and then just let them go. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, can you do one like that repeat it, or is it going to repeat the same thing? You got one that's long? Got a long
Yeah,
one?
that's the problem. Is none of them are very long. Um, I do want to record a bunch of them and put them all together for like an hour or something.
Right,
Maybe like every year do that.
right. Hey, what's going on there, Chris? What are you doing?
I was about to say you just went for a ride there.
This is one of my Facebook pages, folks. Bigfoot and Spirit. And we'll see, what can I play? I want to play something off my channel just real fast. Take a little break. That way I don't have to worry about too much. Let's see here what we may do.
This is Gigi, and then this one I think is I named this one Patty or Patrick.
Actually, I'm going to go here. That's your cats, huh? You got dogs?
A couple of them. I always have a couple outside cats, what I call porch cats. They pull their weight.
Well, actually, how about Diesel? Diesel stuff is cool. Makes you thinking, provoking stuff.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yes. And in the meantime, let's see if you find something that's I'm sure Diesel will mind. Don't forget to go to Diesel in New Jersey. Let's do this one. Behind the Diesel. This was 9 days ago. It is Diesel work. Gee, I've seen something like that before. I filmed something just like that before, haven't I, Diesel?
Yeah, that's cool. Look at that mushroom, that's hilarious. Looks like a little shelf. That's cute. Wow. There's another one. Yeah. She's not. I am by that hole in the tree. It's just hilarious. The dumbest thing is for sure. Definitely an old house or something back here. What a vibe though. Good spot. You see this little structure over here? Yeah. That's cool. That's weird that there's a couple, but yeah. Wow, look at that one. Wow, not a sign of the deer. Right, just fur. Over here. Wow. That's really weird. At least see something left over. I think there's some hunting area. Yeah. Nice monkey body. I didn't think I hide behind here. He's crazy one. So lame. Oh, I got weird vibes here. Weird feelings. That goes all the way up. That's like a TP. Wow. Weird. I just like peed my pants. Oh my god, dude. We got so close to it. Was that a turkey? Oh my god, that sounded huge though. See, you can't see anything in that friggin' teepee, John. Alright, the trees gotta stop making that. It's so terrifying. I'm sorry, little birdie, come back. Sounded like he peed himself too. Oh my goodness. Alright. Wow.
We're done with now. Open tree.
It's weird how these are like cut.
I'm back.
On teepees. What is this place? This is crazy. It's just like the teepees with the wieners and the designs and stuff.
What did I miss?
Let's see what's going on here. We are watching Diesel, and Diesel has a playlist. If you're talking about Diesel, copy. We'll send it here. This is not Chris's. Chris hasn't done much with his YouTube channel yet. Hopefully he will. Yeah, so Diesel in New Jersey. He has playlists and all sorts of things. So
My page is open, so anybody can join me that wants to.
yeah, well,
But it does help if I'm looking for you. That way, I don't think you're a scammer.
I don't think anybody in this room is going to be a scammer.
Well, I'm just saying, I've been scammed already.
Let's see.
Just so you know, it's actually snowing here.
Is it?
Yeah, I didn't even notice. I was looking for my family, and I'm like, where are you guys at? And they're out back. They're making a snowman. They're already out of school.
All right. Are you situated now?
Sort of.
I'm talking to Kelly Ashley.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Sheldon asked a question. How do you get scammed?
Somebody hacked my Facebook, and I've been scammed. Let's see, 2 or 3 times just in the last, just since I've been on the internet.
Really?
Yep.
Well, but how long have you been on the internet?
My first experience with the internet was 2010. Really.
But since you've been doing this artwork and all that, have you been scammed?
Probably about 5-6 months. Really being on there, trying to do my own thing.
Now, how are they scamming you?
Well, a couple of times I tried to buy something online, and I already know better than to try it, but everyone else does it, so I thought, well, I'll try it, and I got bit both times. They charged my account for more than what they said they would. That was one time. Another one, it was like a bait and switch where they said you're getting this, but then they switched it. I should have been smart enough to see it. I'm a little too trusting, maybe.
Huh.
And then let's see. And then somebody hacked my Facebook and was messaging people.
Well, that sucks. I have never been scammed. Been treated like
Yeah,
crap.
but you probably know how to protect yourself. Oh, I just created that one last night. That was just an experiment, that one you're looking at right now.
Something, oh, you'll fall for anything. You got to be your own man, not a puppy on a string.
I need to comment.
Oh, you'll fall for anything. You got to be your own man.
Some of these vocals are horrible
on a string.
because I do these. Some of these are at night, and I'm trying not to wake everybody up. So I'm trying to keep my voice down.
Uh-huh.
So that's why they sound so just like monotoned. And some of them I know I can't hit those notes, so why try?
Yeah. So what are we going to do here? Are we going to do some field research? Or are we going to...
Yeah, actually, that's what I was getting ready to say. As I have to put on another layer and coveralls in order to go out there in the snow. So, because otherwise you get soaked, and I'm not doing that.
Yeah, so don't do it. So, okay.
Well, I got to put some. I'll just stand over there and change real quick.
Okay.
I'm very, very close.
Chris the man. So I've known Chris for, I think, 3 months, 4 months. 4 months. And he reached out to me. He shared an image with me, and then we started talking, and we talk about all sorts of things. And,
Something they need to know about me, if they're gonna hang out with me like this, I just share survival skills.
and we didn't talk about that. Go for it.
As it pops up, I like doing it and keeps it fresh in my own head. So
Yeah, this is just a hangout. That's what we're doing right now, and introducing you more to Chris. I imagine Chris is gonna go places in the quote unquote community, and I want him to be successful. That's why we're doing it.
I appreciate the help and the exposure.
And yeah, just while he's doing all that kind of stuff, let's look about what's going on. There's a couple of things I need to set up as well. But so lives, let's see, we got the live going on now. Hopefully, Jared from Sasquatch Confessions will be with me midnight Saturday. We got the Orb Whisperer. That should be a very good show, very informative. Hopefully, that's going to be Friday night at 9 on the 3rd. On the 1st, which is Wednesday night at 9, because that's for him. David T. Hollis. And I just see I screwed up that. That's David T. Hollis. Unfortunately, he's there. And he's written a book and about his research in the area that he does. His research in some of the images that he's filmed of forest spirits, Bigfoot, his view or opinion about things. So, who else is there? Somebody else. A couple of people. Oh yeah, there's gonna be some few. Let's see, two. Hopefully, Cisco's gonna be with me sometime soon. That's gonna be good. She said she would. There's some later shows I got scheduled. I just started reaching out to people, so I've only reached out to a handful of people, but there's numerous other people I want to talk to. But I want to, when it comes to this, I want to be more eclectic. I want to hear different people's points of view, not just interview, Bigfoot researchers all day long. Not that I don't care about or love my fellow Bigfoot researchers. I just there's the story is much bigger than tree structures and footprints and maybe a lucky image of a spirit. There's a lot going on here. So actually, I'd like to talk more to people who have experience with near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences. I do want to actually talk to other people who have a different perspective. For me, I am somebody that is a strong believer in Jesus, but there's a lot of people that see the world differently. Saying that doesn't mean that they don't have something to share. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
I got a couple guests for you then. A buddy I serve with, he probably should have died 5 times. And he and I are polar opposites, but we're both into bushcraft. But our faith is completely different. But yet we're still friends and brothers.
That's the way it should be. In my book, we shouldn't judge each other so harshly about our beliefs and perspectives.
We kind of tease each other anymore about it. It's kind of funny.
That's a good way of going about it, especially if you're buddies. You know what I mean? It's not that big of a deal. Then if you can be lighthearted about a lot of these things, it's going to go a lot further than
Yeah,
I'd love to talk to him. If he wants to, if he's interested in doing an interview talking about his near-death experiences, I would love to talk to him about it.
Yeah, I'll reach out to him next time I talk to him. I'll bring it up, see what he says.
But
He's an interesting guy. He's doing some really cool stuff right now. He's got a laser engraving business. He actually did this bracelet. I don't know if you can see it, but my wife's one of my wife's family members. He did the unthinkable, and either way, that's kind of to commemorate him.
that's whatever it is doesn't sound good. So
No, well, sometimes people make a permanent decision based on temporary feelings, and I know all too well. I've been in that boat. I was 12 years old. I was going to end my life at 12 years old. So.
oh, cool. We got that somebody there. So
I'm glad I didn't.
new sub. Woohoo! Oh, wow, look at us. We're up to. I thank everyone once again who's allowed me to get up to 319 subs. I was not expecting 300 for another couple months, and hey, I'm already at 319. So, yeah, you know, it's going to be a slow, hard haul for me being so censored and shadow ban.
If God's for you, who can be against you?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great philosophy to have.
That's
Totally
what got
good.
me back out in the woods.
Yeah. You know, you got to put your trust in God and go do. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's at some point you just have to just say, okay. So, and I used to interview people all the time. Like I said, my old channel had thousands of subs, and I used to interview some very interesting people. Actually, the person I've been thinking about is Bill Bean. Now, Bill Bean, I interviewed several times, and he is an exorcist. And since I've talked to him, we did a show about spirits, and we did about what he thought Bigfoot was. It was a very interesting show. And since that time, he's now had interactions with Bigfoot, Sasquatch, tree structures being built behind his house, and etc. And I'd love to talk to him now and see what's going on. Mike, I can't go on call you messenger. Yeah, sure.
Is he my age?
Let's see what happens here. Hey, there we go. Hey, do you want me to call you? I'll call her. We'll see what happens. Nanya. I'm calling you, Charlie. I'm calling you a messenger right now.
I can still hear you, by the way.
Well, that's good. That's the way it should be. All right, we'll hang that up. It's not ringing. Well, we'll try it again. I'm going to redial again. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Well, I am. Stuff didn't work. What the heck's going on here? Oh, there it is. You sneaky guys. You and your sneaky programs. They know that they hide these like websites inside it. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And then it shows up, and you're like, "What the heck are you doing?" So, anyways, Shelly, I called. I could try again. Late, but still get to hear. Shelly, must be a lucky day. Yeah. I mean, I can try again. I'll just try it one more time. Strike three or not. It's clear that I'm calling you, and it's on my end. All right. It's nothing like listening to the phone ring all the time.
Interesting programming.
It's live, man. That's what it
Yeah.
is. This is informal live. Sometimes going to be more formal. It all depends on the guest and the audience and what's going on. So, but you and I consider to be friends. You said, we both said that, we spend a lot of time together. So be loose about it. And at the same time, try to promote you and your art and your projects. Yeah, I have no problem with that, man.
Well, what I like is even though that right now we kind of
And Sean's still here. Now that says something. Sean's still here. I love Sean. I was like, it's funny when he's in TikTok, he'll like spend like 30 seconds. And he's like, I don't need that. Moving on. I don't need that. So I can understand.
check these out.
Sean's an interesting. He's a great. If you got a chance yet to hear the live we did last week, Chris, with Sean, about his out of body experiences and what is going on the other side and the spirit realm and the near death experience. That's fascinating. He's got a fascinating.
No, I didn't hear that.
He's in the midst of writing a book himself. So. And someday that's
so give me a rundown. Give me a brief.
The thing to do is go listen to it, man. He talked for 2.5 hours about his experience. He'd do a much better job than I would. So
I have to write things down.
In fact, what I can do is I can put it in the room for you guys. Anybody's missed it. I imagine you guys didn't. They're in this room right now. But yeah, it was. I got a lot out of it, and hopefully he got something out of it. And I think it's really important to have honest conversations about deeper matters in life that affect us. And needless to say, they have near-death experience like that. I mean, what closer of to reality and truth can you possibly have? So, anyways, that's the link to the show that me and Sean did, or pretty much. It's nice when you have someone. It's like, and everyone has a different personality. Sometimes you need to talk more. Sometimes you don't need to say much of anything. Yeah, I saw them talking about Sean Sheldon, and I'm not quite sure. Barry Browning, how you doing? You saying hi to Sean? That's cool. Mike Adams, Total Religion, saying hi back to you. Sean, I'm not quite sure what you are getting at there. Because the only thing I saw from Sheldon, the only thing I've seen from Sean is the comment saying, "Hey, Barry Browning." So we're just hanging out, waiting for my buddy Chris, the artist.
Yeah, sorry, I'm pretty.
The man
especially if I'm gonna go out there by myself.
Some experience and is trying to learn more about that great mystery called Bigfoot. He's going to go out there and do some field research, and believe it or not, actually, it's a great lesson. It's a case study in how you don't have to necessarily go, miles away from your home. When you realize they're everywhere, guess what? They can show up in your neighbor's yard, in your yard. And if you're paying attention, like the beginning of this show, we had Michelle. Okay. Funny. Nice name.
We made it.
Hey, how you doing?
What's happening?
Michelle? So, yeah, I mean, so should I just call you by what we know, or should
You can
I?
call me Michelle. It's Michelle. So.
Is it Michelle? Okay.
Hi. Mike.
Hey, that's my name in French, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Well, actually, your name is my name in French because I don't think. Oh yeah, I guess it's the same thing.
That's right.
That's one.
That's right. So what's going on, Michelle?
Just
Shell?
usual, just my hermit stuff.
So let's see what we can do about this. Actually,
Okay.
you know what I could? Is it okay if I share the screen that you have on right now? Can I
I don't know what screen.
the screen that I'm looking at right
Video?
now?
No, we'll do that. No.
Okay.
No, we don't do that.
Okay. No need to do that.
We'll be
Just,
back on audio.
yeah, but we should. Can you guys hear us? Sheldon says, "Hey, Shell."
Yeah. Hey, call me back on audio, dude. Oh, my headphones are dying.
What's that?
I can do video.
Oh yeah. Well, this works.
There you
This
go.
works good. So what's
Bye.
going on? You said you had some images or something for us?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was taking off my headphones. What's that?
Did you say you had some images for us? You said about eyes.
Yeah, let me forward them to you. I sent them to Chris, and let me forward them to you. Bear with me a second.
What platform did you send those through?
I sent them on Facebook Messenger to, and
Okay.
I found AOS Sketch Squatch.
Oh, okay. So you're on this.
Sean says hi. Sheldon says hi.
Let me see if I can get over there and get back to you. All right, bear with me.
Look at that, man.
Yeah,
Look-
I have,
with that hat, Chris, and that beard, you almost could look like a mountain man.
You know what's really funny is I was like Mr. Preppy.
I can't imagine that. Thank God
Yeah.
you're not dead anymore.
right?
There are such things as miracles after all. You know, thank goodness for miracles, you know.
Get on my TikTok. There's a picture of me. I was Mr. Prep for sure.
Mm.
Here we go. I'm getting ready to forward.
Well,
them
as you
to
can see, I don't know, what would you call me besides ugly? I mean, I always look like I'm like angry or thinking deep or something. Usually it's because I'm thinking deep.
I know I look a lot better when I don't have my glasses on.
Well, hey, if that's your picture, you're gorgeous. What are you talking about?
No.
Uh,
That's fine.
That guys, you must have problems with the guys. That's gonna be the case.
Well, like I said, it's just that I can't see the wrinkles as well when I've got my glasses off, so I just prefer that.
Yeah, I understand that too.
When I
Right?
put the glasses on, I'm like, oops.
When I put my glasses on, it look like I'm an angry jerk. So then it's
Yeah, I don't
Intellectual,
particularly care for
snobby. I look snobby. Something I get people read my face wrong all the time. It's funny.
Me too. I get misunderstood so much. It makes me sad.
It's kind of it does get in the way of life, doesn't it? People.
It's weird though because I kind of don't give a fuck, but then by the same token, I care about people. So it's a conundrum for me as far as
we all want to be accepted, right, and embraced to some level. We don't have to be loved by everybody, but the people that we are interacting with, we would like to be heard. So, and
yes, I mean, it depends. For me, I consider the source, and it's like if it's somebody that I respect or care about, or friendly or more so way, then it really matters. But still, I mean, it could be somebody on the street that that looks like they need help or whatever. I don't want to ever hurt anyone's feelings, really. So it's weird.
Yeah. So I don't know what happened to Chris. He just dropped off for a while here, guys. He's trying to get on to. That's one of the problems. If you ever can get the money to get a laptop or a desktop, folks, it is a good investment. I know everyone loves their phones, but it's limited so much. And if you can get it doesn't even have to be that powerful of a computer, but if you get yourself a desktop and you get dual screens, there's a lot of refurbishing companies out there now where you can get normally brand new, what would be, brand new, it would cost you $2,000 or $3,000. You get something for like $700 or even cheaper. I mean, you can get something that's worth like $1,200 for like $200 or $300 bucks,
Yeah,
depending.
you can get a really cheap computer these days.
Yeah.
They have USB plug-in monitors now too.
Oh, they do.
Yeah. Yep. Wait for that. All right, I just messaged you a bunch of pictures. There's probably some duplicates though.
All right. Well, I can.
Oh, I'm sorry that I couldn't get my StreamYard. I did. The first time I ever did it was last time you and I did a call with Sean, and I did everything the same, but I've added a VPN and some other extra security. So whatever, I'll figure it out later.
Photos, image. I guess you have to click on these for your images. Yeah, you know, it was interesting. The
No, you
observation.
can download them if you want. If you're gonna want to display them on, I think unless you're sharing your screen, but if you need to do, you need to download them. It's not, or I don't know how you normally would do that. From streaming.
Image is sent in messenger request as are covered. Click to see the image. Ooh, look at that. Yeah.
So one of them is the whole picture. The
Well-
others are the square. You know, it's the whole picture with a square where I zoomed in, and that's right. You know, where I zoomed in is right underneath where that square is. And I see two eyes that look like they're reflecting.
Well, which one you have? You have sent me a bunch of images. Which one should we go look at?
Okay, I say grab the one that's big, grab the one that's marked up, and then grab whichever one to you. Maybe the other one that's the same color as the marked up one, just for comparison. It's like the one that's kind of pinkish.
Let me look through all these things and see. Oh, okay. So you want the face? You want the one that's drawn up with the face on it?
Yeah, that one, and then the one that's just like it but not drawn on, and then maybe the one that's the whole thing, that so people can see, you know, where that came from.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I should be able to share this. I think it should be safe. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to snip these, and that way I don't.
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
That way it shaves some of your anonymity. You know, when it comes to like Chris, he's got his website and his Facebook promote his artwork, so I don't feel like we're doing anything that really potentially harmful. He's using those platforms.
He's usually pretty good about that. But
if you've ever had a stalker, then you understand.
Oh, I do have. I've had a stalker. Believe me. That's why my Facebook is let me into fuck loan.
Yeah, I actually had a lady show up at my house, and I told her not to do such, and she was posing as a customer. It was crazy. She was trying to move in onto my street. Either way, I'm just glad that she wasn't violent, but that's about as close as I've ever come to.
At my front door.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Why? Oh, you my God, dude, she did find something.
What?
Dude, I'm telling you, it's definitely.
There's something there. Well, it sure does look like. I guess let's put it that way. It looks like there's something. Like something spirit.
I don't believe it was smudge because those eyes look to be a reflection to me, not a smudge. Like eyeballs aren't going to leave a smudge, you know.
She just might have found something there for real. Okay.
It almost looks like there's one over its shoulder. Like if you're looking at the picture to the left and up a little bit, it's like further back. It's almost like there's two more eyes that look like possibly one looking over its shoulder, but further back. It might not be though, but for sure, what I'm squared on, that to me looks clearly to be reflective eyes looking in that window while that.
Well, I could see what you're saying. I definitely can see what you're. Okay, folks, so just give me a minute here, and I'll share it with you and just snipping these things, and I don't want to like download them in a larger like format like JPEG and all that kind of stuff because
whatever works for you, man.
No, it's just because it's you know that's what it comes down to, right? So anyways, let's see what comes out. How you doing, Chris? You getting ready? You getting on?
Yeah, I'm done. This is my buddy Gunter. Hey, buddy. Can you lead him?
I'm not.
Yeah.
Is that the black shepherd that you're showing?
Yeah.
On the picture? There it is. Apparently, I had everything paused as far as my images or the video, I should say. But I love the shepherd some years back. Oh my God, I loved him so much.
I've got a friend that breeds them, and I wasn't real good a little over a year ago, and she ended up giving me one of my best friends.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I had to go back there and get something that makes loud noises, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna walk out in the woods by myself, I don't normally feel the need to carry. I just don't. I don't know why, but I feel like if nothing else,
I can see the teeth. I see the teeth on this thing and everything. It's like a translucent, transparent image of like a dog man type thing.
That's
Yeah, I
creepy
think I
looking.
did 20 years, but I didn't want to draw those out in case I was wrong.
Listen, there's teeth. You can see the teeth.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I'm seriously
Sean
serious.
actually manipulate, filter a couple images, and it looked like it had a freaking bear trap mouth of teeth showing. Yes.
There is something that is definitely
Yeah.
I'm going to show you guys this, and you'll see
I don't
it.
know if you're able to have the pictures side by side, even if you just like have it in your, Windows Explorer or whatever, but just so people can see what we're looking at. If there's anyone left in here, if it's just us, well, I can need to see it too. But
the people that come in the future, it's a
no,
work.
I mean, it's late, though.
This is a work in progress. It will get more popular. It always does.
I not mean it like that. I not mean it like that at all. Believe me.
Okay. I mean, if
I don't sleep very well, so it's a challenge for me to sleep.
this is
But yeah, I can read even when I fish, man.
this is crazy, folks. Look at this. She found something. She really did. She got eyes.
I mean,
One thing when we were together with Sean, one of the things that I observed as well, which is fascinating, is how everyone sees things. Perception is different. You could all be in the same situation, looking at the same image, or this. It also is more evidence. They talk about the light spectrum and how the light refraction and how it bends. That you could so somebody sees something like Bigfoot, right? There's a group of them, and depending on where you're standing and your location, one person will actually see the Bigfoot, and someone might just see maybe bits of it. Another person might not even see anything, just depending on where you're standing and how the light interacts with it, which is a fascinating truth. But here, folks, if you look at this one, and she's found something, but it's even what I see. I'm saying this is what I see. Not I'm saying I got it right, and not in any way, but I see a fang right there, a fang right there. There's his teeth. Its teeth. It's got one. It's like a little big or something right there. But you see that? Do you see that?
oh yeah.
So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put, because I know you had your outline one, we're going to put one over it. Not to say that it's not of any value. It is.
No,
value.
go for it. You can do whatever you want. Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you go like this.
I mean, I would take down the picture that I drew blue on and put the other one up, whatever one you think is most clear. But I think the black and white one looks good. I like the pink one honestly because you can see the eyes really brightly in that one. But yeah, that one's good too.
There's that one.
None of them are great, but you can see a nose very clearly. Also, I mean, you can clearly see the eye.
Well, you can see the fangs. I mean, the fangs.
Yeah.
This thing, but it's like that. It's like it's a dog man or a werewolf or something like that.
The way I'm seeing it is that window is dirty, and so I can't. I believe I see fangs, but there could be some smudging there. But absolutely for sure, I see everything from the lip, the nose, the eyes, the ridge between the eyes, and I believe I see ears, and they're pointing. So I don't know.
Well, I know one thing. You found something. There might be multiple entities here too, but you definitely can see the fangs.
Yeah, if you look at 11 o'clock or so, I believe that's another one looking over its shoulder.
Right here.
No, upper left corner.
Right here.
Up, left, up, left.
Maybe I need to get a different image.
Right about, right there. You're circling around it. I believe that's another set of eyes up in the corner there. You're right where we're in the far left upper corner of that crop shot.
Right here? Right here?
To me, that's the lower left where you're at. You're on the bottom. You're right there in that bit. Yes, where you're circling. I don't know how much of a delay we have, but at the upper left corner of either one of those squared images.
Okay.
It's the same thing.
I want to see if I can get that pink one without any drawing on it.
Yeah, do you want me to? I can just re-forward it to you if you don't want to look through all the things to find it. Would that be easier?
No, I'll get it.
Okay.
I'll get it. Because if you send me one without a drawing on it, I'll get it.
Yeah. And what I'll do is, I will show you. I'm going to send you another one though that has the other eyes that I'm looking at, just so you know, because I think there might be a delay or something, and I know that can be frustrating.
No, that's right. Do you have? Is that the ink? That's the pink one. Huh? Okay. What happened to you, man?
Oh no, I'm not. I'm just listening. I'm trying to get ready.
Are you getting ready to
Okay.
experience? Are you gonna show us a werewolf tonight?
Well, what I thought I'd actually do is I'm gonna put you in my. I've got this pocket right here in the front, and then I'll face you out rather than have to hold the camera and aim it at me. I'll face you out. That way.
Do you have like? You ever get one of those like those extension rods? What are those things called again? Where you hold up the phone
Yeah.
and that would
Like
be
a
good.
selfie stick,
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it right now.
like a GoPro.
Yeah, or something that use a GoPro. You also could use for cameras.
Yeah. I could rig something up, but you don't have that kind of time. But the way I see it is I need to literally like dress and prepare. Like I'm going to be out there all night long just in case. I could break my leg or, I've only got 50.
This is standard. Oh, just to let you guys know, when Chris shows up, it's gonna be a long show. It might not seem like a couple times it's like, oh, are they gonna finish this? Is it gonna last? Like, it's gonna last, man. It's gonna just this man.
So he's taking us on about. Is that what's going on?
He's gonna walk around his property and adjacent property and see if he can find any new tree. I didn't even want to talk to that Bill Beans because it's so funny. Because when I talked to him, when I interviewed him back in 2000, Brandon's here too. Hey, man.
Hello.
Hey, Brandon. We got a crowded house now. So we got Trevor, we got Brandon, we got Chris. Maybe I should get off and you guys just do it. Maybe you guys do a better job than this. It's definitely would. But man, can you guys see the teeth?
I kind of can a little bit, but when you put that picture up, I was already able to see the face without the outline. I'm like, whoa, I'll be a blind pig's fart. There's a freaking ape face right there.
Is there to you? You see an ape face?
To me, it looks like an ape. It looks kind of like a cross between a gorilla and chimpanzee. That's what it looks like to me. Because the nose, that has more of a characteristic between a gorilla.
He's a gray. And
a gray?
He just sent me a picture. I'm going to forward it to you.
Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely can see a gray right here. Watch this.
What? Yeah. Oh, no freaking way.
Right there's a gray.
See, I'm concerned about the smudge wise, and again, I'm not poo-pooing anybody's what they see. I happen to see faces everywhere, so I have to like really.
Well, I learned that these things actually mass, or like a big blob, and so at times they mass up, and it gives this distorted or illusion of pareidolia because you're seeing multiple entities.
Right.
Oh, and they're all just think like a mass of worms or snakes. That's what they're doing. So, but I
saw that, but I saw something else next to it too, like next to its eye almost. Like next to the there's another face right there.
Sure.
Okay, so I sent you one from Sean, and I sent you one that I did and I marked in yellow the other eyes that I was looking at, just so you can see where to look in the picture that's not marked up. So we're on the same page.
I don't know. It's pretty wild. To me, I see a massive blob, one of their wonderful, worm-like, snake-like,
I just don't know how much is smudge on stuff, so that's why I wasn't sure even that I saw its teeth or not, or even ears. I wasn't positive, but I know for sure that I clearly see the eyes, the nose, and the upper lip, and I believe ears and mouth. But it just the lower part of the window is more smudgy. So it's like I said, I can like circle like 15 faces in that, and knows if any of them are even faces.
Right. It's funny when you say that because it sounds like a game or something. Let's go smudge. I don't know. Let's smudge, folks. Let's do the smudge. Dun, 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 dun.
I'll play the music. You guys can do the smudge. I'll be the DJ.
Do the smudge, bro.
I don't know how I can do this and protect my phone.
You don't know what?
It's snowing here.
Cool.
Okay, we got some images from Sean now.
Yeah, okay, so the one with the red circle is from Sean. The other one, I resent the pink thing because I added in a yellow arrow in the upper left where I see the eyes, the other eyes, just so you can see.
Can
where
you
I'm
see
looking
the
at.
image right now? Because the image is the one with the handprints is blue,
Yeah,
and there's something
that's
circled.
Sean's. So he says he sees a gray there.
I see a gray for sure. It looks like there's two because there's one on the left, and there one is like it's trying to peek half its face from the other side.
Yeah. Yeah, those definitely. I mean, hey, I mean those fingers could look long enough to use, but I would imagine Gray's freaky hands.
Wow. How you doing there, Chris? We're paying
I'm good.
attention.
Hey, I'm walking out. So I'm not trying to poo-poo nothing. Nobody said, John, done nothing. I can literally do that with any photo that you could send me. I'll find a face.
Yeah, I mean, there's there's the argument of pareidolia, and there's also the fact that once you start to really train your eyes, and you start to experience things, you realize that the ether, the air, is like a massive. It's just multiple layers of spirits, and there's like a blob.
I'm trying to find somebody because I heard on a show there was a woman describing a device that they that she saw that she used, and she saw how they made it, and it's really simple. It's like glass or plexiglass. You wrap in the grid pattern with copper wire. You put a battery like an 9 volt to that wire, and then you look through it. And supposedly that electrified. It kind of reminds me of like basically what it looks like when a camera takes a picture. In my mind, that's what I liken it to. And how the cameras take things that we don't see often. So yeah,
I am going to stop sharing. You guys still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was trying to see what we could do here to get see what our friend Chris is doing here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's snowing.
That's
okay,
not
so this right here, I don't know if you can see it, but this is a black tree.
Brandon on? Hi, Brandon. I didn't know there was Brandon on.
That's better right there. You guys see a little bit better. We still keep there.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can remove myself as far as image wise. If I do that, you guys won't hear me. And then if I remove Brandon, you're muted.
Yeah, I was doing that because there's a little bit of noise we had going on in the background. I didn't want to interrupt anything because we had a glass jar break, and I didn't want that on the thing. So,
all right, this is some great stuff. Thank you for the find and the images, Michelle and Sean. There is something going on there, and
for sure
there's something on the other side of that pane of
yeah,
glass.
The other picture has in yellow where the other eyes are, but it's not important. I mean, that's we saw what we've seen. I mean,
so I need you to Brandon and Shell. Would you communicate with Chris while I mute myself because I have to go. Well, we've been doing. I gotta take a pee. So, all right.
Yeah,
so, what part of the country is everybody? Where are you guys coming from?
I'm coming from Illinois right now, but I'm originally from Indiana.
Okay.
Good job, Sean. That was a great find, Sean. All right, can we get Sean up here too? Why do you get Sean? I'll get it for you. You're thinking about it, Sean? Think about it. I'll be back in 5 minutes. If you're interested,
I think the link's still in the stream.
Yeah, he's here. Everyone's here. There's still none of us. We're still fighting the good fight, even though it's 12:24, and we're counting on Chris. Chris, we're counting on seeing something, buddy.
I tell you what,
I knew how to prove my.
That's almost a football team,
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm trying to think of what I should show you. I'm going to try to find that egg structure again, and then I'm going to work my way around.
I go crazy sometimes when people are at night.
What's that? Is that your beard? Look at that. There's a Bigfoot there. Don't let him his beard.
No!
I see the face.
How's the audio, guys? Do I need to mute? No echo? No echo?
I'm not hearing any problems. I don't know if you guys are hearing me okay. Okay, good.
Wow.
I don't see myself doing this in the middle of the night. I was barely doing a day, and I wasn't even expecting it.
So I used to have 20 acres right like near the Florida, Georgia, Alabama line. And it's known for a lot of Squatch reports, but I never saw anything like that. But my brother came down to visit, and it was pitch dark. You could not see a hand in front of your face. And I would always go around at night. I never had a problem. Well, that night I went to the creek, and I just like stopped cold, and I said no. And he felt the same way. And we both like literally grew up in the woods and everything. Like literally, I would sleep in the woods to avoid coming home. And so the next morning, I found fresh panther tracks at my creek, and they were jumping from the other side of the creek towards the side where I was, going to walk up to it. So I'm really glad that I stopped and went back to the house. Yeah, I saw a panther in my neighborhood on my street a couple times there.
Wow, this is like a totally different piece of property.
And it's always good for prints, though. Tracks. Definitely find more sign with the snow on the ground.
It's really easy to get lost too.
Well, you can fly your tracks back.
Well, that doesn't always work when it's snowing.
I can't tell if it's.
You can cover up your tracks real quick and easy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm from South Florida, so I didn't see snow till I was 30, and I haven't spent a lot of time in the snow. Just
you sound familiar. You sound like somebody I know.
I am. Do you have your dog with you?
No, No, he's he'd probably be good. He's only a little over a year old, so he's still kind of a puppy still.
Yeah. I rescued one that was 6 months, and literally the day I brought him home, he like went off this weird guy across the street that would always like kind of mess with me. It was like, man, that dog like instantly connected with me. It was crazy. It was a really good dog.
Yeah, this is weird. Like, even though I know where I'm at, I know exactly where I'm at, I could go into panic mode right now.
No, don't think like that.
No, I'm saying like it would be easy to. If you look right here, see this tree here? See, it's in an arc. It's hard to see.
Yeah, I always like have to debate whether I even want to have a light on at night. It depends if there's any moon, What are we seeing here? Oh, is that a structure there?
That's what it looks like. I'm actually looking for an X structure that the first time he went live, he had me on. I was his first guest, and I don't know. I kind of just all I need is a double dog dare, So, so that's what he, golly, this shit looks like a whole completely different place. Like, there's normally not this many trees down, but literally everywhere I look, there's trees down. Like, going out when it's snowing, it's actually really bad because you can get squished by a tree.
That's pretty much how it was when I first had a sighting that I had in literally my local nature center, because when I was on a thing with Mike or whatever, in the nature center, there were tons of trees down, and there was no sign of bulldozers coming through there. And all the trees were just, I counted like probably, I don't even know how many I counted, but there were a lot that were just pushed down, and you can see the roots that are just coming out of the ground.
Like all together in an area, where they just sporadically throughout push down?
Basically throughout. Like, it doesn't matter where I was looking, I keep seeing a tree pushed down from the roots, and I'm like, why is all this here? Because you could tell if a bulldozer was through there, and there was no signs of bulldozers. Otherwise, there would have been a path from where the bulldozer was.
Huh. Yeah, you definitely. I would think you would see, the path of smushiness if a bulldozer went through there.
I was literally just through here like the day before yesterday, and I was noticing there's a couple lots of limbs, lots and lots and lots of tree limbs. But if you look, I don't know if you get
upside down, like smushed, with the wrong end pushed into the ground, like people.
I haven't seen that. I've never seen that, me personally. But I've got a buddy. I think his thing's called the Project Sasquatch.
What we're looking at looks weird to me because it doesn't look dead, but it looks broken.
This one here, look at that. That was dead. That's pretty good.
Left of what I'm seeing.
I have to keep up with my gear. I have to make sure that I've got my gear on me because it's really easy to like walk off and leave something.
Where did you say you are?
I'm in Missouri.
Okay.
What I'm walking across right now is a whole bunch of blackberries. It's a whole big thing of blackberries that I found.
I guess you're safe from snakes because they're probably like buried in the cold weather. But when I had blackberries on my property, and supposedly Squatch really love blackberries, but there was also a lot of snakes.
Well, this year, normally, normally I can get enough to eat ice cream a couple times. Maybe make a pie or something like that. Well,
Every day I make cobbler, either blackberry or I also did peachberry and appleberry. Literally every day.
Okay, there's a critter or something up there.
Just curious, how you doing?
I can send you a really good simple recipe. Like,
hey, just curious.
You just finish it off to brown it in the oven. Oh my gosh, it's like 15 minutes. You'll have cobbler, dude.
Getting ready here. Where you at? Just curious. Where you at? Just imagine. What do you think if Sean was or Chris runs into a Bigfoot? What we're gonna do? What if you actually run into one, man? What we gonna? Wow, that'd be some. Yeah.
If I saw one, I'll pee my pants again, like I did last time.
Just so you guys know, survival tip of the hour. If you look right here, this is a cedar tree. You can see it like this is dry. There's a big circle.
What you're seeing, because if there's something moving around, there might be some snow knocked off where it's not anywhere else, or some cleared away on the ground.
Hey, I got a question for you guys in the chat. Can you hear Shell when right now? Because I have the mic next to my mouth. If you're having a hard time hearing her, then I'll move it. Let me know. How's the Alabama, man? We got Alabama in the house too. All right, yeah. We're gonna go international, man. We already have actually because Damien was with us earlier. I'm gonna get him on the show too.
Check it out, guys. Look at the circle here. Practically dry.
There's no reason why that would be like that from the tree.
It's because cedar trees, they do a really good job of blocking everything. So if it's raining, that's one of the best places to go. There's a reason why deer antlers look like cedar limbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I know one thing, man. It looks like a winter wonderland in Missouri. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm further north. And you got more snow than I do right now. What the heck?
Yeah, this is probably the most snow that I've seen in a while. So.
Hey, Brandon, I forgot where you at.
In here, it's 73 degrees here.
Right now, I'm in Illinois. But I think I told you before, I'm originally from Indiana, and oh my gosh, I wish I can go back home.
Illinois, Ohio, we got Virginia in the house. We got Alabama. Where are you at, Shell? I can't remember.
Palm Beach County, Florida.
Florida in the house. All right.
Yep. It's 73 degrees and clear skies.
Okay, don't rub it in. Okay, don't rub it in.
Gatorville.
Okay, so oh man, it's so easy to see stuff that's not there. I'm gonna take you to where I know the bucks lay down.
I swear that beard looks like Bigfoot walking with you, man.
I see at least 4 faces in that beard.
I know.
I'm gonna find you guys something to look at.
Is that a footprint? No? Okay.
Look, that looks like a freaking trackway. Look at that.
Oh boy.
You see that?
It looked like there was almost a footprint somewhere. Is there a footprint? What is that?
Yeah, those are rocks, but yeah, I could see how.
Oh, okay, it's rocks. Okay.
Well, in the dirt.
Those are
I was
spread
going to
out
say, there better not be a footprint.
about every 5 foot.
But if it is, it's got a nice chai to it.
You know what's
I
funny?
better
is
make
I'll
some coffee.
probably have to walk back in the yard.
Looks like Brandon's gonna stay up late tonight.
Well, yeah, because now I'm gonna have a hard time trying to sleep now.
I work from home.
So if you guys, I do appreciate you doing this, Chris, because it does take a bit of courage and to be walking out in the dark in the woods, especially if you've had any kind of encounters. I mean, I would really, if I did just the
I appreciate it. I'm loving it because I haven't, been able to be out in the woods much, and I missed the hell out of it. So I'm living vicariously through Chris right now.
I guess in a way, he's with a group of people because we're all watching, right? So there's at least 8 other people besides him. But
don't worry, Chris. If anything happens, you got witnesses.
can you imagine doing that by yourself at night? Can you imagine doing that?
Look at this tree.
Play hide and seek at night in the woods.
I mean, when I was a kid, I would have done, but after everything I've seen and witnessed, I would never be comfortable doing it.
I can see, I can hear. There's some critter over there. It's probably a deer, but yeah, I definitely can hear something moving over there.
One of the things I also noticed or observed is that a lot of times when people film animals is when they actually film these entities. These beings, when they call Bigfoot or Sasquatch or whatever. So.
Yep, either there's none around or they'll be coming up to humans and basically trying to take shelter near them, thinking, the Bigfoot will stay away. It's funny about the noises though. I remember I was in a tree stand once because I used to hunt at least every weekend, and I knew, there was something coming, it was big, and I'm waiting. It was a damn armadillo this particular time, but it was so loud from because there was so much leaves and stuff on the ground.
Right. Hey, Chris, Barry Browning is asking are you in southeastern Missouri or not? What part?
That's where I'm from.
That's where you're from?
I'm in South Central.
You're in South Central right now?
Yeah.
Missouri? Okay.
I went to high school over in Poplar Bluff.
Oh, maybe Barry knows what you're talking about, but I can guarantee you I don't.
Hey, I'm not trying to tell you guys anything what to do, but I don't know.
Well, go ahead.
I'm not going to say whisper. You don't have to whisper, but if you talk a little lighter, I might be able to keep up on something for real.
Oh, okay. We can.
I'm just throwing it out there. It's up to you, but I'm actually trying to work the way up to what I call the. It's a buck here.
We'll see what happens here. Sean, let's see what happens.
If you guys see any eye shine, you guys would actually be able to see eye shine better than me because, you guys are looking through a electronic eye. Okay.
You got your light lined up in a straight line with the cam. Well,
definitely gotta need snacks. That's right, man. Get yourself your Doritos and let's get going, man.
It's moving a little fast to be able to for sure see eye shine because the snow.
I did. Oh no! Oh hell no! Right where he was at, I just saw eye shine. Oh hell no!
I saw there too, actually.
Oh,
yeah, like around 11 o'clock.
What's up, Damien? What's going on?
Hey, Damien, not again.
Maybe the next couple weeks, whenever you can. Damien, join us. Hey, Judy, how's it going?
Right there, right where you were shining your light, Chris. That's where I saw the eye shine. Oh no, right there.
That's a movement right now.
Yeah, Brandon, when I said, I wasn't sure because of the snow, that's exactly where I thought I saw it too. But I couldn't tell if it maybe a little bit more.
I sent the link, and I don't know. I mean, we have 3, and I don't know if we'll be able to get 4 in or not. I don't know if I have.
You can, Mike.
Oh, I mean, I only paid for the standard because
I got you.
It costs.
Wait. I thought you saw something like behind the tree, but it's really hard to say. To the left. Yeah, over there.
On Facebook, are we able to have multiple callers? Oh, there's Sean. Hey, Sean. There we go. The man's in the house.
You guys are gonna get me killed.
All right. What's going on, brother Sean?
Hey, man, good show tonight.
Like see, like just the tree that's right in front of you, like just to the left of it, there's like a path sort of like between the trees, like back
Yeah,
to the
Well, Judy,
right
I'm
side
much
of where
better
you're looking
now.
at right now, but like so don't pan to the right, but yeah, right to the right there. Somewhere back there, a little thing like towards the right where I thought I saw something.
Damien says hello to everybody. Judy, I'm doing much better. When we first started the show, I was kind of tired, and but things are kicking in now. Sean, thank you for joining us. What's going on, bro?
Not much, man. Just enjoying your show, man.
It's kind of fun, isn't it? Just kind of homey, just kind of just hanging out and just chilling.
Oh, yeah.
I probably don't want to talk, but if there's anywhere where there's like any kind of a ditch or dip or something like that, make sure you check on the ground level because I've heard of them, laying down and, laying down in the ditches, hollers, whatever. And
Yeah, and Chris, just curious, asked. He asked a question for you. He says, "Is Chris hearing anything out there?"
he's trying.
Actually, yeah.
To try and pull down.
If you guys see my palm, if I show you my palm, there was something laying right there. You see it?
oh yeah, you can make it an outline.
Yeah, there was something.
Set it
No,
down.
I can hear. Ooh, that's creepy.
I mean, it was like partially from the tree, but still, are the leaves extra crunched over there somewhere?
No, they've been wet because the last couple of days have been raining. So, now they've got snow on them. So, I can hear an animal. There's an animal over here. It's probably most likely a deer, but I'm not seeing any.
Yeah.
No, that's a rabbit.
Straight back.
It's a rabbit.
Straight back and up.
Just let everybody's who. Hopefully, Sean will be doing a live show tomorrow night.
Gear cam right now, Chris. Gear cam.
You too. Chasing the Truth, Sean G. Check it out. I don't know if it might
Not
be
right there, that area where you just were. Wait, is there something on the ground? Look right there. Does that say your walk? That's not a track line right there to your 10 o'clock on the ground. It's like left.
It's a tree. Oh yeah. It looks like a rabbit.
Oh, I thought I saw something bigger than that. I mean, it looked like almost like the snow was cleared away. It kind of ran around
I
the
can
tree.
swear to God, somebody's going to find this video and they're going to make a little short of Chris's beard, and they're going to say it's a Bigfoot walking in the woods.
Here's a picture of something turning the camera around.
You see that thing?
You see this depression right here? I've got these all over my property. That looks creepy to me.
It looks packed down, doesn't it? Or is that my imagination?
I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna go check it out.
You got Arkansas.
Or wait, maybe I wish I could do this bigger. Oh wait, I'm gonna take a screenshot.
Northeast Arkansas, very close to.
If you'll stop for a second, I'll take a screenshot. I can review it later.
That's pretty shot right there. That's actually pretty. It's really nice looking at it because of the snow. It's actually. What I also noticed too is like TikTok. When TikTok does the lives, it's all cut up and breaking. It's always breaking up and all that. But this is really nice, clear. It's like quite pleasant. So awesome.
I'm gonna take another screenshot whenever you. Oops, pause again.
This looks like look at this tree. That's a cedar tree right over.
Now, when I was a kid, a young man, we used to go night hunting for coons and opossums.
Yeah,
that's what we would do.
Yeah,
with our 22s, it wasn't very. You'd be amazed how tough a possum skull is.
Yeah, I've been gator hunting, all kinds of hunting, so I'm down with it. But I haven't done any.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I did any of that kind of stuff. And I used
Most of my night stuff was gator.
Really? So you went gator hunting? Really? What was that like? Tell us about gator hunting. I'm sure none of us in this room have ever gone gator hunting.
You guys see this here?
What do you do?
Yeah, this is where the bucks walk. I know it is. See that big old hole?
I can see it.
Oh, to Brandon.
And my dog is flipping out every time he eats this. The food's making him crazy.
Hi, Judy.
And I like that Randy changes back to his name.
I don't know if you heard me, Chris. Anytime you want me to, I have it set up so I can do screenshots. I have it zoomed on your screen, so just give me a heads up. See something.
Take one of this here.
Don't forget, you got better eyes than the rest of us, Chelsea. If you see something, make sure.
Oh, that's creepy.
I definitely, I'll let you know if I see anything.
This is it's what they call it, a blackjack oak. And they're really hard. But I think it was probably a deer.
That branch almost looks bent down a lot, for especially if it is such a hard wooded tree.
Do you see droppings anywhere? You see the
droppings?
My buddy told me that those trees.
Scat, right? Scat.
Scat. That's the proper word. Yes.
Right where he was at, right by where that spot was clear, I could have sworn I saw something run past him while he was looking down. I saw a leg.
Look at this tree here. See how it's broken?
Yes.
And then there's a.
That looks real easy right there. Oh yeah.
I've never had this many broken trees.
Back to that, the scan.
My town is full of them. It's a town of extras and everything. It's just tree limbs everywhere. It's ridiculous.
I can't believe I didn't just get a picture. What an idiot I am. I was so much looking at it, I didn't take a picture.
I don't know how to keep all three of us on here and get his screen bigger. Do you know, Sean, do you know how to make his screen bigger while three of us still there?
You can make him the priority, and three of us will go small, and he'll go big.
How do you do that?
It's a choice at the bottom of the pane. You'll see all three of us, all four of us, and then there'll be how to change the setup.
Is it present, or is it settings, or is it invite?
No. It's right underneath the pane of the four of us right here.
Oh, what's the image look like? Do you remember?
It's just 3 or 4 different choices there. I'd have to look and see, but I don't have that option.
Screen layout press.
Any of that's no disturbed, Chris?
News layout.
If you guys like watch from my palm, if you see my palm, that means shut up.
Does that mean shut up?
Hey, I just heard like a 2 or 3 inch limb bust.
I'm muting myself.
There's cinema.
No, you guys don't have to quit talking. Just like keep it way down, and then look for, because I need to be able to hear.
I know. I'm just saying. I was doing that because I wig out.
He's not enough so bad? Or
that's not right. I don't want to look at my ugly bug. That's right.
I'm getting really close. I mean, this is freaking buck country. And there's some monsters here. I'm not joking. Like, there's some big ones.
Mm-hmm. He's not talking cryptids.
Oh, golly, that gave me a start. Snow falling out of a tree.
Oh, yeah, right. What made it fall, though? The question.
Okay, look at that. I mean, look how these are all broke off. Oh.
How's that? Okay, I think I might got it. Can we still hear? Can I hear you, Sean? Can I hear you, Brandon?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear. I can hear you. Yeah.
I can hear you.
Thanks, Sean. There's no point in looking at our avatars when we can have more room looking at him. So. Thank you. Thanks, Sean.
Oh, you're welcome. I didn't help much other than tell you where to look.
That means it for us to
Now, Chris, you're the center of attention. You're going solo here. We're all watching it. No one else is looking at us.
That's the Sasquatch area right there. I'm sorry. That had a
I'm telling you, this is like a huge, big open trackway here. I mean, if I was a Bigfoot, this is exactly where I'd walk.
Yes, absolutely.
Damien's in here saying.
Okay, it is.
Have you guys ever asked yourself, wondered why we are so fascinated on watching people walk around in the woods? I think it's because we that's innately part of us, and we're so for the most part, most of us our lives are so disconnected from it. So it's
And some people are more curious than others. I've always been a curious George personally. About
Hey, Mike.
everything, always like to know how everything works and why.
What's up, Brandon?
Damien went ahead. I guess he's saying this to Chris, saying Damien said, "Turn off the light and whoop and listen."
Yeah.
Oh, David said turn
Oh,
off
shh,
the light.
okay. Shh. He waved his hand.
If you whoop, man, you got more guts than I do. I wouldn't do it. I'd be like, no, thank you.
You can't hear those.
But
Okay, that takes some cojones.
yeah, if
That's
you
like
did some,
turning off the lights while you're driving. There's something out here with me. There's no doubt. Oh,
If you think you're getting paralleled or something, dude, maybe.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything large caliber, but I'm gonna go ahead and.
Damien says that he's to the left now. He's to the left. I don't know if that means, but maybe there's something to your left.
Just. Oh, here we are.
Yeah, it's interesting because I thought I saw something left earlier. There we go.
I'm just waiting for a UFO to show up with aliens and Bigfoot.
Dude, I see UFOs all the time. If that's what you want to, if that's what you want, I can get you Bigfoot or UFO stuff.
You know,
Yeah.
It's definitely a good night to see an orb, though, with the contrast of the light. If you were somewhere where there's more open space, you might be able to film one easier.
There's some more blow down. That tree you just passed. It looks like it's down like a tent almost.
Dude, how far out are you going, anyways?
I'm going to the what I call the fire break.
So you know where you're at. So okay.
Where's the water source for them in that area, Chris?
What is it?
The water source for them. I mean, obviously it's not like, but I didn't want to drink. Is there a water source?
Chris has dropped off, folks. He's dropped off. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Let's see what's.
He's probably trying to listen now because he's hearing something. I don't think he can really hear with us, so I don't blame him. Because if there's something close, he needs that's time. He needs to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was asking him where the water source is because they're gonna want to be close to that.
Oh, he's back. He's back. He's back. The band is back. Okay.
I've got 2 ponds. Look at this.
Mike.
I'm trying to figure out what I did. I figured it out the first time. Now I'm going full turn.
Or right, I think.
So it says press solo layout, and then I'm supposed to touch somebody or something. That's what. It's the icon on the left. Okay, there you go.
I have no idea where I'm at.
Yeah, this is going to be fun.
Hey, look, I don't have a line. I don't have a power line on my property.
Oh dear.
Here we go.
There's a fence over there.
Squatches, they love the power lines, so you're gonna have fun with that.
Hey, if you look in here, look at the cedar trees, look at this undergrowth. That's exactly where I'd be if I was anything. That's the best spot I've seen. That spot.
We got dogs barking in the background.
I'm telling you, there was deer here. There was.
Wouldn't that be the hardest thing that dogs tracks on?
Oh, cool. You got it, Mike. Ooh, right there. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I seen it too.
Pretty darn thick in there.
Okay.
Pretty darn dark.
Is there any burial mounds around there?
Yeah, actually, there's like what looks like anyway, 2 behind my house. I haven't touched them.
Like, I'm actually kind of curious.
That's true.
Oh, I know where I'm at now. Okay, I know where I'm at.
Excuse me.
I can tell that snow is thick. I can hear it crunching.
No, I just heard footsteps.
Train. And I think I need to have some more lemons if that was me. Looks like a tunnel.
There's a train in the background of where I'm at. Or is it that starts howling at the train? That's pretty wild.
There's someone walking away.
Yeah, but that area is feeling really weird to me, Chris.
But if you look at this big old open trackway right through here. Like, here's a big open way. This is what I call an intersection. Freaking, like, here's a big open, here's a big open, here's a big
Yeah, you
open.
can see where it's stepped on. It looks stepped on, and it looks like there's tunnel through the brush. You know what I mean? It's not going to walk on the pathways. It's going to stay where it's walking on brush, where it can't be easily noticed. Like right there, right there. That's something walked through there. I think. I don't know.
We need to get some horror music, background music.
Maybe it came from there and then walked.
Ooh, I just think it's a my train.
Don't get yourself into a funnel, dude.
Oh no.
Ooh,
There's a big open hole over that way.
Right there.
That tricked my eyes. There's something there.
But I'm gonna be ready. Try not to.
What was that thing that was flying sideways? It can't be snow. Or something.
Guys, I just saw something stand right now. One opening in the tunnel. I just saw something just stand.
You did?
It was all white.
I thought I saw something too, but it's right over there, right there.
We got a great Sasquatch down here where I live.
It might be just snow on a branch.
I hope that's just snow. I hope and pray that's just snow.
Yeah.
Oh no, not again.
Hopefully, yeah, we hope it was just snow falling off the branch or something.
I hope.
Hmm.
Oh man, look at that.
What's that? Is that a deer or something? There. What's that? No. There. Oh, that's just that tricked my eyes there.
Okay, what is it? Okay, right next to your river, there's almost something glowing a little bit high, right there, back up, right there, and I'll up a little bit. Okay, okay, it's just that piece of tree.
Can you imagine what it must have been like 100 years ago, walking around there in the dark?
Yeah, you don't do that. They've been asleep at this time, but they don't even mess around at night, man.
No, our parents were wise.
Hey, look what I found though. Look what I found. That's a freaking bone right there. Here.
Where are we seeing it? A bone?
A bone.
What kind of bone?
It's hard for me to see because everything's white. Oop, I can when you stop though, I do get screenshots.
You mean a petrified bone or a rock?
That looks like it's petrified.
Yeah, there's a bone too.
I don't know. It looks like marrow still. Could just be shit out.
Here's the thing. I know there's black bears here. I know there's mountain lions. Oh shit.
Do you have canines like coyotes or anything up there, Chris?
Yeah, there's a boatload of coyotes. So I know I'm out here with coyotes.
What about coy wolf or wolves?
Not that I know of, but that doesn't mean anything.
That is a nasty freaking thick brush right there. Sorry to interrupt. Or is that ground? I can't tell. Looks like a mound.
I'm still looking at this image of the handprint in which Sean circled.
Yeah, that area where you just were on the left, boy, that's looking thick and feeling weird to me. Whoa. Straight ahead, I thought I just saw something move weirdly.
What did it is?
It might just be distortion. Hard to tell.
You guys hear that? That sounded like a freaking tree fell.
I'm telling you, straight ahead, I could have sworn I saw something move right in front of your path.
I just heard a tree fall.
You just did?
Right at the edge of where your light can't show anymore. That's where I saw something.
There we go. Say hello to them, Brenda.
Sounded like two big knocks.
Okay,
That's
hold
not
up.
good.
It
I
was
thought
like
I
two
saw
big
something
knocks and then the tree freaking.
ground level though, like ground level-ish. So hard to tell. But now we got beard squatch on.
Sean, how many can we have on here?
Yeah, that's looking for fishy right there. Something's hiding
I think
over
you can have up like 10 people at one time.
You want to
Or
join us?
maybe 9.
Freaking thick
If
stuff.
you want to join us or anybody else, let me know. I'll send a link and see if you can. Invite you. Be part of the festivities.
I'm taking a bundle of screenshots so you can look at later. Yeah, let me make sure I got this on highest quality.
Just curious, you want to join us? Barry Browning, you want to join us? I can't forget Judy. If you want to join us, Judy, you can. I know you like listening in. Anybody else is there? If you want to join us, just let us know. Just invites right there. Just follow the link.
Beard.
I heard something.
Gosh, when you guys do that, that freaks me out so bad.
Something. How do you think I feel?
So something so he can hear though, because like he definitely needs to be able to hear.
Oh, what was that? Is that eye shine or something? That damn beard.
Okay, so right there, that's just it's not eyes, but
Oh, I feel like I'm in an actual scary movie right now. Oh my gosh.
Oh, he's got his knife. At least he's got that.
you said you okay, yeah. Marking your path, I see. I be carrying a machete.
No, I'm marking where this fossil is.
Yeah, that's why I said you're marking your path. I saw that.
Hey, I got something out here. No,
You're just maybe 2 feet off the ground, 2 or 3 feet off the ground. Something. There might be snow.
Hey, we need to work out a hand sign. We need to work out some hand signs.
Okay.
All right, you see my fist? That's complete. Like everybody, shut up so I can hear, and then I'll wave you back on.
Right. Okay.
If you see if I turn my lights off, that's the same.
Be quiet.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you a story. Last deer season, I didn't have the money. I didn't have the money to do a full deer mount, so it was one of my best bucks last year. And anyway, I see. Look at that tree there. Look at that tree right there.
Just make sure you can hear good. I don't want you to put the rainbow. You know.
Like I say, it's the hunt is the best part of all this, isn't it? It's the chase. It's addictive.
So I processed it. I processed it, and I was taking the head, and I was just gonna hang it in a tree. That way, nothing could get to it. Well, I turn around, and I see eye shine, and I thought, "Oh, that's just my cats, right?" Because it looked like my cats. Turns out, it wasn't my cats. It was freaking coyotes, and they were actually they were creeping on me, and I've never seen them out here. It doesn't mean they're not here, but I've just never seen them. Ooh, there's a good fossil.
And if you're around and there's enough of them, they'll definitely try you.
Oh, there's a bunch, dude. I hear them every night, every single night. There's a fox running around here too, which I'm not too scared of, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to run into any critter, honestly. Anyway, these freaking coyotes, there was at least 5 of them, and they had worked their way all the way up until there was one that was, ooh, look at that. This is why I go out at night.
We got beard squatch going on.
I know. What we got going on there?
Beard squatch.
Sorry. Here.
There we go. All right. I just got a screenshot of whatever this is. What is that? Is that leaves or
Some
dew?
kind of fossil. I'm telling you, I got all kinds of dinosaurs here or something.
Yeah. Dude, that looks awesome though. Damn.
So the city I used to live in, there's a guy that I would learn some stuff. Ooh, look at that. That was something laying right there. There's no doubt.
It looked like almost looked like a stone wheel or something. Where you just were like a portion of it.
I'm telling you, this is. Yeah, there's something right there.
What was that? Sedimentary rock around there, or what? Like sandstone?
No, it's a lot like it's a mixture.
Sounds perfect for building then. Yeah, too much sand or too much soil isn't good, but the mix for pretty good stuff.
Okay, there's a leaner.
Sean found me.
There's another one over there too.
I got two new friends on Facebook.
Oh, that's cool.
That looks not snowy.
Whoa,
okay, go back to the left. This snow's fucking me up. I could have sworn I just saw something shining again. Okay. We're black cat. Some trees arced and down. Looks like a pallet. Sleeping.
She saw a baby. She saw a baby bear on the way to work. My neighbor.
Black bears, they don't hibernate, do they, black bears?
Are there any?
One of my good friends, the one that gave me the dog.
Yeah.
Here, look, here.
Hey, Chris, are there any openings that you can go to? Wider openings so that
Hold on, let me turn you.
Over something.
You mean so he's not blocked in like that?
Well, I just saying maybe like looking more up and maybe up
Okay.
in the air.
He's doing the quiet sign. Just saying sorry.
You're good.
Oh my gosh, this is a real life scary movie. That's why I ain't going to bed.
I know you could. It's like you go into a trance, don't you? It's like,
Dude, I'd back out of that shit.
Look at this. Watch it. Look at this tree here. This one's dead.
I'm just seeing black right now. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
It's something.
there's a little echo going on. Somebody's echoing. I guess the thing would do was see who's echoing.
You mute one person at a time to figure out who's echoing.
If I mute you, no one's going to hear you. So.
Well, then when you stop hearing the echo, you mute one person at a time, and then when you stop hearing the echo, then that's whoever's muted. That's where it's coming from.
Stop. It might be coming from Chris. It could be his location too. That's causing it.
I'm not really hearing it right now, so. Really haven't heard it to that out too much. But, yeah.
Infiltration. Yes, that's right, Sheldon. He might be
Guys, I
hiding.
just saw eyes shine in the bush.
I agree with Damien. Find some big old trees here. It's a good chance of finding something that way. Big old mature oak tree. Oh, cedar.
Look at that tree.
Looks like a hand. Ooh.
See how the bottom's sticking upwards?
Mm-hmm. What?
I need to pick up the paste.
Does that mean the top's in the ground?
Huh?
You talking about the trees upside down?
I can't understand what you're saying.
I said, did you say that tree's upside down? I took a screenshot, but it was hard to tell.
Yeah, the base of it was sticking up in the air.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's okay. We were just talking about that earlier. Yeah, that's probably means stay the fuck away from here.
I was actually gonna try to show you guys something, but I'm kind of not really sure. It just looks so different.
Yeah, there's many days we can do this. I don't want you to take any chances that just to, for, I don't know, you know what I'm saying.
Oh no, like I said, double dutch there. It's better than going out here by myself.
So
Yeah, see, something like that.
So if we weren't on the phone here, would you still be walking through there right now?
What's that?
Heck no.
If you didn't have us online, would you be walking through there now, or would you have turned around when you heard something like a couple times ago, or when that tree got knocked over?
Yeah, I probably would still be out here. It'd probably take a little more than that to scare me out.
Yeah.
But that looks like a freaking squat. Like, if you've ever seen a ghillie suit,
Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about? Ooh.
Yeah, I know ghillie suits. Yeah.
I would love to see something, but I don't want to see something. But I really don't really know where I'm at for sure.
This is the thing. Like, you don't know what what its demeanor would be. I mean, I guess if it's, I would think if it's not a relatively chill, whatever it is, that you would have some problems at your house. But and plus, I mean, wintertime they're usually not having little babies around. I wouldn't think in the wintertime, so that probably doesn't hurt when it's wintertime. Boy, man, what's your deal, dog?
So, I know I'm going to say the name wrong. Pang, what's up, man?
Right, signal a second ago.
See, normally I'd have like a small backpack on, which makes me feel better because then I've got all my survival stuff. But
if something jumps you from behind, at least they'll get your backpack too.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
It's weird. What is it?
What are we seeing?
What is it?
Dude,
is it a skull?
You know what this looks like?
A beard.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let me put my knife away. Oh. I think I just found I found something awesome.
Is that a skull cap or is it a hip bone? Or?
I think what it looks like to me, it looks like an ancient freaking spearhead, but it looks like a giant one, like still stuck in the fossil still stuck in the creature.
A Pithecus size spear.
Man, I gotta mark this spot too. Here, let me clean it off.
We don't know.
That is awesome, man.
What?
You see that?
It almost looked like a pelvis / hip thing for a second, but it's hard to tell. There we go. Let me get it and flip it. Let me see the other side. It's kind of bright. It's glowing almost.
It's because it's slick. It's made out of flint.
Huh, wow.
I'm carrying that out of here, but I gotta mark me a tree or something. I actually, like I said, I don't even know where I'm at. Oh,
Can you
I know I'm still on the property though.
Hey, do you guys have a gun?
Huh?
Yeah, it's a gun.
Yeah, make sure not to have that pointer too much there on live, okay?
Yeah.
You know how that goes. Their censorship so bad. So.
In fact, I'm gonna put it away right now, but I wanna.
Well, we don't have to worry about you. You are armed.
I was saying pew pew when it first came. It was.
Honestly, this would probably just piss it off.
Bullets, you can throw knives at them. So.
It's actually for me. Oh shit! Did you hear that?
No.
What was it?
Crack.
I'm gonna put you on my Bose speaker here because I can hear a lot of stuff that you wouldn't normally hear.
Yeah, that was a crack. Dang.
Sounds like a plane to me. But...
Don't want to stay in one spot too long. Okay.
That's gonna make an echo. I can't do that. No.
Hide scraper. Sheldon says a hide scraper.
Okay, this is a hickory tree. Oh shit, that'd be bad.
We just do some tree knocking. Maybe that's what.
Yeah, you do a tree knock.
No, I wouldn't do any of that.
I thought you said you studied Bigfoot stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
Michelle's cat has 16.
Who's talking in the background? Looks like a family thing going.
Yeah, that's me. I'm gonna mute it. I put it on my Bose speaker so I can hear. But I'll mute it.
Yeah.
Oh, he just dropped off. Oh gosh, he just dropped off.
Oh, that was cool.
I think it's because of the signal.
Yeah. Well, at least I got to wait for him. I can make sure he gets back home. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. This is like watching a real life scary movie without the special effects.
Yeah, Blair Witch, whatever the thing is, Blair Witch Trials, whatever. What do they call that?
The Blair Witch Project, something like that.
That's it, the Blair Witch Project. I remember that how scary that was. And it's basically the same thing. People walking around in the woods doing what's around the corner, you know what I mean? I mean, it's fascinating, to say the least.
Oh, jeez. Don't do that, you dang cat. Sheesh.
Ooh. Darn cat, huh? Let's see what's going on here.
Can you hear me now?
Well, he's dropped off, folks, for a little bit.
Shoot.
How far out in the woods did he go? You know, he's out there in Missouri too, so he's actually got some hefty woods, or you might be close to being a forest. You know, he's got a good chance to be something uniquely different, at least from.
I swear, this dang cat just went ahead and jumped in the bed, scared the living heck out of me. I already fed you. No, don't meow at me. I ain't feeding you no more. You ate enough, you little piggy.
Kimberly Swan.
Yes, I love you too, but don't scare me like that.
Still no Chris, Mike?
There he is. He's back. Good thing he's back.
Maybe you guys just need to keep talking because I was sitting there just running like that. I'm telling you, that rock I just picked up and put in my pocket that you guys seen.
Uh-huh.
Did you hear that?
You must have some big pockets.
That was a big friggin' limb. Dang.
I heard it sound like a loud thump.
It doesn't, it doesn't bother me so bad when it's in front of me. It's when it happens behind you.
Yeah. Or both.
Yeah, my wife wasn't even worried. She was just like, "All right, we'll see you." Sorry, I gotta tuck this in here and then I'll get moving.
Yeah. I mean, how far out you gonna go, brother? You might want to start.
I'm gonna go. You guys don't have to hang out. I'm actually probably gonna run out of battery at some point.
Oh, no. We're waiting. I'm waiting till you get back to your house. No.
Oh no, don't wait for me. You guys can go to bed whenever.
I was. Oh yeah. Hard to let the guy out in the middle of the woods. Just sorry, dude.
We can just do a little schedule, so you can take first watch, Mike.
That's right. But if he's going for it, what the heck? You got to say it. We got to take our hats off to Chris for even doing it. I would.
Absolutely. Thanks. Yeah, I definitely appreciate it. Like I said, I'm living vicariously through him. I haven't been in the woods in too long. Or in the snow, for that matter. I used to ride every day after work, and then I'd be in the woods all weekend, every weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fun. I used to love.
Mm-hmm.
As a kid, I loved the woods.
Oh my God, yeah. I would see bobcats every day where I would ride the horse. When I say ride, I meant riding the horse after work.
Hey, look at this. See that right there?
I don't see you at all, actually.
That looks like a footprint. My freaking boot sits in that perfectly.
Mike, how come we're not seeing him? Oh wait, hold on.
Maybe it's because you got to be watching.
I have my shit stopped.
It's got to be on your end.
Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at that.
One moment.
Big old tree lane arch.
That's a construct.
Look at that. Look at that. That's two different trees. Two different trees in an arch. And I walked right underneath that and didn't even see it. Wow.
Yeah. It's a good sign to
portal.
Yeah, I'm gonna head back. I just gotta figure out where I'm at first. I'm a typical guy. I'm never lost.
What, that spot right there, dude? That looks like a fucking tent right there. Hold on, on your feet, like you could kneel down and climb up there. I see him skewed or what?
I'm telling you, there's dinosaurs. I've got dinosaurs. Critters, something. There's fossils here. There's no doubt. No doubt.
See him.
My neighbor. Ooh, come on, B.
So is that rocky ground you're walking on, or is that piled up? What is it?
I think that I just found the butt of an arrowhead. So this is a creek, like a runoff, like a draw.
Big chip to a point.
It'd be kind of cool is to have two guys in two different parts of the country doing it at the same time. Maybe I could maybe Jared would be willing to do it along with Chris, and sometime we'll do a show where we have one guy doing research.
Then we're gonna miss stuff. What's that orange thing right there?
That's a big fossil right here.
No, above that. Okay, no, it's just some other rock. It looked round from here. That rock up a little bit. The big one. No, the big one. Yeah, that. It looked round almost before when you were further up. Dude, I would. You couldn't get me out of those woods, dude.
Yeah, I know. That's the hard part.
I'm a rock hound too, so it's like.
Chris,
I don't want to keep you guys up, and I don't even know who's here watching me. I don't think there's any.
There's 10 of us.
It doesn't sound like there's any of my people here, so.
These are my people. Yeah, that's why I don't sing for a living. That's so.
There's 10 people watching you, Chris, and everyone's counting you to haul in a Bigfoot. Come on, Bigfoot.
Exactly. Look at that circle. I'm telling you, I have a whole new eye out here. When
I don't see. So how tall is that brush right there? 2 or 3 feet or what? What the hell?
It's right here.
Yeah,
That's a.
That looks like a bed down spot right there.
This right here is a Wow,
where your hand was with that looks like a bed down spot. There's no snow on the ground. It's freaking.
No, that's in the bottom of a. It's in a draw. It would be wet. Nothing would lay there.
All right. But you know what? They might not be sleeping there, but they're going to sit there and see what's going on.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I'd say that's just like anything else. They want high ground. That looks like a bench.
and I used to tower boat hunt, which is like a john boat, like a 15-foot john boat, but they put like a tuna tower. If you don't know what that is, it's basically just like they weld up a triangular shaped thing, like the boats when you fish off the top of it, So, but this is freshwater, so it's like fingers off of like Lake Kissimmee and stuff, and there's very high grasses. Like, so if you're just on the water level, all you see is grass and brush. But if you go up to that tuna tower, everything is laid up right there on shore. Hogs, deer, galore. It's nuts, dude. You just use a shotgun. You don't even need a rifle. Everything's right there. So in other words, this stuff is very likely to be laid up right by you and you don't even know.
I'm into rocks. And none of these are ringing a bell. Like, I know I'm still on my property because I haven't crossed the fence, but.
So you're not too far off. That's good. What kind of word you like?
Will you and your wife adopt me?
Yeah.
Just kidding. Don't think I'm a stalker. I'm just joking.
Where are you at?
Look at there. There's another one of those.
Florida.
Is that wine? Is that vine? Is that grape?
I'm telling you. I'm gonna have to freaking work up a sweat.
I'm just joking. I'm probably old enough to be y'all's mommy. Maybe.
What? Florida?
55.
We were actually gonna go there for Christmas, but
Yeah.
What the heck?
What are we seeing here?
Look, there's a footprint. I feel like.
You sure it's not yours?
No, I'm not actually.
Well, that's a statement. Look at that. Is there toe print? No.
It almost looks like something was moving quick.
If I came through here,
a little bit of slide in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So it looked like it was going in that direction where you're looking now. So where's the next one? It's going to be on top of brush.
What the hell? Hold on.
Sure enough, something happened in 4 hours and 33 minutes. 33. Of course.
He said you get to sign.
He's gone. It doesn't matter. He's just talking.
Well, he was giving us the goodbye sign, and he heard something. I don't know.
Okay,
look, there's mine. Mine has tread.
If we can't see. You're pointing
below.
You're pointing below where I can see.
Are you saying you're seeing toe prints?
Yes.
Non-tread, yeah.
Look, see?
You get
my tread.
Yeah, you trying like where you're pointing, Chris. It was like out of my view.
Okay, that's just. Dang. Something is just over there.
Remember the
Timestamp.
Can you guys see what time it is? This
it doesn't do a timestamp for mine at least right now. It just says live.
Brian, you've not been able to do it. Well, no, you should be able to do it too. Anyway,
well, you know what time to start, right? So,
39 minutes into this thing.
4:33.
4:39.
Okay. Okay.
Did you say 4, Sean?
4:39 is what the timestamp is at the top left corner.
I thought you were saying it was 4:34. I'm like, holy shit.
You're following my footsteps. I've already been here. This is where. Okay, I know where I'm at. I think.
Interesting. Like, where's that corner?
You guys ever walked in the woods and you just walk and walk and walk?
Muffled. You're muffled.
Have you ever walked in the woods and you walk until you're scared?
Yeah.
Yes.
Here in the woods.
Yeah. And I usually turn around at that point.
The only time I've ever been scared in the woods that I remember is that one time when I found the panther tracks the next morning.
Okay, here I am. I'm back to that big trackway, I think. All right, I can go with it. Yeah, see, here's my footprint.
When you
Already.
say trackway, are you talking about a path?
Hello.
Because trackway for me is like footprints, like a trail of footprints.
Well, you can see them. They're covered over by snow.
Right. Okay. So yeah, we're talking about then because that was
That's
just
what I was seeing. I'm a little rusty. Hey,
good. I mean,
all right, cool. I got breadcrumbs, baby.
yeah, I was waiting for you to show us your tree marks.
That's not why I marked it. That wasn't to help me out. That was just so when everything melts.
Uh-oh.
You ever see bark pulled off the trees? Oh, it's coming in.
Hey, drop it off. What the heck is going on, man?
Well, we could have done this 10 years ago, so. Or yeah.
We couldn't have, could we? I don't think we could have pulled it off 5 years ago. Things are so fast. It's amazing.
It was surprising. We have a lot of woods down here still. And not to mention Everglades.
Skunk Ape Central.
We've got
Okay,
there's a Bigfoot or
a
skunk ape research center down here, towards to the west, a little bit towards the west coast from here.
Oh, neato.
Are you talking about Zasky's work?
What's that?
Are you talking about Mark Zasky and his work?
No, this is a government thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
A government?
I mean, so I'm by Corbin area and also the place called Hungry Lands, which is a place where Indians were corralled to down here, and it's pretty known to be pretty creepy. But so recently, somebody there was some murder or two there, and like allegedly, the person was found not in one piece, like their head pulled off or something. But that could be any number of things. But so anyway, so I had my ex-boyfriend ask the park rangers, because he's a sheriff and he's always his spot where he patrols is out at that Corbett area, which is a wildlife management area to here. It's like 67,000 acres. But I mean, there's all kinds of woods around here, but that's just our closest wildlife management area. But and he was asking her about Bigfoot and other cryptids, and she wouldn't answer, which I found very telling. And then she brought up the Skunk Ape Research Center there. It's in Southwest, maybe the Naples area. I'm not positive. She didn't. I wasn't there. Plus, I don't think she. I looked it up. It's not. I think Zasky was more center, maybe more central Florida, I believe.
Hey,
where this stuff happened.
check out the arch.
Green Swamp.
A little further south. What's that?
Was Zasky at Green Swamp area when these things happened?
Hey, look at this.
What we got here? We got a little X structure. We got.
I never seen a structure like that before. That's new to me.
Yeah, there you go. I got a screenshot. Yeah, the more still.
And then look at these limbs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Could be some tracks there that got snowed over a little bit. No.
Yeah, those actually are. I was right here. See this little trackway here? You can see it. It goes right there.
Yeah, that wasn't you.
No, no. I need to get back to mine. So I don't.
That one's by the ground. It looks like something they would lay branches over to keep the snow off them or something. What about caves? Is there caves around there?
Supposedly, but I don't know of them. You know, I've only been here about 5 years.
I can tell
And
you, Florida has caves. We have huge caves, Mariana, Florida, but that's northern Florida. But I know that there's an aquifer that you can travel the entire length of Florida underground, and only need to scuba some of it.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. I watched a big old PBS thing years and years ago, probably 20 years ago.
there's
Entire length of it. So Florida does, you know, it all does.
there's what they call Springfield Underground, and I guess it goes all the way into Kansas underground. There's a thing. There's times. Yeah, see, that looks funky.
Excuse me.
Look at that little pile right there.
I think I must be like hearing you a little bit late because like let me get a screenshot of that. Okay, I got it. Excuse me.
I just like getting out and exploring my own property because.
Oh yeah. I'm only on 3/4 of an acre, and I used to walk it every morning with a machete and clear my fence and make sure everything's good.
Yeah, see, if I got into trouble, look at that. I was actually gonna, try to find something just like that. You know, I was gonna show you a cool trick if you guys.
You should do a cache out there, dude. You know, just in case.
I'd love some cash.
I mean, some extra ammo out there.
Wrong kind of cash.
Well, that kind of cache is good too, but no, I'm talking about the kind that'll help you in a bind in the woods.
Could play some Johnny Cash.
I don't like it when I feel vibrations in my feet.
Mm-mm. You should. Do you have? I like to carry a second phone, like an old phone, but not really old, but one that I don't use anymore. I use a Samsung, and it's got a lot of good tools on it, like EMF, and I have a gauze meter and all kinds of stuff on it. I like to keep that running. I keep the infrasound running. I've had that logging for like 7 or 8 years. Infrasound.
A gauze meter.
Yeah, it's changed a lot since the day CERN freaking fired up in July.
Yeah, you know, Chris, is there any way that you could shine the light a little higher up in the trees, or it'd be too difficult to walk?
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't need to see where he's going, Mike.
Yeah, I was about to say, I kind of need to see where I'm going, but that's cool.
I was just messing with him.
Because I'd be surprised they're all up there above you just watching it.
That one almost looks like it's snow, but it's hard. Maybe it was pushed down and then some snow on it. I don't know. It doesn't look like it would be. It should be springy and young.
Hey, look at that. That's a big, tall leaner.
You're blocking it. Your beard. All I see is like black mostly. Right now. Barely see light.
I don't want to. I'm not gonna get off my footprints right now because.
Yeah, but I'm seeing beard or something. I don't know. It's mostly blocked. There we go. That's better.
That's weird. 2 lights. You got 2 lights, Ron?
Yeah, there you go.
It looks all of a sudden it looks real fuzzy. Did you say you're feeling vibrations?
Yeah, it was.
The phone's a lot fuzzier right now than it was before.
I actually need to put my phone.
I mean, besides the beard, where I am seeing light. Okay, I'll quit.
You heard something over there. All right.
That was pretty weird.
All right.
It wouldn't hurt to bring up Jesus' name.
I know, right? Jesus.
You walk with Jesus.
You know what's weird is I used to think of hymns. They used to bring me like all kinds of comfort. I don't think about them all that much anymore, and I miss them.
I've heard accounts though where that'll draw them though too. If you like were to sing hymns or sing a song. You know?
Oh no, I'll send their butts right back to hell. If non-believers can do it, I know I could. I have no
I haven't heard that
idea.
song in a long time until tonight when you played it earlier. It's a good song.
See that?
Not really. I'm just seeing mostly black, dude. I don't know if your beard's in the way or if it's just point.
I think I got some water on my phone, so.
Yeah, oh, that's probably what it is. Yeah, because it's real blurry too. What I do
Light's
see.
getting dimmer too. Is your light
Oh,
dying
shoot, look, there's a mouse.
There's a mouse.
Yeah.
Bigfoot will eat the mises.
We're all out there in the woods. Where'd you find a mouse?
That's creepy looking. Look at that right there.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's bad too. That don't. Okay, I've already been here. That's good. Yeah, my tracks are covered up, which I wasn't looking forward to my tracks, but I know where I'm at now. That's good. Okay, there's my tracks.
Can you like reach up under a layer and like wipe your phone off a little bit or no? Not to be a pain in the butt.
Let me try. Now that I'm underneath this tree, I gotta find something right.
Just that way I can keep getting
There you
screenshots.
go. Do some chanting. Turn off the light. Do some chanting for a minute.
Now I want to.
All right, well, folks, I think I'm going to take off. I appreciate you letting me on for a minute.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you
Night,
for
Don.
sharing the journey with us. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, thanks for being with me. I'm almost home, so I know where I'm at now.
All right. Well, good luck. I'll see you
Appreciate
guys tomorrow night.
All right.
Talk to you later.
Oh, we
Bye.
found a mouse. So
I don't think that helped you much, but I'll just carry my phone from here on out.
we found a mouse.
I think it did actually. Yeah. Well, oh, that's your beard. Well, I'm seeing your beard clearer than it was before. No, there we go. There's ground.
No, you can't. I know I'm in Deer Central. I'm where the.
Watch you look at the place too. Ooh.
You need a big old infrared light.
So are those rocks along the side, or is that rocks and bush, or are we looking straight at the ground? Like I'm trying. It's hard for me to figure. Okay, there's your feet. So. Or foot.
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. I freaking see rocks and I'm like, ooh,
Yeah.
pretty.
You've been to that spot already, right? Or no?
No, I've not. I walked through here, but I didn't really look. I was on the way. I didn't get to look. See at night and when it's wet.
I can see the rock really. I can see your hand, but not okay. I can just see the edge of the rock. There we go. Yeah, it's better. So that looks like almost like a red clay type dirt, clay and dirt mix, compacted.
Yeah, it's not.
I can barely. It's right. I can only see the very corner.
I just wanted to make sure I was on the right camera. All right. I need to come out here tomorrow.
Sounds like your cell service is fuzzing out a little. Dude, what are you doing?
Sorry, I'm out here. I don't get out here as much as I'd like. So
I gotta walk away again for a couple minutes.
here we go. I'm going.
What's that shiny looking thing? What is that? Is that a glare on the lens or what? It looks like water almost.
Yeah, I'm actually probably.
In the fort while I walk away for a minute, okay?
Yeah, Mike, you're good. Go ahead and do your WAS.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm right down the hill from my shop.
What?
Oh, I'm right down the hill from my shop, I think.
All right on. Well, Mike's still gonna want to see you, see you in safe, but.
Yeah. Man, everything just looks so different. Like.
Yeah, it's crazy. Last time I went to Colorado, it was like April 1st or something, and it was beautiful, no snow. And then woke up the next morning and it was covered in snow. It was pretty crazy. Like the exact same pictures I took, the night before, and then that morning it was absolutely looked so different. And there, you don't go outside at night. I think between bear, wolf, panther, and something else, just literally right in the driveway. So like, you definitely do not let your pets out or go walking around the yard at night. That's on in Mancos, which is
Okay.
close to New Mexico, south of Durango.
It's found my footprints again. That's good.
You're seeing tread for sure.
I think. I tell you what. I'm actually
like not
here.
I wouldn't think.
I used to walk around like regular, no snow, and get a little turned around. But something I learned.
Whenever a bunch of people in the woods, I like to be the last one so I can see which way everyone goes and figure out what way I want to go.
Yeah, I've got a.
It's swampy here too, especially after losing one truck.
Losing what?
One truck took the wrong path and ended up underwater.
Ooh.
Well, only up to enough to blow the engine. Put it that way.
Okay. I'm actually going to consult my compass, which I never do.
I was going to ask about GPS or something.
No, I don't use that crap. All right, I'm good. I know where it was. All right, I can't trust my own guts. Look at this tree. Hard to see.
Have you got any like granite type stuff there or boulder fields? There's stuff that could maybe mess with the compass.
Yeah, it's actually.
Ley lines.
Yeah, that would do it, and so would you actually want to have your compass out in front of you, because see the steel.
Hey, there's also. Can you see the stars from there? Or
Say
is it
stars? No. No, I actually know how to do that. Come on.
As I say, 'cause that's one thing when if your compass is you're worried about that, then at least the stars is your backup. But on a snowy night, that's when those star apps come in handy.
Yeah.
As
I
long as
use Cassiopeia.
I have several.
Yeah, I use
I like Solarium. Solarium is pretty badass. And then
I use Cassiopeia and the Big Dipper, but
I was talking about apps. Yeah, there's I think Starwalk is pretty badass because you can dial it so it's either you can see like X-ray waves or microwave or alpha, H alpha. There's so you can see the different wavelengths. It's pretty bad. It's pretty cool. Or at least a representation of what it would look like.
oh man, that is a spot for sure. Yeah, this is definitely a betting spot. Like
What's
this.
that?
Boom, 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 boom. Yep, this is a spot. I see a light.
Are you recognizing where you are, or are you seeing something?
It's a betting. It's like a betting spot, but no, I actually don't. I haven't recognized it.
That's what I saw shine a second ago. So, but it's so hard to tell with the snow though, and the blue moving quick.
No, I see a light, so I can actually.
It was like when you what appeared to me to like you looking back over your shoulder a little bit where I saw it to the right.
Yeah,
Like,
there's a spot. There's a spot. There's a spot. This helps me figure out where the deer are in different times too.
When were they there? So is it like you find any knocked off branches with the snow knocked off where they might have took off recently?
What's up, man? Honestly, that's a freaking name.
I'd say they're going to be those bigger trees that block the snow.
I think I know. I live right across the street from a church. And
War Criminal Son.
I see the church. So. Alright. Exactly. Sweet.
Oh, man.
Wow, I can't believe that's where I was and I didn't even know it. Crazy.
Like what? You just got out in the open and you were like right there.
Like it's so freaky, so freaky. There's hey. What am I doing?
What kind of acreage are we looking at? Are you looking at as far as your stomping grounds?
I know, like I can't get lost from here.
Story someday.
These are cedar trees, and I want to cut the limbs off about 3 or 4 foot tall, and then put some fencing.
Ones where Bigfoot likes to strip the bark.
Yeah,
we had
some people say that, and I'm not sure why they would.
had snow 2 days.
Why am I seeing red? Is that your light? What the fuck is that?
Sunday we had
No, that's probably my shop. I know where I'm at. All right.
most of it's melted by now.
Yeah. Hold on.
Wow, that's crazy.
Point to your shop for a second then.
This is like the Lion, Witch, in the Wardrobe stuff.
Once again,
Where can you point? Like look towards where your shop is, so I can see where. If that's where I saw that light just now.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, in the shop. Yeah.
That might be what it was. But it was weird because it was like right in front of you looking. It must have been, maybe it was a reflection of something. What's that?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different stuff to reflect off of. But yeah, this place is like hoarder nightmare.
Yeah.
Like 4 years worth.
That's what I was saying.
But look at this.
Probably your best place to actually get a sighting is your own property right there around those buildings.
See my gator?
Yep.
I love that thing. I need to do a little work on it. So I traded.
I like those little Suzu trucks that they have that are, have a regular cab and like a little flatbed type. Oh man, I'm gonna get one of those things. They're badass.
Hey, this is me. Or this was me.
Yeah.
You back on your
Yeah, I'm home. So thank you.
Thank you, bro.
I'm not gonna lie. I had a little panic moment there for a split second. I was like,
we didn't understand either way. You talked over each other. What were you saying, Chris?
oh, I had a little panic moment there for a split second.
Hey man, you walked out there deep in the woods all by yourself. We were with you still. You're the one that's going to be experiencing it. What were you saying, Shell?
I was saying, I'd still be checking around, make sure that nothing was visiting the house while he was out. Looking for something coming from my trail.
No, that's what the German Shepherd's for.
Yeah. Well, I got you, but can never be too careful.
Hey, by the way, I don't want to say too much on video, but basically, I've got a friend, and she's all the time trying to find homes for hers. And right now, she has one. She's got him nicknamed Monster. He would be my pick of the litter.
Where you at? It's War Criminal 7's asking where you're at. Where you at, Chris?
I'm on my front porch. Yeah.
No, I think he means like geographically.
Oh, Missouri. Mountain Grove, Missouri.
Yeah, Missouri. That's what it was.
Good old Missouri.
Dude,
well, Chris, you never cease to amaze me. You went out there in the woods, in the middle of the night. So
you guys almost got National Geographic. I had that mouse in my sights for a second.
No, I was going to say is the one thing we captured a mouse.
I can't wait to show this to my buddy. Tell me this isn't something.
I have no idea, man. I don't even know what you're saying. I have no idea. It just looks. Is it sure that's just a chunk of limestone or something?
It's a mountain right there. That looks. That does. Is it chipped though? Is that what I mean? Are the edges look like they're chipped?
Yeah, not really, but it's not what I thought it was. But it's still. I can. One of these days, I'm gonna actually get into survival stuff.
Like someone can hold their hand on the top part, and then it's flat on the bottom, like smashing it, like smashing cornmeal or whatever. I don't know, but you know what I mean, like.
Oh yeah, that actually would be like a mattock.
Like the right size and shape, kind of thing for that.
All right.
Well, I won't keep you guys.
Appreciate it.
So here once again, this is Chris's website. It's www.aos I guess is a dash sketch dash squatching.com.
Oh, A-N? What?
AOS. One of these days, I'll tell everybody what it means.
So, anyways, he's an awesome artist, and I did.
Yeah, that you are. That's pretty badass.
It looks like he's got some, cojones to go there at night. I wouldn't do it after my encounters, my experiences. You wouldn't get me to go walk out in the woods at night.
And that reminds you, the last time I was in the woods, it's been a while, but I was camping on the Peace River with a bunch of my brothers and cousins, and usually I'm the only girl because there's not very many girls in our family. And my little brother was supposed to get up with me, around 4 and go scoping out the area because there's always, for sure hogs, and just to check it out. But nobody would get up, so I went by myself. And man, I came up on a pack of hogs, and they were fucking huge.
Oh.
5'10", and they were there were at least 3 or 4 that were easily past my knees and between my knee and my hip. And there was a lot of babies, but fortunately, they never saw me. But I if they'd seen me, I'd have been in trouble though, because I was deep in the woods, and all I had on was a knife. I didn't even have a gun on me. I didn't even have shoes on.
Yeah, I mean, geez, you run across those things. They're so huge. I mean, they can rip you apart.
Usually they're gonna run away, but you don't know. You know what I mean? You just never know. So all I did as soon as I saw them, because they were traveling the same direction as me, but they had stopped your route, and so I just stopped and ducked behind a tree, and fortunately, they didn't come back in my direction. But it was pretty freaky though.
Was that in Florida we saw them? Because I know you guys got.
Yeah, that was on the Peace River, which is Central Florida.
You said hogs, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
First time. They just pulled a 300-pound black bear out of a neighborhood.
Hey, the Villager Family YouTube channel. Go check it out. That's Brandon's Villager, his YouTube channel. So just read it up.
Yeah, if you could put anything in the comments or anything, that would be awesome, Mike. Because I got my stuff set up right now so that I'm doing different things on different devices. But I don't know if you'd mind doing that, or I guess whoever's on here. I'll talk to whoever puts comments and stuff.
Brandon's pretty cool young man. He's got some interesting stories himself. So
yeah, it seems like it.
All right, guys. Well, I tell you what, I gotta give my No Slack brothers some love.
Yeah. What?
Hey,
that's my unit I was in. No Slack.
Okay. No, what is it? Slack.
No Slack. We jumped out of helicopter.
How long were you in the service, man? How many in the Army?
Just shy of 4. I had to get out early on a medical.
Okay.
So
did you go overseas or do anything?
Yeah, I went to Kosovo. I got lucky. I didn't have to go to Iraq.
Yeah, it sounds like you lucked out.
I lucked out big
What
time.
I can't see your thing. What branch were you, dude?
Army.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Army family.
Yeah, well, yeah, these are. I started going to the reunions a couple of years ago.
What's that?
I started going to the reunions. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Is that cool? I mean, are you digging it or?
Yeah, actually, it's kind of cool. Just to, a lot of these guys, got deployed with them, and
yeah.
So
the people I know, are in that situation. It's like there's nothing like that. The brotherhood there, it's not. You can't find anywhere else.
It's different. Well, I appreciate you guys getting back to the house.
Yeah. War Criminal 7 says thank you for your service, Chris.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And so did me.
That's right.
Well, if I see you guys again on I don't know, maybe another broadcast, just remind me of who you are and stuff. And either way, hey, by the way, I'm actually gonna have if you get on I started my own what do you call it? Page channel? I don't even know.
YouTube channel.
Bigfoot Bass it's on Facebook. I've only got like 2 members in my group, which is
what's the name of it?
Bigfoot Bash is what I'm calling it, and it's near my birthday.
Bigfoot what?
Bash, but I was gonna have everybody out
Spell
to
spell it. I can understand what you're saying. Bigfoot what?
BASH.
Say bash, B-A-S-H.
B
It was
A. Is
just an excuse to have a birthday party.
it one word or
When
two?
your birthday?
Is it one word or two?
I'm not sure. I think 2, probably most likely 2.
Bigfoot Bash. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm on.
Facebook?
Yeah, I think it's called Everything Bigfoot. I was just experimenting one night to see if I could create a group.
Wait a minute. You got to give me the right name. I'm going to find it.
Yeah, I think it's called AOS Everything Bigfoot. I think.
Well, I'll tell you what. You send me a link, and so we can give
Yeah, I
people
think you
know.
changed one too many times for Mike. I'm gonna look right now though. AOS, Bigfoot, everything. Let me see.
Everything Bigfoot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. I'm dyslexic today for some reason.
So it was a pretty interesting night. Had some interesting conversations, and learned a little bit about Chris and his art and who he is. And thank you, my friend Chris, for sharing your night with us. You know,
Okay, AOS
5 hours, another 5-hour session. I mean, gosh, we keep
AOS, everything, Bigfoot, or Bigfoot, everything. I'm gonna. Which one was it?
It's probably AOS. I know it's AOS.
Yeah, I have AOS, everything Bigfoot, and what came up is Mid Florida Bigfoot, Louisiana Bigfoot, Expedition Bigfoot. So nothing with that exact name if it's separated words.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to find that stuff, my friend, unless you.
Let's see. Let me think. I thought it was AOS Everything Bigfoot.
I don't know. It's your Facebook page, man. It's your group.
No, it's not my page. It's my group.
Right.
That's my
group.
Facebook group. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
I it's hard for me to even keep up with this stuff. I don't know how anybody does it.
I have 3 groups myself. I have Northwest Ohio Bigfoot Research. You can find it there. I got Bigfoot is Spirit. It seems to be very popular. And then I got another one called Bigfoot is Not Always what?
I didn't know that was you.
You didn't know that was me?
The Bigfoot was a spirit? I didn't know that was you.
Yeah, that's my channel. That's one of my group.
I think I'm a part of that. I think.
I post the same stuff on all 3 of them. So they just Bigfoot is Spirit. I'll copy it and put it in the link. You guys are interested in join it. We had a lot of people join recently, so it's not a big group. It's only got like 160 members. So
I think it was appealing to me because it
186 members.
I was getting ticked off because I couldn't share any of my stuff anywhere without pissing people off. So I was like,
that's why I started my own group, man. Because
yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, I belong to a couple of private groups, and we are raw.
Yeah, it gets pretty brutal, man. Especially if you have an alternative viewpoint to what Bigfoot is, like myself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Especially the flesh and blood. They get pretty mean, man.
I don't know why it's such a big deal for people though. Like we are flesh and blood, and we are spiritual. Like we have a soul. We're not just flesh and blood. So I don't know why it has to be one or the other. Why I just don't get it personally. I mean, not to be disrespecting anyone else's opinion, but
I don't know. Why can't it be all that, right?
Yeah. What if they could split like like people astral project or whatever?
That's what I think.
I don't see why. I mean, like think about what the Shaolin monks do with in other groups that learn like meditation, and like I have a lot of theories. The axiotonal lines and the those are our energy systems, like where our chakras are, and seeing the Bigfoot, I believe that even before the research, either he came from us, we came from him, or we're shared in some way.
Oh, jeez, yes. I can't wait to do I'm doing a study that I'm going to do. We're going to recording on how the story of Esau and Jacob is literally a parable of it. It talks about 2 separate members or of humanity. And like, I mean, Esau is a perfect description of freaking of a Sasquatch. That's all I got to say. And
I have a link on my YouTube with the Axia twin lines and like supposedly.
thank you. I don't know if you just where did you subscribe? War Criminal 7. Tell us where you're subscribed. Did you go to
But
Bigfoot?
supposedly we used to be able to create a standing wave, which is a frequency thing, which is like binaural beats work by the standing wave between our palms at the crucial points of our palms of our hands, palms of our feet, and the crown of our head. But so I believe that that's how Bigfoot looks. In my opinion, he does what in every wizard picture you see. They have like a ball of light between their hands.
Yeah, here's another thing, Chris. You can do. I hear what you're saying. By the way, Michelle.
Yeah, I was about to say, I want to keep hearing that. That sounded like she was on something.
I just want to say something real fast, and that is that, Chris, you can, you can post your artwork on my groups as well to get more traffic. So, I mean, people post their shows and stuff in the groups and all that, and that's not just my stuff. So,
yeah, I appreciate it because
there's people there that are 100% flesh and blood, and they're still joining the group. So.
You don't pay for your members, Mike?
No, heck no.
Well, not all you. That's what you do all day, is create members. So you sure? I'm just messing with you.
No, I actually pay a little attention. Maybe once a week, or maybe if I'm lucky, maybe a couple times a month. There'll be people that request to join. There'll be like a backlog of 20 people. I have to accept them all. Because I'm busy doing my own research, so it's like it's just a group. You know what I mean? And the only time there's ever an issue is someone comes in and starts bullying someone else, or just getting ridiculous about pushing their point of view. You know what I mean? That's when it comes to be a problem. When it's it's like if somebody says, so somebody comes in and says that it's nothing but flesh and blood, and that's how they see it, and they have a right.
Anyone who thinks different is a freaking idiot. You know what I mean?
Well, no, if they start arguing about this, and somebody that has a different opinion, then it's like, listen, everyone has a right to their opinion of this subject. Yeah. So just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean that their opinion isn't valuable. So why
people on my forum? You know what I mean? I've had people do that in my comments before. Like, you guys fucking are both my friends. Take your shit show somewhere else.
War Criminal 7 is saying Esau was a hunter, right? He was a hunter. Yep. His father, right? He loved Esau. And Esau went out, and what did he hunt for? Venison. You know what I mean? I think about Bigfoot hauling off like elk and deer right where I'm at. I'm going to do it. And when you look at it and you just read it for what it says in different translations, it all ends up the same thing. Something happened. Let's think about the antediluvian period and that worldwide flood, right? There were like two groups of humanoids, if you will, that survived. Us, the smooth-skinned people, and then people like
Neanderthal.
Esau, that had hair like a goat's hair. That's what it says, goat's hair, right? And how, Jacob, in order to trick his dad, he put goat hairs around his neck and in his hands and all that. You can find the hairiest dude that is, even though they have that strange disease where they look like a werewolf and all that, it's still not goat hair. Goat hair is, but if you look at images or pictures of a Sasquatch or Bigfoot, they got hair like a goat, literally. And I got images to show it, and you're like, oh yeah, I can see it, And I really think a lot of times there's hidden messages within the scriptures because it's allegorical a lot of times. Mm-hmm. And you know what I mean? It's because, if they would have literally said, well,
double meaning.
Right. You have to read between the lines, no human being. Yeah, at first glance, it's just like, because let's be honest. Okay. So when he gives up his birthright over a pot of porridge, and he's like this amazing hunter, you think he didn't want to figure out how to find some water or some food? Honestly, come on. And then just the whole thing, the whole story, you can clear there are two manners of human beings, two manners of people. It even says that. In other words, there's two different types of people. Now, people keep saying that Sasquatch is some kind of people, right? That's what we hear from the Native Americans and other people. And I know that I've taken when the second encounter I had was really close, I seen the face, and it was like a cross between human and something weird, kind of apish, but more human than apish. And the images that I've taken, you see they're more human a lot of times than apish. Sometimes they look more apish or monkish. So, I really think that this is like like right in your face saying that there was something that happened right after the big flood and the destruction of this place. And there's two types of humanoids that survived. There was some kind of interaction between us. And if you look what happened, how, us, the smooth skin hominoids, it overtook everything. And, when I get done with it, you're just like, if that ain't about Bigfoot, you're going to have to explain to me what the heck they really were talking about, because there ain't a human being alive that's as hairy as a damn goat. For all the
well, we got that trike or whatever thing where people, that hairy gene where people are super hairy. So where did that come from then?
Well, yeah, but absolutely. There's nothing. Maybe there was a cross mixing, right?
I'm just saying that that's some sort of.
But
either mutation or recessive, it's one of the two. But
well, if you look human, like their hair is.
It doesn't make up for size though.
Their hair is more like pig's hair. It's not really more like goat's hair. If you look at a wild goat's hair, it's long like a big. It's long.
My neighbor says those.
It's a weird horse too, but
Yeah, and Jacob tricked them, and Jacob, you say it's like very symbolic of humans and how we use. Deception and trickery, where like Esau was more, something that in tune with the land, more in tune with nature and the creation. When I get done with it, right now I'm too tired to talk about it, but when I get done with it, it's like, I can't see how anybody cannot see the validity of my preposition, you know what I mean? Especially those who know that Bigfoot is real. Those who don't know that the Bigfoot is real, they might.
I've never seen them, but I've known my whole life that they're real. I don't know how, but I have.
Right. It's.
Yeah, I knew they were in the Bible somewhere. I just didn't know where exactly.
Well, and it talks about the Nephilim, and that there's even after the flood, there's still the genetics of the Nephilim and man as well. So, that's like that's the kind of stuff. But then. If we take it back a little bit and it's an allegory, and not think so much like a Westerner from 2023, but think about somebody 3,000 years, 4,000 years ago, and in that part of the world in the East, and how they would see things and what they would inspire. Sure.
I find more compelling, honestly, cynocephaly. There's so many historical accounts of that all over the place. I mean, it just like puts Bigfoot to shame, as far as the number, the historical.
What were you saying? What are you saying? If you, yeah, send me. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
What is it?
Christopher. Cynocephaly, CYNOCEPHALY.
Is that like a new boot? What the hell is?
I mean, there's just tons and tons and tons of.
Oh. Alexander talked about the dog.
And so much of the art is with Jesus. When they show it, and with religious crosses and elaborate robes, and it's then there's Saint Christopher, who only in more recent centuries had a human head and not a dog head. Not to like rain on your parade or anything. I'm just saying.
No. It's thanks for sharing.
There's definitely religious, Bible stuff where they show looks like Bigfoot, like in a cave, kind of sort of like in the background. But cynocephaly, I mean, they're the center. They're the center.
Well, and the Vatican has got that giant mural, the last judgment, and at the very bottom of it, in the very center of the very bottom of it, has got the cave with the two entities that or beings that look just like Bigfoot, right? And right to the left of it, just a little above it, is the cross with Jesus on it. It's fascinating. Yeah. They're right there together, and I think there's just clearly at least the Vatican, way back then when Michelangelo and everything, they all knew about these beings. They weren't just uniquely to the Americas.
Well, honestly, I'm going to go back to what I was saying in a way, because I think that's why the government doesn't want us to know about Bigfoot, to why they pound into us that we only have 5 senses, because I believe that, this is the deal. The reason that, why would they want to stifle us? Because we're dangerous. Because otherwise, do you give a fuck about anything if it's not a danger to you? No, you don't.
Right. Oh yeah, absolutely.
So
It's
I believe that's what Jesus was telling people too. That you guys, we have, I think it's 0 point energy is actually what we can tap into. And I believe that's how he did some of his miracles. I'm not saying that he's not God's son and that God didn't exist or that he wasn't the figure that he is, but I believe that they don't want to tell people, yeah, this is why we put him on the cross, because he was teaching people how to freaking fight back against us and the power that they had.
Yeah.
In addition to,
So can you, Shell? Can you see the image I'm posting right now? Can you see it?
No, I was going to say, let me get back to you.
So I had just a simple collage of a guy that's super hairy, like human hair. In the middle, an example of 2 goats and their hair, and then on the other side, you see a Sasquatch with its hair. You can compare and see which of those 2 humanoids looks closest to the goat. Which now, when you start thinking about the image of bafflement, right, and bafflement with the goat, the head, the androgynous being. There's a hidden message in that too, right? Because automatically your first response is just Satanism, right? And it's fair enough.
No, for me, it's there's civilizations before us that fucked with DNA.
I think this is what we're talking about in some way. We're talking now.
We call. I'm not saying there's not Nephilim and other stuff, but I think there are a lot more. But it's chimeras, and I believe that we're a repeat. Honestly, I think these skin suits basically it's okay. Our spirit trapped in a skin suit that is we're just a biological AI.
Yeah. So I think so. Listen, let's think about quote unquote aliens, which I'm sure in 50 years will be changed again. But whatever these things, these interdimensional beings, right? We call them the sons, and the Bible calls them sons of God. And there's all like,
I mean, we're interdimensional if we practice and learn how to do it. That's what they don't want us to know.
I think so. I think that the more we so going back to this whole idea of Bigfoot, right, and cryptids and all that. If you could, if you do that, you put the its connection with the supernatural, the spiritual, with near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, the astral plane, what's going on, elemental spirits. See,
I think a lot of it. There's definitely supernatural, but I think there's a lot of it is actually a science that is kept from us. Like I was going to say before, that I can think of 3 different ways right now that Bigfoot could be invisible to us. If he's traveling faster than we can see, if he's resonating at a frequency that's not within our eyesight, or what I was saying before is the axi-eternal lines, our energy systems, they create a magnetic field, and light bends around magnetic fields. Okay, so all he has to do is create that magnetic field, and we're not going to see him. Anything, that's what light does. If you do any physics, light bends. It literally bends light, and the stronger magnetic field, the more it deflects the light. So that's my theory on why sometimes we will see like a predator effect, or versus where you just don't see anything, or if you just see, we hear about people seeing, I saw the legs or I saw the head. Well, the crucial points are the palms of the hands, the palms of the feet, and the crown of the head. So. And like the spleen has something to do with it. I call it a junction box just for simplicity reasons. But so let's say, they're all born with the ability just like we are, but they have to practice just like we would, like the Shaolin monks do, and they could walk on grass without bending the blades. That doesn't come without practice. So let's say one is either gets distracted, or if there's an injury in the areas where the crucial points are, they're not going to be, invisible there, or they're not going to bend the light as well. And so we're going to see part of the Bigfoot, not the other part. So that's my theory.
Yeah, it's very valid. Also, the same thing. Go ahead.
I've got something to add. I just want to ask a question and then make a statement. What's your name? You said Michelle.
Yes.
And then
my YouTube is just Shell Ashley, CHELLE. Ashley.
Hold on, slow.
I have an axi-eternal line video on there if you want to see it, but I have it hidden between other stuff because I didn't want the man to really see what I was doing. So
send me a friend request that
go ahead. If you could
Either which way.
share me your YouTube channel, and I'll share it with
I
people.
mean, I only have like, it's not even like, mostly it's just, my therapy is making videos and music, so most of it is just dumb stuff like that. But I did
Okay.
throw my back to tunnel line stuff up there. And I'm pretty sure I videoed a Bigfoot taking down a deer in Canada in the background of one of Steve Isdall's things. I have that up there too.
Oh, is that the one in the background? The one in the edge of the woods?
Yeah, it's real grainy, but you can damn sure tell it's not a bear, and it's got triceps, and it freaking grabs this thing it comes out from behind a tree, grabs it by one hand by the nose and the other one by the rack.
Damon
Twists
sent
neck
some
and yanks
stuff,
and doesn't
man.
go down. Then it bear hugs it, and then it swipes its foot out from under it, and then folds it. It was done. But yeah, you can see it. It's just great.
Send me a link on Messenger, Facebook
Yeah,
Messenger,
I'm doing that right now.
and I'll post it on here, and I'll remember
Right.
it. So,
Shell actually.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna say something. One time when I was in the Army, we were doing what's called expert infantry badge training. It's for a badge that it says, "Hey, I'm well trained." Well, a friend of mine, he just got a sniper, and he had made his own ghillie suit. And he said, "I'm gonna try something on you." This broad daylight, mind you. He gets behind me and he goes, count to 10 or count to 15, and then turn around. I'm on a flat yard, like mowed grass. There's nothing around me. I turn around and he just disappeared. I'm like, because he couldn't have ran like quick enough to get anywhere, but he literally disappeared right there on flat ground, like on mowed grass, like right in front of me, just like, where the heck are you? Until he moved his foot. And then when he twitched his foot a little bit, and then the whole thing popped out. But it was crazy. It gave me, once you see that for your own eyes, then you realize how your eyes can deceive you and how camouflage really works.
Absolutely. And people think they can't be in areas where there's where there's just grass and plains and stuff. They absolutely can. I've seen a video of one slowly crawling through the grass. There's a guy homesteading off the grid, and most of his stuff is seems goofy, but he sat there for like 3 hours one day, and I saw the thing crawling up to him. I saw near him, by him, I should say diagonally, and then I saw it further in the background crossing a little open spot, and it was freaky. It was like weed colored, and it was not a person, and it wasn't anything normal, because I've spent a lot of time in the woods.
I've heard they can move super fast, like you said, and then also they can move super, super slow.
Yeah, I mean, just being still and having your face obscured is enough for most people are not going to see it, and most animals aren't, because we're programmed to recognize faces and movement.
Yep.
So
I've always heard that.
You're like 90% of the way there or more, and then they go in and just like simple.
We're human facial recognition experts.
You are?
Well, okay, so I've got a theory. I'm a flat earther, and when I was a kid, I was in like first or second grade when the '86 when the shuttle blew up. Somebody put up a video saying that all those people are still alive. I
found that very compelling.
Yeah, me too. And you can tell it's all the same people, and they got the same name.
Yeah.
Oh my
God. They all have these honorary degrees and stuff.
And one of these days when we're not on something like this, I want to share some stuff that I know that I went through personally, and it'll shed light on kind of some of the stuff going on.
I hear that. I know that it's hard to find a forum because everything is GO analytics now. I've done some pretty interesting research for a long time. I found some pretty messed up stuff.
Well, depending on how many people show up, I've only got a handful that might be interested. The thing's in June. If you guys did want to show up, I just was kind of, oh wow, that one's cool. I see the face really easy.
Yeah, this is from Damien. Okay.
Wow.
So,
I sent you the video of that Tonal lines thing, Mike, and that's at my YouTube channel. But if you want to show that or whatever, it's only like a 2-minute video.
yeah, I will.
That looks like Squatchville right there.
Damien sent a couple videos, so I'll
And I'm gonna send you that. I'll send you that Sasquatch thing. It's only 1 minute. Where it's taking down that ungulate.
So,
It's frustrating at first, but when you see what you see, you're like, because it's almost so green. You're like, oh, what's the point? And then you're like, oh shit, damn, it's happening. No doubt about it. It's not a blob squatch. It's not, could it be a tree? It's something. It's taking down. It's freaking bear hugging and swiping the leg out from underneath or something. And it's not a bear, because if you look at the proportion of a bear's head to its shoulders, very close. This thing had a pinhead compared to its shoulders. And I saw triceps, like I said, shoulders, triceps. I'm sorry, what else is it going to be that can grab the freaking thing by its nose and by its freaking horns and yank it and twist it, Not too much.
So I think he's in Ireland, I believe, or he's somewhere in the Great Britain. I thought it was, or maybe it was northern England or something like that. But anyways, they got some amazing, magical forests there. That's for sure.
I was at the owner of Bass Pro Shop's house one day doing some landscaping, and one of his big monster deer got out, and it was really important that they catch this thing because they shot it twice with a tranquilizer dart, and that's all they could shoot it.
Look at this. Look at this.
I see the face way back there.
Look at the tree structures. See, it's all supposed to be in America, I thought.
Oh shit! Hold on, I sent you the wrong things. Damn it! Excuse my language. Don't use those.
That's wild.
Inside. I don't even know if it'll work for you because it's like inside of my. I gotta use the external link.
It could be humans doing it.
Yeah, that looks human to me because I recognize survival shelters and stuff, and that's a survival shelter.
You think so?
Yep, I know so. You can tell by the way it's built. Like,
and those things that are like us make shelters too.
No. I guess what I'm trying to say is like, they're masters. If this is a thing, they know camouflage really well, and they wouldn't just build it right there out in the open. They'd build it more like that, where it's not so in your face. I mean, because if I can build stuff that's not in your face, I know they can.
Yeah, why would they? The only reason can't think of any reason they would unless unless all the game trails are like in the open, which they're not going to be.
Plus, I don't see any. As far as one thing is, these structures they build have no practical value for like what a human would use. So, no, they're not even structures. They're not shelters. One bit, never were shelters. But I don't know. I would have to say, maybe not. It's a good chance that something in the spirit realm, or somebody did that. So I wouldn't just write it off just because.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
Because I mean, like I said, I've seen flat out structures, just like what Diesel filmed, just a few feet from freaking curb of the office building, and because people don't pay attention to what's going on. That's one thing I've learned. We don't.
But I just wonder, like, what would be the need? Like, what would be their need for being there? Is what I consider also. Which sometimes we might not. We wouldn't know possibly. That
didn't work. That one didn't work.
I just sent you. Just look at the last one that I sent you. That one should work.
Here's the thing, too. It's like,
if that's what you're talking about.
Let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, that's it. I put music to it because the thing's getting killed, so I kind of put a nice little song to it. It's female for you. And I zoom in, you'll see.
We're gonna turn that off before we get its copyright. Damn good song though.
No, it's allowed, and plus I put the Fair Use Act language in my description. But yeah, you can turn it off.
Yeah, I'll keep it off.
That was a mom thing, a sentimental thing. This deer's getting his head ripped off and folded in half or whatever.
It's just like this just gets like absorbed, doesn't it? It's just like
Yeah, I don't know, but I think it's a juvenile. Otherwise, it would have broken its neck on when it did that yank.
Now, I have to say, in defense of Damon too, he has filmed numerous. I don't know if that's maybe too strong a language, but I know he's seen dozens of different structures and the forest that he goes into. Could they be human beings? There's always that possibility, but there's also a lot of these shelters. It looked like it's like you could tell that human beings wouldn't be wasting their time doing it. It just wouldn't.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not downing Damien at all. I mean, I think he's on to something for sure.
Everyone is just a little bit. Everyone does. It's just
I
like
would think that there's going to be feral humans. There's going to be caveman type humans. There's going to be goat men. There's going to be freaking dog men. There's going to be Bigfoot. There's going to be other kinds of Bigfoot. I just think there's.
What if these things, because they're interdimensional beings, right? And and why do they? First of all, there's no practical reason for shelter-wise to use it. There really is not, and it won't keep the rain off you. It won't keep the snow off you. So what are they? Why are they actually building?
What about hunting blinds? It's not like they're just
but
being out.
I don't think they already have their own natural hunting blinds themselves. I don't think they would even need that. I think there's something deeper going on.
I have an idea. Check it out.
I mean, I consider that they build stuff that they can take down because they don't want a record of where they are. So I think it could be both. I think they go underground for their permanent stuff, more permanent stuff, or seasonal. And depending where are they, I think it's reasonable that they would build stuff like that for a blind and just enough to keep.
Yeah, but it stands like a sore thumb.
Water and the game show and everything else.
It stands like a sore thumb, and it's not just deep in the woods. It's like in the cities and everywhere. So there's
check this out. One of the stories I heard, it stuck with me. It was so outlandish that I wanted to believe it. And long story short, this guy's tracking this little kid, and the little kid is evading him. He's trying to rescue this kid, and it's running from him. And then all of a sudden he runs across this field, and then these basically naked women go running out, and they dogpile this kid, and then a Bigfoot comes out and is trying to discipline this little kid. And these women are taking a beating. My cat's moving the thing. But either way, what if it's a breeding thing? Maybe they need they don't have females, because I can't count on one hand how many times I've ever heard of a female Bigfoot.
That's not a blind.
Well, they definitely. I mean, they need to. I think they're smart enough to know they need to get some mix some different DNA in. If they've got, I'm fairly certain that they've got, trisomy 21 or what have you, like Down syndrome and other stuff. Because you hear accounts of, that particular facial structure that's consistent with Down syndrome, and you hear about it on Bigfoot too.
Yeah, I've actually just recently talked to a guy that's his major conundrum. That's what he says.
So someone brought up the fact, was it you, Chris? Somebody brought up the fact that I can't remember who brought up in the chat about the possibility that we're dealing with actually poltergeists or ghosts of our own ancestors as well.
No, that wasn't me. That was the other guy. But
that's something to think about. You can't just write it off.
That, yeah, but it's that's us. But when we're dead or something like that, and that girl Jamie that Sean had on, her husband Dennis, she was saying that she said, what if just the same, basically the same thing. It's very interesting.
It's habitual, something familiar with. You know what I mean?
That thing with the dog,
kind of like
addiction. The actually Eternal Rain one.
You want me to play this one?
Sure. I mean, it's only 2 minutes. If they want to see it, it's up to you guys. But I find it really interesting. No handlebars. Like I said, I hide it in between stuff because
oh yes.
That we just saw, it creates very specific blockages of energy lines.
Also, they apply this to trees as well, right? We talked about it as well.
Anything
living.
It crucified
Anything,
the inner
energy.
Christ is what it did. The inner Christ grid. It crucified our ability to run D12 Maharata Christos to activate our flame bodies and our silver sanctum. So the real crucifixion story was about this.
Don't focus on the woo-woo, focus on the science.
Historically, the man called Yeshua, the man was Jesus Christ.
I wasn't even paying attention to the woo thing.
He was not killed. He ascended. And they didn't tell anybody that because they wanted to build a martyr that
Just
people
subbed.
could follow and then think it was okay that they got martyred too. This was what the real crucifixion was about. And it's really sad because we've been literally walking around. The reason the story was done, the palm chakras were messed up. These became the nails in the hands, blocked chakras in the hands. We lost our ability to run interdimensional frequency through the palms. They used to be natural.
That's you. I just realized that's you speaking.
Pineal glands is, a big part of blocking
They're the
that.
same thing. Feet chakra were blocked. The nails in the feet. The stab wound is a whole set of implant networks in through here that block the spleen, which is an interface between the etheric body and the flesh.
Hold on, that's you speaking, right?
That's not me, no.
It sounds
But
like
I
you.
have, this lady, I have a whole slew of this lady's videos, though.
Okay.
She's an intermediary. She's learning from people and she's sharing with others.
Okay. We'll finish it up.
Yeah, it's only a 2-minute video. If that, I believe.
Crown of thorns. And this is about the
She's almost
worst
done.
one. The pineal blockages that see the little dots. They're the ones that are blocked. They block literally off those currents out of the brain. Our brains literally shrunk once this was done. The brain size and function is shut off parts of our brain. That's why science tells us there is very much of our brain
We
right
can
now.
recreate those pathways.
It was shut off at the main switch. What we're doing as we work with healing the templates is we're opening these centers back up.
Like I said, I wanted to make that so if somebody looked at the end and the beginning, they would not know what was in the middle.
You know, it's interesting, like the story of Jacob when he's wrestling the man with the man in his dislocating. What's it?
If you want to see
Yep.
some pretty
That's all about your pineal
That's
gland.
great when it's pretty bad episode video. It's like 10 to 20 seconds.
So if you just with that pineal gland, it's the regimen when Jacob is wrestling with the man. Some people say it's God, but it's all about the pineal gland. In fact, it ends up they turn that place pineal, the mountain pineal.
Did you know that the pineal gland actually has ocular fluid in it and nerves like our eyes? It's like a third eye for real.
Say that again.
The pineal gland has ocular fluid and ocular nerves in it.
Ah, yeah.
That's what fluoride's for, is to calcify it, right?
Right. Yes, not fluoride, but fluorescent lights.
Just got 2 new
Fluoride,
subs.
Now, and here's just something interesting, you guys. Both of my grandmothers were super smart ladies. My dad's mom spoke 7 languages, was just all about it. My mom's mom, she was a lieutenant in the army, a nurse. She was the first female valedictorian at Temple University. Now, my dad's mom used regular toothpaste. She got dementia, and for the last 15, 20 years of her life, she passed away in their early 80s. Now, my mom's mom, she brushed her teeth only with peroxide and baking soda, and she took a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar every day. She died at 98, smart as a frickin' whip. Not one bit of loss of faculties.
Good advice.
There's something to that. I didn't know this, but I used to dip, and when you dip, you spit out all your digestive enzymes. It doesn't mean you die. It just means that you don't get the nutrients that you need. And I think there's a lot to the bacteria that's in our mouth, and they kill that with the, because I use baking soda.
I think that's why they push those the probiotics, because they're actually bad for us.
Right.
Absolutely. That's what
Yeah,
everything is. It's total onslaught.
Yep.
Total assault or onslaught. I can't even say the word right now. Onslaught. And which basically means is that you're being totally full spectrum dominance is what it is, right? An attack on every aspect of our lives: the air, water, food, everything. Everything is something to weaken us. Even the jibber jab is all about weakening you. It's not about making you.
But Chris, was there more? Because I'm actually interested in. Well, it kind of sounds funny, but so you.
Yeah, hit me up. I'll be up.
You'll be up.
Well, I stay up all night. I sleep during the day.
Last night he kept me up till 4:30 in the morning.
That's why. It's because I've been working at night.
For almost 3 years. I don't know. I'm alive.
I'm honestly I'm still pretty tired, but like I said, it's easy for me to stay up. It always has been. The whole time I was in basic training, I stayed up an hour later than everybody every single night, and I know because I was up. That's just I'm on guard. I don't know. That's me. If you want, I don't know. I'll share my phone number, but I don't want it to be on the video. Let's see.
Yeah, you get a pen. I'll take it down.
Hold on, you're pretty good. You're pretty good on the internet, right? If you go to Facebook, any of my stuff, it should have my phone number.
All right. Yeah. Plus, I already if you're talking to me, I sent you a friend request to your AOS or OAS, whatever it is.
Okay.
Sketch Squatch. It was your same picture or whatever. So
I'm gonna make this easy. If I was him, I don't think Mike's here. I don't know what happened to him, but if I was him, I wouldn't post maybe the last, I don't know, probably hour of this.
Yeah.
Snip it off. Hold on, I got my.
Yeah, you're probably right. Same reason I hid that part in the middle of my video.
Yeah, because I'm gonna keep talking about this. I think you're on something here. Here, I'm gonna make it easy for you.
I'll send you a link. I have like 20 of her videos.
Here, right here.
The Google share. It's fucking amazing. Have you heard of HemiSync? When you were in the service?
What is it?
HemiSync. It's basically supposed to be the equivalent. It's supposedly what the government uses, and I actually have. I found the HemiSync on archive.org. It's supposed to be the equivalent of 20 years of meditation. Yeah.
Here.
Do it,
can you see this?
I don't trust anybody, like knows what they put in that shit. So but it's like basically you listen to it and it's supposed to make you feel like you just, guru style or meditate for 20 years. Open up huge to your subconscious and different stuff. But I don't go there.
Yeah. Can you see this?
It's really dark.
Here, let me grab a light.
Right now you're like nearly a thumbnail in the very bottom. Let me put my zoom on. Hold on. Any Windows operating system, you can hit the Windows button and the plus sign, and you get a zoom thing. Pretty badass. All right, so where am I looking? Oh, hold on, I got my.
Hold on, let me grab a light.
Oh, there, I can see now.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah, I'm on the front porch now, but I'm actually gonna go out to. I'm gonna go out to my truck, and it's got my. From when I had my business.
All right.
Yeah, I'm so full nerd, dude. Like I don't like. If I'm not in the rebel, then I'm not alive.
What the heck? Okay. Well, shoot. That gun.
What are we doing here, guys? Because I'm about ready to close shop here. So.
Hold on. I'm going to try to relay a number. I'm going to keep talking. Dang it. I got to get a flashlight. Hold on.
He's going to keep you up all night. I can guarantee you.
20 seconds. 20 seconds. Hold on, Mike. 20 seconds. I know you're dozing off.
For 3 years. And that's not even an exaggeration. I would maybe every 2 or 3 days sleep for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I only got like 2 hours sleep. So
yeah.
And then I took an hour nap. So it's 3 hours.
Well, as long as you get that brainwash.
6 months.
When you fall asleep, it washes your brain. It kind of, I don't know how to say it, but it washes your brain. A chemical washes over your brain. Here you go. And as long as you get that.
So, Mike, when you see the number, don't read it.
Okay.
Don't say it. My wife, she goes.
I caught on earlier.
She heard me snap at you, and
I know. Well, after this, you know what? You owe me an apology. Jeez.
Well, I don't. The way I see it is, like, I snapped at you because I warned you twice.
Not 6 and not 8, correct?
Let's see. Here, I'll step back and see.
The very last one, I think I saw it though. It's just like I said, it's not 6 and not 8. Wait.
It rhymes with 11.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, okay, I got it all.
I've had that same number since 2003.
Was another
That
fun
tells you-
night, folks.
tells you a little bit.
Shel,
Thank
thank you for
Yeah.
joining us. It was awesome.
Yeah, I tell you what.
Brandon, thank you. And
Thanks for the invite and the good conversation.
Sean.
It's such a nice refresher.
Well, thank you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
No, just I mean the content, bouncing ideas off and being able to go in our roles, but also let other people go in the roles, just all kinds of different things. I think you're a good interviewer too.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't do much. We just talked. That's all we did. Argued a little bit. That's been
Yeah.
You should have heard our good discussion last night.
Being friends.
Questions, though. You know what I mean? I think you have a good and you have a curious mind, and that means good questions.
Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment for sure.
It is.
So it's man, we've been doing this for freaking 5 hours and 45 minutes, and I've had enough.
I want to grow your channel.
Times when me and my brother Sean were on the phone till like 6:30 in the morning, so we got you beat.
But although we've had some other lives that are like 6 hours, and one was close to 7. So we'll have more of this. So
Yeah, call me. Nobody else would call me if in the morning, so I'll pick it up.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me on. Thanks for the good words, Mike. Freaking yeah. Thanks for getting me out of the woods, by the way.
Yeah, we're sticking it. We're friends, man.
Yeah, Mike's not leaving no man behind.
That's for sure.
Hey, I tell you what.
Hey, man, it sounds he's Billy, but it's not like that so much anymore.
No, it's not.
It'd be cool though. Cool idea. I still think it's like maybe Jared, because he's up in British Columbia and he goes out. Maybe you guys we could time it so that you're doing something in Missouri and he's doing something in British Columbia. Have a split screen instead of a single one, and just
I wouldn't want to miss anything though.
Yeah, you can't watch 2 screens.
Well, I think we could pull it off. I mean, 90% of it, we're just looking at grass anyway. So, you know what I mean? We're not looking as much as we think we are.
I don't know if I shared with you, Mike, but I've got a night vision camera. It's a video camera that'll zoom 500 meters.
But why didn't you use that?
Because I'm not going to get it wet.
Oh, well, you should get this. That's what I want. I'm going to get something like one of those SIONYX. How do you pronounce that? Psionics. Something, whatever. It's the best one, right?
What about FLIR? Is it FLIR?
It's night vision, and then if you use that along with our infrared light, you can get some crazy images. Actually, we'll learn about that with next Friday with Paul, the orb whisperer. He'll really teach us a lot about it. Hopefully,
did you see my orb pictures of my dad?
I have not. No, is it on your channel?
No. Dude, I took 12 minutes of video the day after my dad died. 3 white orbs came out of a picture that had of his mom, aunt, and grandma, and they were real pale, but visible to the naked eye. Swirled up into the ceiling, and then a couple minutes later, a bright blue orb came out of my dad's picture, and for 12 minutes it flew around my apartment.
I love to watch that.
And it is I don't have the video anymore. What happened when I bought my house? The apartment complex actually robbed the fuck out of me. But fortunately, I had taken the video and I took screenshots of it because I was trying to, all the skeptics were like, oh, it's dust, it's this. So I wanted to get specific screenshots where you could see clearly that it's not dust or a bug or anything. So I have the screenshots, but what else? You can hear this, everyone's like, oh, but this, but that, and I sound like that, but it is what it is. I still have the tablet, but the tablet it dropped and broke, and I couldn't basically I had to take pictures of the screen before it died, otherwise. But I still have it, if I can somehow get into it. I just don't know how. But I have.
I know how.
I mean, it's like wow. It's just kind of funny when I see on TV when they're like, "Oh, look at the orb flies by for a millisecond," And there were hundreds of orbs in my apartment for 6 months after that. It was crazy. I think my friends thought I was going crazy because one of my friends came by and I remember seeing his mouth drop open because I held out my hand. It was something I saw on TV, like where they said like for the orb to come to their hand, and more than one time the orb would come right to my hand and sit there for a second. They were flying through me. I mean, it was crazy. No camera needed. Daytime, nighttime, it didn't matter. I don't know what the fuck was going on.
That sounds awesome. Yeah, it's the thing with the Paul, the orb whisperer. I think it's a guy from Australia is going to be with me on Friday. He does the same thing. He knows how to summon these things to himself too. You can watch some of these videos and you're like, how the heck is he doing this stuff? But
in retrospect, I think that was pretty stupid. But I didn't have any bad feelings or bad experience. But I don't think those were my dad. I mean, I feel very confident that the one was, but I don't know if it was, a lot of times it felt like the ground was vibrating underneath me. So I don't know if there was electrical lines or ley lines. I mean, I do think that I'm sensitive to things, and I don't know if they see that kind of vibration or something. I don't know, but like even right now in this house, if I take an SLS cam, if I take 10 pictures, there's probably going to be 10 out of 10 is going to have something in it.
Yeah. I think they're everywhere, to be honest with you.
I mean, and I have video. I mean, right now I could take video and show you like a fresh video.
You can pray and bless your home and all that, and to protect yourself and all that. But they're everywhere. They're always going to be everywhere. And that I strongly believe there's good ones and there's bad ones. It's just like everything else in this world. It's a dualistic creation. So
whenever I did feel something weird, I said, I smudged and I spoke, God's name, and I also said, this isn't my house. If you're not all about love and light, get the fuck out. I said, even if you are, and you're gonna bother me, right, kid, get the fuck out.
There you go. I can relate. I can understand.
But something. I also had a thing that looked exactly like Alf from the TV show, sitting on my couch. I don't know for how long, but I saw it for like 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. I don't know how long I was there before I saw it because I could only see it in the reflection of my computer screen. So when I turned off my computer, then I saw this, and I'm like looking, and I look at my couch, and there's nothing there. And I look at the computer screen, it's there, and an L-shaped couch, and it was on the opposite part from where I was.
Yeah.
So I was just like fucking out, hanging out.
Remind me of that. I'll share something. Like, remind me of the Alf thing.
Manual. There was, everyone thought I was crazy. That KGB manual before they trimmed down all the stuff that they got in now. There's a fucking one that looks exactly like Alf.
Oh,
I have a piece of that glass in my shop right now. I'll tell you about it.
Huh, right on.
It's with the glass. Either way.
Up close. I mean, very up close, and I don't remember leaving. So I don't know if I've been up for a ride. I don't even know. I didn't realize. I didn't even think until last week. My brother and I were talking about it, and we actually saw I believe the same UFO. We didn't even know. Like 2 years ago, I'm 50. He's like 53. Never even knew that we saw a UFO, and then when we described it, it was the same road, same side of the road, and the age he was the same age that I would have been at that time. And he remembers it leaving though, wherever he was. But I don't. I watched it hover over a house, real slowly creeping, just probably like maybe 15 feet over the roof, almost the size of two houses, but not quite.
Really?
I stopped my bike. I remember.
What would it look like? What did it look like?
It was gray. It was saucer shaped. It had. I mean, it's really kind of basic looking. It had like different colored, like I would say windows because they weren't lit up, but they could have been lights also, like rectangular or square around the perimeter. It was. I just don't really remember much over that. There was a big field, and then there was like two streets of houses, and it was coming from where the woods and the field, and then over a house. And the last place I remember seeing it was. It hadn't quite reached the front of the house. It was bigger than the house, but it wasn't like the size of two houses, But that's just the last thing I remember. There was like
what I find fascinating about saucers is that they're the same shape as orbs and the stars. And
I think it has a lot to do with the anti-gravity factor too, because the way, according from what Bob Lazar described the anti-gravity, they're kind of like pushing up the front of the vehicle over and over and over again, and like bumping over gravity, sort of, and it just makes sense to me that it would be that shape too.
Could be,
It's like a time bubble.
Same shape as black holes too. There's another thing to think about. Same, round like a tree trunk. There is a connection to all of it. I strongly believe.
I mean, I came up with some crazy theories like a month ago. I don't know what it was. I saw a physics thing, and I just was like, I had all these different I have like a 411 idea that because they were talking about that matter, light, everything is light, and that light through a certain equation can become matter. So vice versa is obviously possible too. So light is energy. What's the best conductor of energy? Basically, water. So what happens every time somebody disappears on missing 411?
Water.
And it's near water. So I'm wondering if what a portal is something that facilitates that equation.
Well, it's a big part of it. It's a huge part of
Either
it.
there's water in it, or there's enough water either on the ground or in the air from rain or snow, and so they're being conducted along that water.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
You know, and then on the other side, the equation the opposite, and then they're not light anymore. They're matter again. I don't know. I think that's really basic, and it doesn't explain much, but I don't know.
No, I think it says a lot about it. Some of the things that I strongly believe in is, it's that we live in a water world, and nothing can exist or thrive without water. Nothing. Even your car can't run without water. Yeah. And you think about the root system of the trees, how they're connected into the water table, and they're connected.
Water is not conductive electricity.
What?
Water does not conduct electricity.
No.
It has to be salt water or dirty.
Well, of course. Well, that's what it is in a tree, and that's what it is.
I'm just saying, like clean water won't conduct electricity.
Right. That's why you don't want to stand under a tree, right? When a thunderstorm, it's a great conductor.
That's I think the height thing, but also it's going to conduct it. The wetter the tree is, the more. When you see a tree super blown out, it's usually going to be a tree that was a very moist type of tree.
Right. Which now also we think about these.
Where do you find clean water, by the way?
Yeah, osmosis, pretty much.
Hey, I'll teach you. Hey, if you really want to know, you guys need to show up in June.
Definitely a nerdsky fact that
distill your water.
Nope. I'm telling you, I can show you. You'll be like, oh my gosh! Like,
all right, show us. How do you get clean water?
You want to drink electrically negatively charged water is what you want to drink. Distilled water isn't really.
And alkaline, right? The more alkaline it is, actually, they say if you have silica in it too, it's really good for you. Especially if you're suffering things like autism and that kind of thing, and damage from vaccines and all that. It's a good way of drawing out aluminum.
Grounding can fix like literally almost everything. Yeah, I read a study of the capillaries, people that have degenerative eye disease where they're just going blind, and basically the capillaries close off more and more and more over time. There's never been anything that would stop it or reverse it. It's just, how long before you're blind. And the study that I read, they grounded this guy just with a grounding wire for 2 hours. They did an imaging study first, okay? Did the 2 hours, and then they did an imaging study. And it was already regenerated capillaries in his eyes. And that's
really? So it's a kind of electroshock therapy type of thing. That's interesting.
It's a our body, we're supposed to operate at a certain frequency, the same frequency as the earth. But there's, they have us wearing shoes, which keeps us,
sure.
We're not, they have all these barriers, concrete, everything is a barrier. And then we're bombarded with all kinds of different frequencies from industrial stuff, from our electronics, from everything, Plus, I personally have patents showing that, like, at least 30 years ago, they were sending shit through the TVs and other stuff. It's not just propaganda and pictures on TV. There's targeted weapons they use against us all the time.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure that that's what Bigelow was doing over at Skinwalker Ranch, and that was their cover in case shit looked weird, because his head of research was CIA, retired colonel, CIA, and his specialty, according to his own shit, he was Jedi Project, which is what games, right? And,
good job. Yeah. Good job.
Specialized in electromagnetic neurological weapons, non-lethal electromagnetic neurological weapons. They relate to world politics.
And that's why we hear about that particular site. That's why we hear that particular site all the time, as if it's really special and anything different than any other place in this world. It's part of the government psyop. That's why they keep talking about the Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah, I mean, Skinwalker, it's real. I believe that there's certain geological and geographical and geological things that go on there that basically things could manifest there. So that's why I think they chose it, because there's so much high strangeness. When people see what they're doing, because they were doing like portal work and,
yeah.
their chest,
But like I said, you could probably go a mile down the road and have the same thing, or 100 miles down the road, just like I'm having stuff in my own community in town.
Yeah, I mean the neighboring
It happens everywhere. This what's going on is everywhere. It's always been going on everywhere. It's just we've been blinded by the public fool system and the television.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So just while we're on the subject, and Mike, you probably just don't even post this this video, or at least cut out the end. But Project Nightingale, that's November of 21. I think, yeah. They went public that Google bought into like the second largest healthcare company in the U.S. So they have access to not just the current records, but all of the records ever. And they've admitted, if you look at, I think it's techwire.com, they already have developed AI that monitors our frequencies, our everything, our health through our personal electronics.
Yep.
And then right around that same time, Pfizer said, yeah, we have pills with a chip in it, and so like the wrong person takes it, or if you're not taking your meds, then the relevant authorities will be alerted. Okay, does that fucking sound like Gattaca or what?
Yeah. And then they want to lace the food.
Cut the end of this off, Mike.
I'm not worried about it. I've done this for 10 years. I know what's going on. You guys haven't said anything yet. Look at me. You haven't said a thing.
So 5G towers and the underground cable. Okay, notice, all of a sudden, everywhere you look, they're putting fucking cable underground off high speed, right? But it's COVID. Nobody has money for cable either, hardly. So again, this all happens right after they fucking close up shop. It's Skinwalker Ranch. So DoD actually owns all the 5G. So why would they give a portion of 5G to the cell companies right at the same time they're building all those towers? Have you ever seen those towers up close? They look like fucking bass drums. There's like 6 or 7 different ones. Nothing like a cell towers used to look. They look like weapons.
Because that's what they are. That's what they are.
Lee Wheelbarger, he's like a PhD in like magnetics, but then he worked for the government for like 20 years as a solar specialist. So he said that they're not like better. They're not better for your cell phone. They're stronger close range, and they suck for far range. So that's right. So there's a bunch of them, and they're strong. There's a much stronger signal close range. So does that not sound like a fucking weapon to you? I think what they want is to keep people out of the fucking woods and shit like that, or be able to fuck them up is for when we fucking want to go berserk on these fucking pigs.
Yeah, to keep us in the smart cities. That's right.
And I think that's why I think that's why they did a soft disclosure on the cryptids too, to keep people like questioning, like, man, it's kind of, I can't really just fucking take woods now.
Oh, it's huge part of the Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030. Absolutely. It's clear as day. That's the reason why I even got into this stuff. I was,
Dude, there's a executive order. Okay, it sets out new definitions for when our military can take action, and like it used to be, only on areas of hostility, only against, military opponents, not certain things. Well, I think they were trying to be slick, and what they did was they made it so that our military can fuck up our own citizens if they are considered terrorists. And all you have to be now to be a terrorist is endanger citizens. It can
extremist.
Be a facility. It could be, you don't have to be military. You just have to either have been in the military or have a gun. Okay.
Right.
And either endanger citizens. So guess what they did? Oh, and also it doesn't just give the military the right to take action. It says they must take action. So I've been dying to find somebody to fucking get with somebody because they've just defined themselves as terrorists, and that our military has to fucking kill them or take action. Excuse me, I didn't say that. I don't think nobody's looked at this shit. It's still active.
Oh yeah, it's still active. Yeah.
That order.
Yeah. I can't wait to talk after the fact.
Patriot Act and everything else on up. So they've always been at war with the public. So it's always been the oligarchs and plutocracy, the Vatican, the monarchies.
Not like it is now, though. Not like it is now. We don't. People think all these people are they're they don't pay attention. That's true, but it is not the same as before. Like when you have weapons that like when they did all those brain scans of serial killers, they didn't do that because for serial killers. They did that so they know how to manipulate our fucking brains and make us fucking want to kill people, make us be sad, all the different things.
Oh,
That's why
yeah.
they master.
You were in my freaking head.
Oh, yeah. It's just, actually, I just getting ready. I might even post or repost it. Is from Higher Side Chat from 9 years ago about just that you're talking about there and how they use this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really a fair.
It's connected also with neuro-linguistics programming and also just mind control is basically what it is. And they figured out how different frequencies and depending on the electric magnetism, how dense it is, the denser it is with certain frequencies will cause people to, in fact, there's a great book. It's called Adam. It's Adam and Eve, the story of Adam and Eve, the history of catastrophism, and he talks about that specifically. And
what was the last part? The history of what?
The history of
catastrophes.
Catastrophism. See?
No, catastrophism. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I want to write that down.
Let's see if I even said it right. So I just actually listened to it today. It's like a 3-hour. So it's the Adam and Eve story. Then I can show you.
I think I've seen that. I haven't read it.
It's a very important read, and this is what it is. Adam and Eve story. It's from Chan Thomas, The History of I can't even say that. You say it.
Catastrophism.
It's supposed to be cataclysm.
Catastrophism.
I can't. Catat. There's a C in it. It's CATACLYSMS.
Okay. Thank you. Write this down. Write this down. Cameleo. CHAMELEO.
Huh?
Cameleo. That's the book you want to read.
What is it?
Cameleo. CHAMELEO.
CHEA.
CHA.
Oh.
MELEO.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
How targeting individuals will blow your mind.
Is that the name of some kind of program or agenda?
I just know it's the name of a book, and it's
not popping up on me, so I have to try to remember that.
Yeah, it's not that easy to find. It took me a few years to find it after I heard about it. But
can you find it on archive.com?
Archive.org.
Yeah.
Is it .com or org?
I think it's org. So it's
CHAMELEO. Yeah, ELL. CHAMELEO.
Okay. That's was.
Camel with an H and then.
Did I say it? Did I type it right at that time?
CHAMELEO.
For some reason going to.
Oh, I'm like I was.
Hey, can I show you a cool survival trick?
Sure.
What's that?
If you're gonna go look for Bigfoot, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay this down. Okay, so what you do is you take a magnifying glass, and here's your flashlight, and you basically shine it through, and then pull it away until it becomes a spotlight. So let me see if I can show you.
Is there? Why would you do that rather than a spotlight? So fill me into what.
Okay, it turns a small flashlight into a spotlight.
Okay, cool.
So light refraction spreads it out.
And how I do it is so it doesn't kill your night vision. You hold one over your head, and then you hold the other one back, and you can kind of focus it in and out. And one of these days I'll do it on camera, and you'd be like, what the crap? Like you can turn a cheap flashlight, a cheap LED flashlight into a friggin' spotlight. And this is
You're frozen. Oh wait, I don't know if you're frozen on my screen. If I just don't have them play.
Yeah, my computer's freezing up. So.
Okay.
But I think it's because of its on this for like 6 hours. And
It's not like we haven't been having a fucking bungload of solar flares, including a lot of M's and even an X or two. So
yeah, I've been listening to what's his face? What's his channel again? Let's see if I can find it.
MRB 33 whatever guy.
Ooh, it's Sky something.
I know who you're talking about. What's his name?
Suspicious observers.
Oh yeah, suspicious observers. That's actually what I was going to say, but when you said Sky something,
I said it wrong. So
yeah, he's pretty
I knew
good.
sort of this. He's talked about all that too. So
yeah. And for news, do you ever watch? Oh my gosh, I just had a brain fart.
That's what I do all the time, man. I can't believe my.
Drink more water.
Yeah.
And I need more fresh vegetables. I'm fucking broke because I like run a homeless shelter here for my brothers and family and stuff. It seems like they just want to sit around and watch me work. I'm gonna be like living on ramen noodles.
Yeah. I can't eat that.
Memory, trust me.
I can't eat any processed food. I got multiple sclerosis. I can't eat any of that stuff.
I mean, I drink only water. I only drink non-processed stuff, so it's killing me because I got assaulted by some bouncers 20 years ago, and
really,
it fucked me up a little bit. I mean, I got two of them in the hospital, but still, they fucked me up a little bit too.
Crazy, this world, how violent it gets.
So yeah, if I eat that stuff, like within 20 minutes, I feel a major difference in there.
I think we're supposed to eat the weeds right now. I really do. I'm actually pretty well versed in a lot of that, and I just made the contact today that I needed to learn the stuff that I don't know. The guy lives fairly close.
Become a forager, yeah. I got a couple books just recently on that too.
I've got a whole library, but yeah, go for it.
I can't get into the
I've been collecting stuff like that literally as long as I can remember.
Hey, you don't have to get in the woods, dude. You're better off in the city.
And stationary. My entire life, as far as I can remember. It's kind of weird.
Right.
Like, you're seriously better off in the city than you are in the woods.
What's that?
He said he couldn't get in the woods. And I said, you're better off in the city.
Because my MS, dude, I have to use a walker, man. Did you go short distance and long distance with MS?
If you do grounding, I think that you'd be surprised how much better you will be. And I don't want to sound like I know it all or people try and tell me, just PTSD. I'm like, snap out of it. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm like, it's not a fucking thought process when you have PTSD. It's a fight or flight. It's automatic. It's a thought process out of it. There's no thought process into it.
Well, definitely believe in grounding, but it's it's end of January and
you don't have to go outside. You just need to have somebody that knows electricity to run a wire in, and you put it on your arm or your leg while you sleep or whatever you do when you're sitting there doing whatever.
Oh yeah. Those wristbands and those leg bands with the wire. Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, I got them somewhere. It didn't work. It didn't work on me. But that doesn't mean it doesn't work. It just didn't work on me.
That's why I would have somebody that can actual boots on the ground person versus something I bought. Because I don't trust that shit.
Who would you recommend for that?
I would just have an electrician come in and do it. That's what I would do. I go out. I'm outside. I didn't even go in my house hardly for like 3 years. I lived on my porch and my yard and shit.
You don't need anything special to get grounded. You don't need an electrician either. Just get some wire and you can do it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because I'm a paralegal too, so I've seen so many people get fried and stuff different ways that
really?
Not from that, but I'm just saying
So what do you think about the ones that have wires that they have that they have them plug into your computer and all that and they say that's a grounding thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I just fuck that. Into the computer especially. Hell no.
No.
Yeah.
Don't trust it.
You're probably uploading your consciousness.
It could be. I wonder sometimes if that's what we're doing right now, actually.
That's exactly what we're doing.
There's frequencies that fuck with that stuff, but now I just wonder about even the source of that frequency. Is it really doing that, or is it just facilitating it? But I have it somewhere, one that supposedly kills nanobots and stuff from back before any of this was popular.
Right.
Or Check it out. I should say. I think it must have been somewhat popular.
Okay. Shelly, thank you guys. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Shelly. Anybody else? There might be one more person here. Thank you.
Whoever's listening, Mr. Agent Man. I'm just joking.
That's right. It's been a great 6 hours, 6 hours and 15 minutes. But
Mike, make this video private so we figure out what part.
I'm not worried about it. I heard everything I heard. Nothing I'm heard. I listen. I had my channel. I've been dealing with this stuff for years now. They took me out of my channel. Along
well,
with
you got kicked off, right?
They took them my channel
right?
on January the
There you go.
6th. Yeah, but I did
Exactly.
it. I did it because I was willing to bite the bullet. Because at the time in 2020, 2021, all the big shots and everyone else in the alternative media, it was small guys like me that warned people about what's going on. You
Look at
know?
my YouTube picture.
That's the reason why maybe this shouldn't,
Oh, I
know.
know.
I mean, any word or image or anything that goes over any internet, it goes to Google Analytics within a second.
Yeah, there's nothing that we said here is even close to the things I used to talk about. There's nothing.
Look at my YouTube picture. It's a COVID quarter. It's a back quarter.
Is it? Oh, it is. Is it what it is? I haven't really paid attention to because
Yeah,
you don't have
that's
anything.
how I knew. That's how I knew it was hogwash.
You don't do anything with your, so I haven't paid attention to it. You start using your YouTube channel, man.
Yeah, I don't for a reason now, but yeah, either which way.
Because if you're all about promoting your drawings, where
Just
else?
so I can get to other stuff. Yeah, we'll go into it later. I mean, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah. It's good. It's good.
All right,
yeah,
guys.
Yeah, I want to keep talking. We're gonna stay up. All right, go to bed, old man.
It's like I did a start with 5. All right. Good night, Mike. Thank you.
All right. Hey, you call me. I'll pick up.
All right. Good night,
We'll see
Griffin, and